The story begins at one of the bus stops in Seoul, right during rush hour. The main character, Dylan, spoke on the phone with his director. He said that as soon as the bus arrives, he will try to get to the appointed place as soon as possible. The director replied that this is a very important meeting, so he should not make stupid mistakes. Dylan reassured him, telling him that he had nothing to worry about. Suddenly, the ground under his feet began to move, as if a strong earthquake had begun. Suddenly, he saw a black hole appear in space right in front of him. Dylan and the other passers-by looked into the hole in horror, trying to convince themselves that this was not what he was thinking about. The next moment, a whole crowd of monsters poured out of the hole. They looked like goblins. They had green skin and red eyes. Passers-by immediately scattered, shouting that it was a flash. Dylan knew that the flash was a phenomenon where monsters could enter human reality through a dimensional gate that connected their dimension to the human one. People tried to run as quickly as possible to report that an outbreak had begun. The hero understood that he also needed to run away from here as soon as possible. However, suddenly he heard someone's voice. The little girl lay on her stomach on the asphalt and cried, calling her mother for help. Dylan immediately ran to her and asked her to stop crying, telling her to take his hand. The girl wrapped her arms and legs around the guy, trying to find protection in him. But when the hero looked up, he saw a crowd of monsters above him who were eager to devour him and the girl. Then Dylan prepared himself for the fact that his death would now come. He closed his eyes and tensed. But when he heard the sound of tearing flesh, he realized that he was not in pain. When he and the girl opened their eyes, they heard someone's voice asking if they were okay. The hero realized that those who were dealing with the monsters that had entered the world from the gates of dimensions, those who had been chosen, had come to their aid. Deus, called the awakened ones. In front of him stood a guy and a red-haired girl. She said that now they can be calm. Dylan was delighted, realizing that he had escaped death. Soon he arrived at work, and the director greeted him with a furious cry. He warned him that this meeting was very important, and Dylan returned to the office without even attending that meeting. He stated that if there was an outbreak near him, he needed to quickly run to the meeting point. The hero's colleagues began to whisper behind his back, saying that, according to him, he was going on business, and a gate appeared right on the road in front of him. At that moment, the director threw an envelope at the hero, saying that this was the last straw. He said that if Dylan did not get this agreement signed by evening, he would definitely fire him. Soon, Dylan went outside to discuss what had happened with his colleague. He said that he could not influence the outbreak in any way, which the director asked him to do. He also stated that he would like to become awakened and get a lot of money, but his colleague advised him stop thinking about it. However, Dylan did not let up. He said that it would be cool if he could be like Awakened from his favorite game. He said that this is the only thing he can be completely sure of. However, his colleague continued to insist that he stop talking about this nonsense and think about something more feasible. Then Dylan relented and said that, apparently, these thoughts filled his head again after the director scolded him. Then the guy suddenly pointed his finger somewhere and asked if his bus had just arrived. After that, the main character said goodbye to his partner and said that they would see each other tomorrow. The guy wished him good luck and said that this time he must definitely cope. When he arrived at the right place, it was already 6 o'clock in the evening. The hero was a little dissatisfied that he had to travel so far in order to sign this damn contract. He was sure that this idiot was unlikely to give him another break, so he was determined to sign the agreement no matter what. However, suddenly he again felt that the ground under his feet was shaking. Dylan was terrified as this earthquake took him by surprise for the second time that day. At that moment, someone called him from afar and called him to him. Dylan immediately rushed towards the stranger. Behind him, monsters had already begun to emerge from the portal. They ran right behind him, intending to capture him. At that moment, one of the goblins grabbed his suitcase, which contained that same agreement. However, the hero did not intend to give away what he had traveled so many kilometers for. He swung his fist and punched one of the monsters, who wanted to take his suitcase. But at that moment, another monster flew at him with a club in his hands. The guy who called out to the main character ran up to him and asked what he was doing, and then reached out his hand to grab him. He grabbed him by the collar and pulled him towards him. After that, the gate directly in front of them closed, leaving the bloodthirsty monsters behind. After that, the stranger pressed a button on his remote control. The next moment, the electric discharge that he launched at the gate hit all the monsters that stood next to them at once. He then told the hero that, unfortunately, this would only delay them for a little while. He then continued by saying that the awakened ones would soon come here. At that moment, several cars drove up to the site and began to shoot down the goblins. The guys who were standing behind the cars couldn't believe their eyes because there were too many goblins this time. But they decided that this was good news for them because they would be able to earn a lot of money. Then one of them suddenly shouted, saying that today the goblins would fight them. It was an E-rank fighter, Kim. His nickname was Fireball. He ordered his partners to attack, and then the monsters also rushed towards them. The fighters used police shields as well as melee weapons to fight the monsters. Some of them also used magic wands to strike the monsters with magical lightning. However, the majority still fought with melee weapons. Meanwhile, Kim decided to strike from above. He charged his fire fists and prepared to attack the monsters from the air. It hit them like a meteorite, throwing the goblins away and creating a huge shockwave. After a while, all the goblins that were here were defeated. Dylan couldn't believe his eyes at first, as this was the first time he had seen the awakened and how they fought. However, he still did not understand where his briefcase with documents was now. At that moment, the awakened ones called out to him and asked him not to approach the place of the fight, since they were not finished here yet. Then the hero apologized and said that he just wanted to find something. At that moment, Kim approached him and handed him his suitcase, asking if this was what he was looking for. He said that as awakened ones, they should always help weak people. The guy said that there is a power that Deus awarded them. That's why they were given this power, to restore justice in the world. At this moment, one of the fighters noticed that their captain again began to show off in front of others. He jokingly decided to bet with his friends on how long their captain would talk about himself this time. But at that moment, someone's body flew right in front of his face. Suddenly, Kim and Dylan heard someone scream and immediately turned towards the sound. Suddenly, they saw that a huge goblin with a club in his hands was carrying Kim's partner, the same white-haired guy, by the head. Kim then turned to Dylan and ordered him to hide immediately. However, at that moment, the hero realized that his body could not move from severe fright. Then Kim screamed, telling him to run away from here as soon as he could move. He then turned to his partners, asking for their help. He charged his fists again and rushed at the goblin, intending to buy his teammates some time. At that moment, a terrible sound was heard. The main character watched in horror what was happening. He soon saw that Kim was lying on the ground, defeated. He could not defeat this goblin because he was too strong for him. At that moment, the monster approached the guy and put his foot on his head. The next moment, there was a disgusting crunch of a broken skull. Kim's partners immediately rushed to run away because they realized that since this goblin dealt with their captain in just a second, they definitely could not defeat him. Thus, only Dylan remained on the site, and the monster looked at him with its bloodthirsty gaze. The main character could not believe that his life would end this way, because he did not have time to do anything during his short life. Then he screamed, saying that he did not want to die. However, he saw the monster's club flying straight towards him and closed his eyes, preparing to die. At that moment, a voice in his head told him that he had been awakened. But the goblin still managed to strike. However, when the dust settled, the goblin looked at the impact and realized that his club had slammed into the ground, and there was no man underneath it. As it turned out, Dylan somehow managed to move behind the monster and hide near the car. At that moment, a message appeared before his eyes, which said that the awakened one could use certain skills. But the hero did not understand why he awakened at such a moment. Then the system reported that in order for Dylan to become more familiar with the system, he was given access to all the necessary experience. However, at that moment, the hero noticed that the goblin was again running at him with a club in his hands. The system informed the hero that control over his body had been changed due to danger. Dylan saw the goblin swinging his club at him again. However, he didn't just watch as they tried to kill him. Instead, he extended his arm and used a skill called Magic Missile. The warriors watching this were shocked. It seemed to them that Dylan was an ordinary person, but judging by his attack, they realized that he was an awakened one. But they did not understand what his rank was, since they had never seen such power before. The monster's vision was clouded with fog, And then the hero took advantage of the moment and slipped between his legs. He soon found himself behind the goblin and extended his palm towards him again. Then it's time to use a skill called flame palms. The goblin turned around to look at his victim, but before he could blink an eye, a powerful explosion was heard. The main character patiently watched what would happen next. Suddenly, the goblin, seemingly unharmed, flew out of the fog. But the hero managed to react and used his shield skill. The goblin was about to deliver another powerful blow with his club, but saw that the man's body was shrouded in a protective sphere. At that moment, Dylan saw that someone's sword was lying on the ground behind him. He quickly rushed towards it and took it in his hands. Thus, he also had a weapon. Then he used the enchanted weapon skill. He looked menacingly into the goblin's eyes, and then rushed towards him, intending to strike. The monster thought that this man could not be faster than him, but Dylan easily flew past him and stabbed him with his sword. At that moment, he heard a crunching sound and realized that the goblin's body had begun to collapse, like a stone statue. A moment later, particles of his body began to scatter in the wind, and the system informed him that the danger had been eliminated, and control of his body and skills had been returned to the owner. The rest of the warriors watched everything that was happening in horror, not believing that an awakened duelist was standing in front of them. However, they soon realized that this guy could be even more powerful than an awakened duelist. The fact is that 20 years ago, in 2000, magic towers began to appear in capitals around the world. They were made from materials that were previously unknown to the world. Someone said that in these towers lived a creature called Deus. At present, these towers were under state control, and for some time various rumors circulated around them. Then, so-called outbreaks began to occur around the world. After this, those who were chosen by Deus appeared to help and restrain the creatures that came out from there. Thus, 20 years later, in 2020, the whole world recognized the awakened ones, and this time was called the Heyday. Thus, the main character Dylan was also awakened. Soon after this incident, he went to his apartment. The guy slept, however. When he woke up, he did not understand whether all this really happened. However, judging by his shabby suit, he knew that yesterday's incident was not a dream. He remembered the moment when, with a sword in his hands, he rushed through a huge goblin and made it crumble into small pieces. When he turned to look at his opponent, the system informed him that the danger had been eliminated, and Dylan's control of his body and his skills had been restored. At that moment, the hero realized that someone's voice had appeared in his head. He began to look around, but there was not a single person around. He soon discovered that he was holding an iron sword in his hands, but he did not understand how this weapon ended up in his hands. Suddenly, he thought that he had just seen a goblin warrior. At that moment, it seemed to him that this huge monster was right behind him, ready to devour him at any moment. However, when the hero turned to check if this monster was still alive, he realized that there was no one behind him. In the place where the goblin's body had just been, there lay only his club and a strange blue stone. Dylan tried to convince himself that this garbage couldn't come back and harm him. As Dylan looked at the weapon in front of him, windows reminiscent of computer tabs appeared before his eyes again. They said that in front of him was a goblin warrior's club and a low-rank crystal. Dylan couldn't believe that he had actually awakened and destroyed this monster. At that moment, an unfamiliar guy and girl ran up to him. They were delighted because they saw how Dylan dealt with the goblin with the help of cool magic. But Dylan did not understand what they were talking about. Strangers continued to claim that compared to other magicians they had seen, Dylan was very humble. Dylan suggested that they quickly leave here since there were corpses lying around. But the strangers said that this was normal, because in places where outbreaks occurred, this happens often. Dylan couldn't believe it was normal for people to die. But the guy and the girl kept calling him teacher and asking him to join them since their boss had died. Dylan remembered how a few minutes ago these people abandoned him in panic when their leader died. But now they consider this the norm. Then he asked them to give him time to think. At that moment, a woman approached them and asked the strangers to calm down. The guy and girl turned in her direction in horror. Fear was visible in their eyes. A girl with twin ponytails, wearing a shirt and a short skirt, said that now they should obey her instructions. Dylan realized that the people from the awakened management had finally arrived, which he was very happy about. 20 years ago, with the advent of the awakened ones, Guilds began to form in the world. The task of one of these organizations was to ensure the safety of citizens and the state. This organization was called the Management of the Awakened. The girl, whose name was Lily, said that they arrived here even faster than usual. Then she called a guy and a girl in bulletproof vests over to her. However, when they turned around, they saw Dylan running away. They immediately chased after him, asking their teacher to return. At that moment, one of Lily's bodyguards asked what they should do. Then the girl replied that such a question was inappropriate. She ordered the men to immediately grab those two. They quickly caught up with the guy and girl and pinned them to the ground. Then one of the bodyguards noticed Dylan running away and asked if he needed to catch up with him. But Lily noticed a suitcase lying on the ground and said that this was not necessary. She picked up her suitcase and added that they would meet with this guy again. At 7 a.m., Dylan was woken up by an alarm clock. He did not know what to do now and how to explain to the director that he could not sign the contract because he woke up. But he soon calmed himself down, deciding that he could not influence the events that happened. Then he suddenly hit himself on the cheeks in the hope that it was all a dream and he would wake up. But nothing changed. Then Dylan realized that first he needed to study his abilities in order to survive as an awakened one. He remembered that the system wrote something to him about his abilities, just like in the game. Dylan asked the system out loud to show him his numbers, but realized that the system was responding to his thoughts, not his words. It turned out that all his indicators were equal to 5, and he had seen this before. He realized that it was a combination of classes, like his first character in his favorite game. Then he realized that he was simply repeating 3 classes, like in that very game. Even double awakens, that is, people with 2 classes, were rare, and guilds offered them huge amounts of money. However, Dylan appears to have been triple awakened. Realizing this, he jumped on the bed, not believing his luck. But then a neighbor's voice came from behind the wall, asking him to be quiet. Dylan got out of bed and headed to the refrigerator, realizing that going into the dungeon now would be stupid. Many awakened ones died on their first visits there, so he first needed to improve his skills. He began to think about how he could earn money without fighting. While he drank milk, thoughts about ways to earn money that were not related to combat operations did not leave him. Suddenly, he remembered his numbers. Among them was the spell Double the Maximum Level, which made it possible to create an exact copy of an item. Dylan decided to try using this skill. He started with the glass he held in his hands. Dylan asked the system to double the item, and his palms suddenly glowed with a blue aura that enveloped the glass. Soon a cube appeared in front of him, resembling a large, luminous cage. An exact copy of the glass began to form inside the cube. The copying was completed, and an identical glass appeared in front of him. Dylan looked at the created object with delight, at first not believing his eyes. He compared both glasses and realized that they were exactly the same, even in weight. The hero realized that the skills here were even better than in his favorite game. Since the test was completed, it was time to look for jewelry. Then he came up with the idea of looking for relics. Relics are items that absorbed enormous energy during the largest outbreak in 2000. Relics were divided into several levels. The cost of relics of a rare level and higher reached tens of billions. People whose antiques suddenly turned into relics and acquired powerful energy became rich. The problem was that many old items had become relics, but no awakened could sense them. However, Dylan had an identification skill that he got from the game, so he soon headed to the nearest antique store. He decided that this was a great place to look for relics. 3 hours later, Dylan found several worthwhile items, including a rare ring. The system told him that it was Orth's ring, and it was of a rare level. Dylan couldn't believe that he managed to find such a valuable thing. He looked at the rest of the items and decided that this was enough to go home. The seller was surprised that the guy had been in his store since the morning, but Dylan explained that it was just his hobby, looking for interesting antiques on the weekends. After that, he packed his things, put them in a bag, and left the store. At that moment, his phone rang. As it turned out, it was his director. At first, Dylan was scared, but soon realized that now he didn't have to worry about his job. When he picked up the phone, the director immediately started yelling at him, asking why he was still not at work. Then the hero said that from now on, he was no longer going to work in an office that does not value its employees. At which point the director continued to shout at him, asking if he didn't really want to get paid, and stated that there was not much in the world companies that treat their employees as well as they do. These words made the hero very angry. He said that he was given tasks that could not be completed in one day, was not given any vacation pay or even days off, and was required to go to work even in his free time. After that, he said that from that day on he would never come to this office again, and hung up. As the hero walked down the street, he thought that his work was now over, and he could go home and start selling items. Suddenly, he heard that some kind of quarrel was taking place between two men on the next street. One of them said that he hurt the other completely by accident, and that he was overly aggressive towards him. But his opponent stated that if he hurt the person, then he needs to apologize. The guys could not come to a common decision since none of them wanted to admit their guilt. People began to say that it was better not to interfere in a quarrel involving two awakened ones, because in this case, they could hurt them with their own powers. Meanwhile, the guys were breaking up in earnest, and it was clear that a major conflict was brewing. They charged their fists with magical energy and intended to rush at each other. At that moment, Lily appeared in front of them and stood right between them. In one deft movement, the girl grabbed both guys by the arms and threw them in different directions. She said that fighting between awakened ones was prohibited, and ordered them to read the instructions carefully. The girl said that she would forgive this trick the first time, but next time, she would send them to prison. People standing on the other side of the road started shouting, saying that it was very cool and beautiful. However, Lily did not pay attention to this. She was more attracted to the guy who was standing among the crowd. The girl and Dylan made eye contact and looked at each other motionless for a while. Then the girl called the guy to her. But the hero was a little scared, trying to convince himself that she was not addressing him. Nevertheless, it was rather rude to ignore her, so he waved his hand at her, catching the envious glances of the men standing next to him. Then Lily asked him to pick up the thing that he left last time. After that, they and the girl came to the office where she worked. She said that, unfortunately, they only have instant coffee, but the hero said that such a drink would suit him. After that, they sat down at a table, and he asked the girl about his things. Lily handed him a tattered suitcase and told him that he had left it at the scene during the previous outbreak. She then stated that she had to rummage through this suitcase to find out who its owner was. But the hero thanked her and said that the main thing was that his things were returned to him. Then Lily said that they needed to get down to business. She said that she was informed that the fighters could not cope with the monster that came out of the gate, and she thought that Dylan was able to do it. The two fighters who survived also confirmed this. Then the hero asked if the girl was really looking for him in order to hire him. The girl said she didn't want to hire him, but if he had power, he should register as an awakened one. That's why she wanted to tell him how the test was going. Dylan soon checked in and was asked to pick up his belongings from the check-in desk. Soon his results were ready, and Lily asked him to sit next to her. She said that she would now explain everything to him. But at that moment, the hero felt that he was starting to worry a little. At that moment, the girl carefully read his results, and, judging by her face, she was interested in something. The hero suggested that his performance was too low, but the girl said that this was not so. She handed him a paper that said his application had been approved, meaning he passed. Lily then wished him luck as an awakened one. Then she smiled slyly and said that she also wished him a long life. The hero thought that this girl did not know how to make normal wishes, but at that moment, Lily announced that their conversation was over and showed him the exit. When the hero headed for the exit, one of the workers approached the girl. He asked why she was being so nice to this guy, because he had absolutely no prospects. Then Lily grinned and said that in fact it was all pure curiosity. Soon after this, the main character left the building, and right at the entrance he met several employees who were trying to attract ordinary people from the street to their company. Then the hero realized that they were trying to lure newcomers right on the doorstep. However, he was relieved when he realized that they were not interested in him at all. For him now, it is much better to remain alone, without attracting attention to himself, because he only needs to earn money. When he returned home, he decided to use the doubling skill on that very rare ring that he found in an antique shop. Soon, a glowing blue cell appeared in front of him again, in which the synthesis of the object began. However, the system soon informed the hero that the creation of the copy failed because his current level was not enough, and the copy success rate was currently 0%. Then Dylan realized that with his level, it was too early to try to copy such a rare relic. However, he still had some items that he found in the shop, and he decided to try his skill on them. Among them was an ordinary 67-year-old teapot, an ordinary writer's fountain pen, and a champion's magic belt. Then the hero decided that he would put this ring on his hand for now, because since he already has an awakened registration, he can use the DeusNet and find out the price of this ring. He planned to copy the rest of the things and put them up for auction. Over the past 20 years, many awakened ones have appeared all over the world, and DeusNet became a kind of space that united them all. Here they share news, information about dungeons, etc., and also have their own auction site where you can exchange or sell items. Meanwhile, an awakened archer girl named Renata was in her home in Japan, watching the auction. Soon she found something interesting there. It was the same pen that Dylan had displayed. The girl noted that such things rarely become relics, however. Judging by the description, this pen did a good job of raising the level of wisdom. Renata thought that it was very difficult to lift, so she definitely needed to buy it. However, several people were vying for this pen since the price was quite attractive. But despite this, Renata was still able to purchase this antique. Meanwhile, the story moves back to Seoul, to the White Lotus Guild building. On the highest floor of this building, there was an office, which also had something like a sauna. The girl turned to her boyfriend and said that he already knew that she was receiving a list of the latest transactions on DeusNet. This guy was the master of the White Lotus, the best guild of the Republic of Korea. His name was Connor, but he did not understand what his girlfriend was getting at. Then she explained that someone had recently put up one rare and one common relic, and one of them had already been bought. Connor guessed that the seller was no ordinary person. His girlfriend, the deputy head of the guild named Maria, said that this seller has a new ID, about which there is no data. And besides, with one awakened license, you can only create one login. She stated that there was something unclean here, since these were relics that could hardly be found even if you went through 30 dungeons. Connor then realized that she was hinting that this man had a hidden ability to find relics. Maria said that expensive relics are usually sold at the market, but weaker relics can be easily sold online. However, the seller did not seem like someone who often sold common and rare relics. The guy said that just anyone can have such things. Then he understood his girlfriend's hint and said that he would contact the development team and ask to find out information about this person. Hearing this, Maria thanked him for his help. Meanwhile, the main character went to one of the parks, which was located not far from his home. Even though his physical fitness was not that strong, he decided to start doing push-ups because the system gave him the task of doing 50 push-ups. It was very difficult for him, but he still managed. For this, the system gave him skill points and also increased his level to 11, and reported that he had reached the second class of a magician. At first, Dylan didn't believe that he would succeed, but he felt the joy of being able to improve his skills just like in that very game. Moreover, he could also distribute points to the necessary indicators and thus slowly collect the characteristics of that same magician from the game. Then he decided to try to get the passive skills of movement spells and concentration. He needed these abilities to resist monsters, because all magicians fight them, which is why these spells are mandatory in the game. However, skills could only be acquired through training. As Dylan ran, he traced one of the spells called Tough Enduring Armor with his finger as he walked. However, the system informed him that the concentration of the spell had failed, and it was cancelled. The hero realized that he was unlikely to succeed the first time. However, he was determined to repeat this until something came out. After some time, he tried to use the spell again, but again it did not work. His spell crumbled right before his eyes. When, after 20 attempts, the hero still didn't succeed, he began to think about what the problem might be. Meanwhile, the children who were playing in the park were watching him and were surprised that this guy had already run so much, but was still not tired. One of the boys stared at him so much that he lost the ball. So his friend asked him to go and find the ball before he got lost. The boy apologized and ran in search of the ball. As it turned out, the soccer ball rolled right onto the road. But despite this, the boy continued to run after it, without looking around. Meanwhile, his friend noticed a huge truck moving at high speed right down the road and shouted to his friend to stop. The main character observed everything that was happening. He saw a little boy running onto the road right under the wheels of a truck. Then he immediately rushed from his place, intending to save the boy. The boy had almost picked up the soccer ball, but the truck was already very close. When he turned his head, he saw that the headlights were a few centimeters away from him. At that moment, the hero again decided to use his strong resistant armor skill and flew straight onto the road, covering the boy with his body. As it turned out, this time he was able to use this skill and stop the truck with his body, breaking the windshield. It was as if his entire body was enveloped in an invisible shield, which did not allow him to move even under the force of the transport moving towards him. However, the hero soon noticed that a cut appeared on his cheek. Then he realized that this shield did not cover his entire body. Then he suddenly remembered why he had appeared on this road in the first place. Turned around and asked the boy if he was okay. The boy looked incredibly scared, not understanding how this guy had just saved him from the car. Then suddenly a look of delight appeared on his face, and he called Dylan a true hero. After this, the system informed the hero that he could use the spell ability on the move, as well as the spell concentration ability. The hero then turned to the boy and said that he was very glad that everything was okay with him. After that, he stroked the boy's head, trying to calm him down. Meanwhile, passers-by gathered near the road. Some of them called an ambulance and said that a car had almost run over the child. Then the hero decided that it was time for him to leave here. However, the boy grabbed his hand and asked him to tell him his name before he left. At first, the main character doubted it, because he thought that if he revealed his name, they would start talking about him throughout the area. He didn't know what to do in this situation. However, he soon came up with an idea. He revealed his real name and said that since he really was something of a superhero, the boy should promise him that he would not tell his name to anyone. The boy was delighted and promised that he would keep his name a secret. After this, the main character immediately disappeared, telling the boy to be careful in future when playing near the road. Passers-by could not believe their eyes. They did not understand why this guy ran away, because he had no reason for this. Then they turned to the boy and asked if he knew him. However, he replied that he had no idea who it was. When evening came, the main character met with one of Lily's agents. The man told him that they had checked everything, and everything was absolutely fine. Without commission for the pen, they received more than 1 billion, and they were willing to give 450 million won for the belt. Soon they transferred money to the main character for the artifacts, and asked him to tell him when he would receive confirmation. Then Dylan took out his phone and asked the man to wait a little. When he opened the bank's app, he saw that he had indeed received 1.5 billion won. The main character was delighted, because he had never had more than 10 million. He told the men that the money had arrived. They thanked him for the deal and said they would take care of the relics. After that, they left, leaving the main character alone. Left alone, he thought about how many events had happened that day. The next day, the main character went to the bus stop. Soon he got off the bus and headed to the right place. He needed to find out which bus goes to the Road of the Awakened. Looking at the schedule, he realized that bus number 30 was going there and would arrive in 15 minutes. However, at this moment, the ground under his feet began to shake again. He couldn't believe this was happening again. The faces of those terrible goblins he had seen recently appeared before his eyes again. He also remembered a fighter named Kim who gave his life fighting these monsters. But this time, the main character was determined and decided to find out in advance where the gate would open. At that moment, the young man standing behind him suddenly fell to the ground. Dylan turned around and asked if he was okay. Then the young man pointed his finger somewhere behind him and said that there was something up behind him. When Dylan raised his head and looked up, he was terrified. The gate opened right above his head, and glass shards seemed to fall from there. The next moment he realized that spears were flying straight at him. However, thanks to his skills, the main character managed to react and dodged all 3 spears flying at him. When he turned around, he saw that these spears were so sharp that they could pierce the ground. Apparently, they were owned by unusual monsters. When he saw another spear land right in front of him, he began to realize who he was dealing with. In front of him stood a monster with glasses, an old face, but a young body. Dylan thought that someone who creates incredible things that no one has ever seen before might be a gnome. Dylan realized that a dwarf was now standing in front of him. Soon the gnome jumped out of the spatial gate and looked angrily at the main character. At that moment, someone called out to them, and Dylan and the dwarf turned their heads towards the sound. A girl appeared in front of them. She threw off her jacket, finding herself in a sweatshirt and armor, with a rapier in her hand. She looked at the dwarf and told him to fight her. Without waiting for an answer, she jumped high and rushed at him. The dwarf screamed in rage, calling his allies to gather. The next moment, several more gnomes appeared behind him, and the girl was horrified when she saw this. They immediately pointed crossbows with iron arrows at her. Since the girl was already in flight, she could not dodge the arrows. She prepared herself to die, but soon the arrows pierced her body, but she did not feel pain. When she opened her eyes, she saw that her entire body was shrouded in an invisible shield that did not allow the arrows of the dwarves to pass through. As it turned out, it was Dylan's spell. At the last moment, he managed to use a shield to protect the girl. At first, she didn't believe that this guy could really save her. However, he told her to stop looking around because another dwarf was attacking her. The girl covered herself with her hands from his attack, but could hardly withstand such strong pressure. Then Dylan decided to use his spells: Harmony of Magic, Coordination of the Poles, and Magic Missile, and soon several laser-like shots pierced the dwarf's body. The next moment, half of the dwarf's head flew off to the side. The girl looked at what was happening in horror, not believing that she was saved again. Then Dylan told her that it was too dangerous here and she should leave. But the girl replied that she was also an awakened one and had to fight. Dylan then pointed at the iron golem and said that she would change her mind when she saw him in battle. At that moment, the ground shook, and a huge iron golem landed on the ground with a hammer in its hands and a giant iron shield. When the golem looked at the girl with its red glowing eyes, her body was paralyzed and she did not understand what was happening. Dylan approached her and explained that this is the intimidating ability of higher monsters. If she gets scared, her body will no longer be able to move. Then the girl asked how he dealt with this himself. The main character picked her up and said that he had already experienced something similar once. After that, he jumped high, holding the girl in his arms. At first, the girl looked at him with disbelief, because he saved her again, but she herself could not move. A moment later, they landed in a safe place, and the rapier fell from her hands as she still couldn't move. Then Dylan said that even though he used a shield, she was most likely still in shock from the arrows, and suggested that she rest. The girl, with a trembling voice, thanked him for saving her. After this, the main character asked if he could borrow her rapier. The girl agreed, but warned him to beware of arrows, because this sword is not very effective against them. When Dylan picked up the rapier, the system told him that it was a regular motif's rapier, which increases strength by 10 points. He thought that this weapon would be quite suitable for this fight. Without hesitation, he rushed to the attack. In a moment, he was above the heads of the remaining dwarves. During the flight, he counted 10 dwarves with hammers and 9 archers. In addition, among them was the captain, Iron Golem. Dylan understood that with such equipment, he would not be able to defeat the golem with a magic missile, so he decided to start with the minions. Besides, the golem's shield was shrouded in a strange aura. Then the hero decided to use his skills and rushed to the attack. Soon, several lasers shot out from his palm and pierced the dwarves directly into their heads. When some of them were finished, he finally landed on the ground. With a smile, he thought that the effectiveness of the magic projectile in reality would be better than in the game. The surviving gnomes looked at the guy with hatred because he had just killed their partners. After that, they immediately rushed to attack. But the main character kept his cool. The next moment, he used a skill called Fear, and a huge shadow with red eyes appeared behind him, which terrified everyone who looked at it. When the dwarves saw her, they immediately stopped, unable to resist such strong fear. One of them thought that a huge dragon was standing in front of him and was about to attack him. The monster suddenly rose to its feet and growled loudly at the dwarf. The dwarf had no choice but to shoot him with his crossbow. With his own eyes, he saw the arrow pierce the dragon's forehead. However, he actually shot one of his teammates. The main character understood that fear is much more effective than many skills, because under the influence of the wisdom skill, it can cause hallucinations. He also thought that he had done the right thing when he installed a copy of the fountain pen. However, the hero understood that its effect would not last long, so he needed to hurry up and deal with the boss. He then used the magic missile skill again and sent the beams straight towards the golem. However, they were all repelled by his shield, which was shrouded in an incomprehensible green aura. Dylan realized that this shield had high resistance to magic, so he decided to use a different method. After this, he decided to use magic on the rapier, turning to Mother Nature and asking her to allow him to use the power of disharmony and enchant the weapon. Thus, the rapier acquired a rare level and also significantly increased the strength and damage of the main character. He then rushed straight at the golem, whose body was shrouded in a dark aura. He aimed his enchanted weapon directly at his shield, and this time he managed to break through it. He noticed that the golem's limbs began to shake. At this point, Dylan chuckled, saying that the golem had trusted its shield too much. Such a strong blow left a huge hole in the golem's head, and soon the helmet fell off. However, when the main character saw what was under the helmet, he was shocked. As it turned out, there was absolutely nothing inside. Not believing his eyes, Dylan retreated, deciding to think about what to do next. At this moment, the golem raised its hammer again and intended to hit the hero. The impact was so strong that it shattered the stones. And at that moment, the glowing light bulb that was in the golem's head made an incomprehensible sound. At this moment, the hero decided to use his skill again. He jumped high above the golem and fired magic missiles at it again. This blow was so strong that parts of the golem's armor flew off his body. At that moment, Dylan realized that all this time one of the goblins had been inside. Apparently, it was the boss. However, he realized that the shield was broken, and his spells seemed to be starting to work against him. Then the main character looked back at the other gnomes, realizing that soon the effect of fear would begin to end. Realizing that he needed to end this as quickly as possible, he rushed to the attack. He once again used the magic missile skill and aimed them at the golem. Having lost almost all of his armor, the dwarf was forced to defend himself with only a shield. He put it in front of him, shielding himself from magical projectiles. However, at that moment, the main character quietly ran behind the golem. While he was distracted, he again struck him with magical projectiles, but this time in the back, which was not protected. At that moment, the dwarf realized that he had just been deceived. Dylan watched what was happening with a smile. He thought that this dwarf was clearly mistaken when he decided that there was an ordinary magician in front of him. He then decided it was time to end this and jumped high into the air, charging straight at the dwarf, intending to kill him with an aerial attack. In flight, he used his skills again. Soon, magical missiles flew out of his palm and struck the dwarf. His body began to shatter into pieces as soon as the magical projectiles touched him. When it was all over, the main character approached the golem, which lay helplessly in a pool of the gnome's blood. Then he realized that he had practically completed this battle. All he had to do was deal with the gnomes, who were slowly coming to their senses. Without hesitation, he rushed at them with his enchanted rapier. It took him only a few moments to defeat these absolutely incompetent opponents. After that, he sat down on a bench to rest a little. The hero thought that fortunately this time only the leader had an enchanted shield. But he did not know what could happen next time. He understood that he needed to quickly find a second-class spell. At that moment, Lily came up to him and greeted him. She said that they seemed to be seeing each other very often. She then looked around the battlefield and asked if he had managed it alone. The hero replied that it was so. Then Lily asked him what about that girl Katarina who fought with him. The hero said that she was wounded at the beginning of the battle, so he carried her away. However, he had a more important proposal. He wanted to talk about compensation for this outbreak. The fact is that in cases where the awakened are involved in stopping an unforeseen outbreak, they are offered compensation from the spoils. However, Lily said that he didn't have to worry about it. She examined the battlefield again and said that he had defeated 19 dwarves, as well as one leader. Now it was necessary to count the crystals that remained from them, as well as weapons, armor, and corpses. But, judging by the preliminary examination, Dylan should have received about 500 million. When the hero heard this, he decided that it was time for him to move out of here. But the girl was surprised and asked where he was going. She stopped him and asked if he really wanted to do an interview. However, the hero smiled awkwardly and said that he did not want to be conspicuous. So he asked the girl to settle everything on her own. Lily said that in this case they would do it themselves, and once again thanked the hero for his work. After which Dylan headed towards his house and asked to hand the rapier back to its owner. At that moment, journalists approached the girl and asked where the same awakened one, who alone fought with these gnomes, had gone, since they would like to know more about him. Meanwhile, the story moves to a large building with many floors. A girl was sitting in one of the offices on the upper floors. At that moment, a man named Charlie entered her. When he crossed the threshold of the room, she said that she warned him that he should knock before entering. Then Charlie awkwardly said that in that case, he should go out and come back in again. But the girl stopped him and asked what happened. As it turned out, the man was the deputy head of the Plum Blossom Guild. He reported that there was an outbreak in the Shining area, but there were no deaths. There was only one injury. He said that there were 2 awakened F ranks on site. One of them figured out everything. Then the girl asked him to stop dragging and tell him what he was getting at. The guy said that an F-rank newcomer was able to deal with a pack of E-rank dwarves with just magic and 1 sword. But they said that what he used was like a spell. The girl said that she had never seen such a thing in person, and asked if the man thought that this was a special type of awakened ability. Charlie said that this was the first time he had seen someone use awakened powers in this way. He also added that in addition to this, he used something like crowd control and a magical force field while being an F-rank awakened. As it turned out, the girl was the master of the Plum Blossom Guild. Her name was Lizzie. She said that before the rest of the guilds woke up, they should take the initiative into their own hands. Then she asked the man why he came here when he heard this news. But Charlie did not understand her question, because the girl herself asked him to report everything to her. These words made Lizzie very angry, and she tried to control her anger. However, then she suddenly shouted, saying that in this case, Charlie should have immediately rushed to the scene to hire this newcomer. Since this was the first time they had heard of such abilities, it was clearly something unusual, and she was surprised that Charlie did not understand that such a person needed to be brought into the guild. Feeling a little awkward, Charlie said that he would go there right away. Without waiting for him to leave on his own, Lizzie kicked him out of the office, telling him to stop talking and go there immediately. Meanwhile, the story moves to one of the city's districts. An expensive white car was driving along one of the roads. Maria, the deputy head of the White Lotus Guild, was driving. The news said that this time the outbreak occurred in the Shining area. However, the main theme was that during this outbreak, an F-rank rookie named Dylan dispatched the dwarves with 1 blow. At that moment, the girl received a call from her boyfriend Connor, and she asked him what happened. The man was unhappy, saying that she left all the work to him. Then Maria said that they agreed that she would handle external relations, and also asked what price they should set. Connor suggested that they should set the price at 3 billion, but Maria doubted that such an amount would be enough to lure such an unusual awakened. Then Connor said that they would offer 10 billion, and in return, Maria would pass the internal test for the guild. The girl grinned, but agreed. She said that she would use all her charm and would definitely bring this guy to them. However, Connor told her to get busy and not flirt with other men. The story moves to the house where the main character lived. On the door of his house, it was written that his price was 100 billion won. And if someone is not going to pay that amount, then they should not bother him. The people who gathered near his house thought that he was either a very amazing person or simply crazy. Some of them were very annoyed that this guy thought he was so important that he would charge such a price for his abilities. Meanwhile, Maria's car drove up to his house. She got out of the car, thereby attracting everyone's attention. Journalists immediately recognized her as the deputy head of the White Lotuses. She was the best guild in Korea. Some of them couldn't believe that Maria came here in person to hire this guy. Then the journalists began to discuss that they should leave here, since this guy had no plans to sign a contract anyway. Maria turned to them, saying that they didn't have a chance to begin with, and asked why they came here. She stated that only with the wealth of the White Lotus could such an unusual recruit be achieved. However, when she noticed the note that was hanging on his door, she was perplexed that this guy was really asking for 100 billion. She then turned to one of the men who were standing and asked what he thought about it. The deputy head of the Mukan Guild was furious. He said that the girl should not dare to utter his name with her filthy mouth. He stated that no guild would dare to pay so much money to an F-rank awakened because of some strange spells. However, Maria said that this is not just a spell. This guy is actually unusual. Then the man said that although he had not seen this guy in person, he was sure that this was just a crazy price, and he would never be able to get these 100 billion in his life. But Maria doubted it. She said that apparently, Mr. Dylan wants to find a place that will appreciate his talents. She then called Dylan's name, asking him to leave the house, but there was no response. Then she said that she would leave today, but invited him to meet next time with conditions that would satisfy both parties. After that, she got into her car and drove away. When the main character heard that they had finally moved away from his house, he thought that it was nice to feel that so many people were trying to get his attention. However, he had no plans to join the guild for money just yet. In addition, working in a guild requires some sacrifices, and then the guy can say goodbye to his freedom. However, all he needed now was strength and height. And with such data, he could raise his level. Then he decided that it was time for him to act on his plan. After 5 days, he went to an area where there was an increased likelihood of monsters appearing. These 5 days, he continued to collect relics of different levels. He also found a suit that he managed to assemble from what was left in Shinin. He also spent 500 million on armored vehicles, and his performance was much higher than 5 days ago. The man who guarded the entrance to this territory told the hero that he had checked his license and therefore he could go inside. He then asked for the gate to be opened. Seeing a bright flash of light in front of him, the hero grinned and headed inside. 20 years have passed since the awakened ones appeared, during which time dozens of dungeons have appeared throughout the country. However, most of them belong to either the awakened administration or guilds. In order to use the dungeons, a number of sacrosanct rules must be observed. For an awakened person who does not belong to any guild, going there will be an extremely difficult task. But the territories are different from dungeons. This word denotes places where, due to differences in the ecosystem, monsters appear most often. They are fenced off by a high fence 10 meters long, and inside they live. Monsters multiply. The reason for this content is that by killing monsters, you can get magic crystals and raise your level. Mainly, awakened loners go to such places. Soon, the main character walked inside and saw 3 small goblins surrounding a mountain of meat. They immediately pounced on the meat and began to eat it, not paying attention to anything around them. Meanwhile, the main character watched them from above, sitting on one of the tree branches. While the goblins were distracted, he used his magic missile skills. In an instant, laser projectiles pierced the goblins' bodies. Soon, there was nothing left of them except their headless bodies, which lay in a pool of their blood. The hero was pleased. His performance had finally increased, so now he didn't have to run around like crazy after these goblins trying to hit them. He had a feeling that he had already seen something like this. Although it all looked good, the hero already understood that he was accustomed to his new life. He wondered if this was what was meant when the system notified him that he had received the entire experience. Clutching the suitcase he was carrying tightly in his hands, the hero thought that this system was not so bad. Then he pulled out the remaining meat from the suitcase. At this moment, the goblins who were nearby smelled fresh meat and immediately followed the smell. In addition, there was an animal in the forest that looked like a large wolf. Soon, the main character was surrounded by goblins and wolves. However, he was confident in himself, as he had already raised his skills to the required level for this territory. Meanwhile, the story moves to a building that worked with the reception of monster corpses. The worker counted the corpses of monsters and soon reached the mark of 50 pieces. This was the first time the man had seen the corpses of goblins so well preserved, as well as the corpses of other demons. He thanked the main character for selling him such good corpses. Then Dylan asked him how much money he was entitled to for all this. The man said that they would take 300 million for all these corpses. The rest of the fighters who were next to the main character said that this was the first time they had seen someone receive such a large amount for corpses. The morgue worker said that Dylan had received a package. It was a book, but it was unpackaged. The man explained this by saying that they were forced to open it for safety reasons, but they did not harm the item in any way. He then thanked Dylan again for bringing them such good corpses, but the hero said that he was just lucky that he had acquired such talent. Feeling the envious gaze of the other fighters on him, he thought that he would really like to do without all this fuss. When the hero received his money, he was watched by an unfamiliar guy with black hair and a white strand in the middle. Next to him stood 2 more guys with a similar hairstyle, but one version had blue hair, and the other had pink hair. They were discussing that this guy received 300 million for the corpses. They didn't like it very much, because they worked tirelessly for several days and barely got 30 million. Moreover, the worker who received the corpses had never been so kind to them. The 3 guys once again looked with hatred at the newcomer who was able to get such a large amount of money. One of them said that he seemed to think that he was better than the others because he could use magic. Otherwise, he wouldn't act so arrogantly. Then the guys decided it would be a great idea to just kill this upstart. One of them smiled slyly and invited his brothers to kill this idiot. The other 2 guys looked at him in surprise, not believing that their brother was actually offering to do this. Then the blue-haired guy said that he had earned so much today and would probably come back again. And they had been here for 2 years and had never met him, so he was sure that this guy was new. He already had a plan. he decided to lie in wait for him as he stuffed the corpses into the truck. After that, they will approach him from behind and finish him off. They will then take the truck and say that they are his traveling companions, and then leave the area forever. In addition, upon entering the territory, everyone signs an agreement that the person entering is responsible for everything that happens to him inside. The guys decided that in this case they could take his money, armored truck, and crystals. The next day, the main character came to the territory again, and when he dealt with the monsters, he began to pack their corpses into his truck. He thought that collecting all these corpses was much more difficult than killing these monsters. Meanwhile, the guys who planned to kill him were already hiding in the bushes and preparing to attack. However, they moved too noisily, which is why the bushes in which they hid began to rustle. The main character noticed strange sounds behind him. When he turned around, he saw one of the guys flying at him with a weapon in his hands. However, the protagonist's reaction was very fast, and he managed to use his shield to protect himself from the attack. The guy with yellow hair said that he shouldn't have been so careless about his safety. Meanwhile, his brothers watched the battle and cheered their brother from the bushes, saying that he was doing a great job fighting this guy. Then the guy once again raised his weapon over the main character, intending to deal him a fatal blow. He used a huge club to attack, but the main character was able to stop it with one hand. There seemed to be absolutely no emotion on his face. However, he then opened his eyes and grimly addressed his attacker, asking if he was really going to kill him. Then he took him by the head and asked if he really decided to attack him with such skills. He then said that if he killed the person who tried to attack him, it would be self-defense. After that, the main character used the flaming hand skill, burning the head and body of the yellow-haired guy. He watched emotionlessly as his face melted right in his hand. The guy screamed in horror while his body was burned with fire. But soon his screams stopped. His brothers watched everything that was happening in horror, not daring to move. When the guy died, the main character let his lifeless body fall to the ground. Suddenly, behind him, he heard strange sounds, and at the same moment he activated his shield again. It was just in time, because a moment later plates crashed into him, which could have cut off his limbs if not for his protection. Then he turned to the source of the sound. Behind him, he saw two men standing in the bushes and still unable to move from horror. The pink-haired boy asked his brother if he had just missed, but the blue-haired boy was sure that he had hit his target. Then he shouted, saying that this guy is not a newbie at all, and told his brother to run away from here. The main character turned to them, saying that their skills and ability to work together left much to be desired. And yet, they decided to attack him. After that, he used a magic missile and aimed it straight at the fleeing blue-haired guy. His brother watched in horror as he fell to the ground. However, he decided that he was not going to leave it just like that. After that, the guy picked up a shield and a sword and looked menacingly at the main character. He thought that despite the main character's strength, he still couldn't use his spells forever. After that, he rushed to the attack, intending to finish him off with the help of his impenetrable shield. At this moment, the main character used a spell called Colorful Death. He also used the Color Jet spell and sent it straight towards his opponent. The guy didn't believe that Dylan was going to limit his view. The fact is that the jet of color can affect the enemy's vision and can also stun him when used for a long time. But Dylan's level has increased quite significantly, and now this spell can direct waves of vibration across the enemy's body. The next moment, the pink-haired guy felt bloody tears begin to flow from his eyes. A moment later, he fell to his knees, not understanding what was happening, because he did not even feel the force of the blow. When he raised his eyes and looked at Dylan, he realized that he was wrong to doubt the guy's strength. Now he understood that he was not a simple beginner. The main character decided not to stand on ceremony, and in one deft movement, cut off his opponent's head. These guys wanted to take his life, but now they paid a high price for this attempt. Then the hero realized that there was one more enemy left alive. Meanwhile, the blue-haired guy, badly wounded, tried to run away and hide in the bushes. However, when he looked back, he noticed with horror that he was left completely alone. Then he screamed, begging for mercy, and said that he would never meet Dylan again. However, the hero said that he was not so holy as to let go of the one who tried to kill him. After that, he sent magical projectiles directly into the guy's body. The blue-haired guy tried to run away, but the shells were faster and hit him right in the back. The guy screamed in severe pain, feeling the life leaving him. The main character watched without emotion as his body fell to the ground. When he approached him, he saw that the guy was already dead. Moreover, all the trees that were in the path of his magical projectiles were broken in half. At that moment, the hero realized that these guys could not withstand even one of his spells. Soon, he heard two people running towards him. It was the agents. When they examined the scene, they were horrified and asked Dylan what happened here. At this moment, the hero looked at the bodies of his opponents, which lay near his feet. He did not interfere with the agents, and said that he would definitely tell them what happened here. He approached one of them and described in vivid colors the battle that took place between him and the three attackers. The agents then said that they would double-check the CCTV footage, but assumed that the action would be considered self-defense. But they still insisted that Dylan cooperate with them. When he agreed, the agents said that they needed to remove the corpses and move out of here. At that moment, the hero thought that because of these idiots, he would have to finish his work for the day and lose some money. However, at this moment, he felt an ominous aura approaching him. He turned to the agents and asked if they felt this magic. But the men did not understand what he meant. He then pointed to the bushes from which two blue eyes were glowing and said that magic came from this place. One of the agents said that he seemed to be very sensitive right now because he had just been in a fight. Then he said that he would go and check the place. However, the main character understood that this would be too dangerous and ordered the agents to get out of here immediately. Nevertheless, the man headed to the place indicated by the main character and took a closer look at him. At that moment, a giant monster resembling a saber-toothed wolf appeared right in front of him. Seeing a man in front of him, he howled furiously at him, revealing his razor-sharp teeth. The hero understood that in front of him was the leader of the wolves in this territory, which he hunted when he played the game. The agent was frozen with fear and could not move. At that moment, the wolf rushed straight at him. However, the protagonist's reaction was amazing, so he immediately activated his shield, protecting the agent. The man looked in front of him in shock, not understanding why he was still alive. Then the main character shouted at him to get out of here immediately. After that, he used his skill called fireworks on his fingertips. He then used the flaming hands skill when he was sure the agent was out of the skill's range. The wolf wanted to rush at the guy, but he realized in time what he was going to do and jumped out of the fireball. Then the hero realized that such attacks would not work because the wolf was too fast. Moreover, with the help of his roar, he could summon his flock. Therefore, now a whole pack of wolves, slightly smaller, was approaching them. The agents watched in horror what was happening, not understanding what to do in such a situation. Soon they were surrounded by a pack of wolves, and they did not even understand where they were coming from. Then the main character ordered them to get into his truck and leave here. He said that it was armored, so they could get out of this territory without any problems. However, the agents said that they had to help him deal with these wolves. However, Dylan stood his ground and said that these agents had just nearly died. He stated that if they were not here, it would be much easier for him to deal with these monsters. Then the agents came to the conclusion that they really couldn't do anything in this situation and decided to leave here and call for help. At that moment, the wolf growled again, and the sound of his roar spread throughout the entire territory. When the hero turned around, he saw that one of the agents was surrounded by wolves. The man put his fists in front of him, saying that he would stay here and the rest should get into the car and leave. At that moment, one of the wolves opened its mouth and rushed at the man. However, the man punched him in the lower jaw, forcing his mouth shut. He then hit him so hard that his head shattered into pieces, at which point the man decided that even without armor he could handle these wolves. However, his opinion quickly changed as the other wolves were closing in on him, and he couldn't handle them all alone. The monsters then knocked him to the ground and were about to kill him. However, at that moment, their bodies were pierced by magical projectiles fired by the main character. One of the agents ran up to his wounded comrade and grabbed him by the collar, dragging him inside the car. After that, they drove to the exit from the territory, promising the main character that they would return with help. At that moment, Dylan thought that he was finally able to get these agents out of here. However, when he looked around, he was horrified. A huge wolf flew towards him, intending to kill him with its clawed paw. He realized that the claws on the wolf's paw were unusual. A magical aura emanated from them. After this, the wolf delivered a crushing blow that landed directly on the ground. The fact is that the main character managed to run behind him, noticing that the wolf first jumped and then hit with his paw and after that, he had to swing his tail. The hero was sure of this because he saw his attack in the game. He knew that if he returned from this attack, the others would attack him. And so it happened. As soon as he returned from the attack with his tail, 3 small wolves immediately jumped on him. However, their attack also fell on empty ground. The main character managed to jump up, leaving the wolves on the ground. Then he began to remember what attacks should follow this. He saw that the body of the big wolf seemed to be pierced by lightning. Then the wolf let out a loud roar again, and lightning rushed upward. The main character watched in surprise what would happen next. The next moment, lightning struck straight into the ground. After that, a wolf ran out from there. Strong rage was visible on his face. When the smoke cleared, the remaining wolves saw that a rather large crater had formed at the site of the impact. Then the monsters looked up and realized that more magical projectiles were flying at them. However, their reaction was too slow, and so the next moment their bodies were pierced by magical lasers. The main character also aimed projectiles at the main wolf, but they seemed to cause him absolutely no damage. Dylan then laughed, saying that, just like in the game, the wolf cannot move after using the ability. Then he raised his finger up and began to draw another spell, deciding that it was time to end this. He then summoned 1,000 magical missiles and aimed them at the wolf. After that, he used the fireworks spell on his fingertips. This was followed by the flaming hands spell. To finish, Dylan used a magic missile and aimed this combination of spells directly at his opponent. The wolf watched in horror as fiery magical projectiles flew at him, from which he could not dodge. The next moment, there was a deafening explosion. After some time, workers appeared on the territory and checked whether the leader of the wolves was really dead, after which the main character was interrogated about the trio. Thanks to the black box that was built into the truck, it was easy to prove the guilt of those guys. However, they might not be the only ones who decided to steal items from other awakened ones. So the hero decided to remain vigilant. He decided that relying only on armor and weapons was too dangerous. So he needed a companion. Dylan decided that the current level would be enough for him to buy some kind of mini-drone. Soon the main character reached the 5th level in mechanics, and again arrived on the territory in his armored vehicle. He decided that all this could be done at home, but he was too eager to test the actions of the new items, and besides, all the necessary spare parts that he ordered on the internet had already arrived. Dylan was nervous, as if this was his first attempt at using the doubling skill. He thought that a dimension stone coated with metal would make a great drone. He realized that he was watching the process of creating an object that he had only seen in games. The guy was delighted and decided that he could watch this endlessly. After that, he picked up 2 sticks, deciding that he should not forget about them. The system soon reported that the Avalon wand had been added to the drone, and the device was 75% complete. Shortly thereafter, the system reported that the drone was fully manufactured. The main character looked with delight at the creation he held in his hands. His drone emitted such a bright light that it attracted other monsters. A small flock of goblins noticed the bright light and went towards its source. Then the main character grinned and decided to test his new invention on these monsters. He sent 2 of his drones to deal with the goblins. Although they looked in no way different from ordinary drones, due to the fact that they were created using a mechanics spell, they could gain greater speed. Against monsters without high skill, these drones were like a top predator. The drones easily tracked the goblins and aimed for their heads. The next moment, they fired lasers that the goblins could not dodge. The main character was delighted when he saw the result of his creation. He understood that now even his relatives would not be able to identify the bodies of these goblins. Then he decided to check out the rest of the drone's functions. He decided that first he needed to try to raise his level of mechanics. He knew that to create a golem, he needed at least 11th level. And then he would only have to fulfill one condition. As it turned out, a video of the fight between Dylan and those 3 guys was posted on the internet. Someone admired the guy's strength, and someone was horrified, not understanding how an awakened person could be capable of such strength. This video was posted by a girl with purple hair. She watched with pleasure as the number of views and her subscribers grew. She knew that thanks to this video, she could gain a sufficient number of subscribers, and Dylan would become more popular. So everyone wins in this situation. Soon, this news reached other people. Charlie told Lizzie that he had found an interesting video and asked her to watch it. At first, the girl was skeptical about this proposal, asking what could be unusual about it. However, She soon realized that the video was of the same Dylan. Then Charlie said that he thought it was just a video of him hunting. Lizzie was stunned when she saw the entire video. Then she suddenly rose from her seat and addressed Charlie. She said it looked like she'd have to talk to Dylan in person. When Charlie asked her if she was really going to meet him in person, the girl got angry, saying that from this video it was clear that this guy was unusually strong. She then grabbed the man by the collar, saying that this low-ranking fighter had killed 3 awakened ones and the leader of the wolf. But Charlie still doubted that offering 100 billion to a newcomer was too much. Then Lizzie asked him if he could kill such a monster himself, being an F-rank fighter. But Charlie said that it would be too difficult. The girl shouted that she had never heard of such a thing either. But now this guy was very strong, and if he became even stronger, he would be worth much more than 100 billion. She then grabbed the man by the tie and said they didn't have time to sit around. She dragged him to the exit of the office, saying that they urgently needed to move out. The same thing happened in other guilds. They decided that there was no time to waste, and they urgently needed to go to a meeting with this guy. They were sure that if they could get such a fighter, they would immediately break into the top. Thus, serious competition for Dylan broke out between the guilds. Meanwhile, the main character continued his work in the territory and soon earned 700 million. However, now he was not even surprised at such amounts, since this had become a common thing for him. At that moment, Charlie called him. The main character knew that he was the deputy head of the Plum Blossom Guild, who had recently invited him to them. And then the main character took his number from the business card that he left. Dylan decided to pick up the phone. But instead of Charlie, he heard a female voice, which introduced itself as Lizzie, the head of the guild. She said that Charlie was currently driving, and she wanted to talk to Dylan personally, and asked where he was now. To which the main character replied that he was currently busy on the territory, but if it was not something urgent, then he hangs up. Then the girl hastily stopped him, saying that even if he was busy, there was nothing wrong with it. She stated that she wanted to talk about his admission to the guild. Lizzie said that at that time, Dylan posted a price of 100 billion on the door, and if what they saw in the video is true, then they are considering paying him that amount. At this moment, Charlie intervened in the conversation, saying that in his opinion this was still too much money. But the girl ordered him to shut up and look at the road. Then she turned to the main character again, asking if he agreed to such conditions. But Dylan asked what she meant when she talked about some video. The girl explained that a girl named Helena posted a video of Dylan, but the main character said that this was the first time he had heard about it. He stated that first he needed to understand this situation, and therefore he was forced to end the conversation. This time, Lizzie failed to stop him, and the main character hung up. Then Charlie turned to her again, telling her to stop thinking about this stupid plan. At that moment, the girl grabbed him by the throat, asking if he really had nothing more to say other than this. Soon, the main character found out that someone actually posted a video of him fighting with those 3 guys. He realized that apparently this was done in order to gain subscribers. However, he also realized that someone might misinterpret the video and think he was the killer. However, since everyone had already learned that he was using a spell, he needed to take advantage of the moment. The main character thought that he was not going to join the guild, but would be able to go down into the dungeon, thereby increasing his level much faster. Then Dylan decided to send a message to everyone who invited him to join the guild. He said that even though he wasn't the one who posted the video of him hunting, his skills are no longer valued at 100 billion. Dylan said that he would explain the reason for this decision at midnight tonight, and if someone is interested, they can come and see it in person. Meanwhile, the story moves to the Jongsan building. The head of Jongsan Group, Peter, addressed his daughter Daniela, saying that he had already told her to dress more modestly. His daughter was the head of the Jongsan Guild. She said that in other clothes she was not comfortable moving around in the dungeons. Then Peter showed her a tablet with a picture of armor and said that the guild could make such a suit for her, and she could defend herself in it. However, Daniela said that this armor was much less protective than her own. She also stated that this time she did not want to sit on the sidelines in this situation. Then Peter asked if she was also attracted to this guy. Daniela confirmed this, saying that she watched the video and is now sure of it. Then her father said that he contacted the management of the Awakened Ones, and they said that this person is a very ordinary magician. He said that magicians are usually rated so low because it is impossible to develop their skills in several directions at once. However, Daniela said that after watching the video with this guy, she was sure that this was not just an awakened magician. Peter asked her if she really thought this guy was worth that much money, but the girl wasn't sure yet. However, her intuition usually never failed. Peter was extremely surprised by this reaction from his daughter. He smiled as he had not seen her so animated for a long time. However, in his opinion, that guy was an ordinary low-ranking rookie. However, he decided to change his mind since his daughter was very excited about it. Then he asked her if she really came to him only about this, and clarified how much money she needed. He asked if 10 billion would be enough for her. However, Daniela said that she would need approximately 200 billion. Peter was surprised at first, but said that he would prepare everything, but asked not to waste the money. Hearing this, the girl rushed to hug the man and said that her dad was the best and she loved him very much. When it was 12 o'clock at night, Lily went to Deus Market. She greeted everyone present and introduced herself as Lily from Awakened Control. Lizzie and Charlie were also inside. Then the girl said that today they would hold a slightly strange auction, but she thought that many already knew what she meant. Then she decided to introduce the most hotly discussed face of society in recent days. The spotlights fell directly on Dylan, who stood in the middle of the stage. The main character took the microphone in his hands and introduced himself, saying that he was pleased to meet everyone present. He said that, as they could see in the video, unlike other awakened mages, after using magic, he did not need time to rest and accumulate mana. One of the guests said that this was a lie, since it had never happened before that a person could use magic without wasting mana. He asked Dylan to stop this whole farce, otherwise he would meet with his abilities. The man was sure that the guy simply edited this video. Then the main character raised his hand and drew a shield spell with his finger. At this moment, the man discovered that a shield surrounded him, and armor also appeared on his body. The guests sitting next to him were shocked that the spell worked so quickly, and there was not even any delay between the two spells. Then Dylan said that the speed is really different. He grinned and asked if the man was happy with the result. When the man realized that he had lost the argument, he decided not to answer. Then the guests began to talk about how such a trick could be performed since the shield skill was very simple, but they doubted that the attack spells would work. Then the main character said that he assumed that the guests would begin to doubt, so he prepared well. He pointed to an unusual pillar that stood on the stage and said that he would show his skills on his assistant. At that moment, Daniela, who was sitting among the guests, raised her hand and said that she would like to help him in the demonstration. She said that she brought the tank from the Jongsun Guild here because she thought that she could help a lot more than the dummy that Dylan had prepared. At that moment, a girl with short dark hair with purple streaks stood up from her seat, wearing heavy armored armor. The main character understood that in order to use his skills, an awakened magician must weave a spell. However, regular magic takes a certain amount of time and also does not allow movement while weaving the spell. However, this has disadvantages, as sometimes mages face attacks from large monsters. In this case, they have to turn to tanks for help. However, as long as he could speak the spell, it would work at that very moment. And since he did not waste time weaving spells, he could move around calmly. However, attack power does not need to be accumulated compared to normal skills. Moreover, she comes out stronger. That was the thing about Dylan. At that moment, a girl in armor entered the stage. The guests behind her back said that in order to invite her to the raid, they would have to pay a considerable sum. But the girl ignored these words and introduced herself, saying that her name was Sonia. Dylan asked her if she was sure she could handle it. Then Sonia said that he shouldn't worry. She said that she would definitely be a better assistant than him. Plus, she would like to personally experience the power of Dylan's spells. The girl then addressed the crowd, introducing herself by name and saying that she worked for the Jongsun Guild. She then invited the guests to look at her characteristics, which were presented on tablets. Lizzie stated that with Sonia's help, they could truly appreciate Dylan's strength. She knew that the level of defense could not be raised with other statistics points. One could only rely on relics and skills. However, if this girl has such excellent performance in normal conditions, then during the battle they are probably even higher. At this moment, the same battle with the three guys who wanted to kill him flashed before the eyes of the main character again. He knew that, aside from those three weaklings, This would be his chance to test his magic on a tank that specialized in defense. Then Sonya prepared her shield and said that she was ready to test the guy's abilities. She carefully watched his actions from behind her shield. At this point, the announcer said that for the safety of the audience, they would fence the stage with a shield. Soon, the guests saw that a shield similar to a luminous cage appeared in front of them. At this moment, the main character began to call upon his spells. He then sent 5 magical missiles at the girl, and soon there was a loud explosion. But her shield was not damaged. However, Sonya understood that each of his blows was incredibly powerful, and he launched 5 projectiles at once. After that, the guy used a combination of fireworks on his fingertips and flame hands. The audience was delighted when they realized that the guy uses such destructive attacks, but does not waste time weaving spells. At that moment, Sonya realized that her shield could not withstand such strong attacks, and cracks appeared on it. Soon her shield completely burst, and she was left practically defenseless. Daniela watched in horror as Sonya's first defense was destroyed, despite the fact that she is one of the strongest awakened D rank. However, Dylan was still unable to destroy her shield. Then Sonya turned to him, asking if he was going to show anything else. She stated that she could still continue because she didn't feel anything and wanted Dylan to show his best. There was a grin on her face. It seemed like she was provoking the guy. Daniela grinned. She knew that Sonya rarely recognized magicians except the most prominent ones, but she was finally interested in someone. If they could get Dylan, they could make a great team. Then the main character said that they should really stop playing and decided to use stronger skills. He once again used the flaming hand spell and sent more projectiles towards the girl. This time, there were much more shells. And soon, a deafening explosion was heard on the stage. Sonya watched his attacks in surprise, not knowing how strong they would be. However, when they touched her shield, an even more deafening explosion was heard, due to which the guests could not see what was happening on the stage. They soon discovered with horror that the shield that protected them from what was happening on stage began to crack. All the guild representatives present in the hall were horrified. However, when the smoke cleared, they saw that Sonya was still standing and holding her shield. However, when she came to her senses, she discovered that such a strong flame had burned her hair. At that moment, the main character approached her and apologized, saying that he did not want to use such strong magic. However, Sonya stated that she was honored to be injured after so long, after which Dylan smiled and thanked her for her help. He took her hand, and the girl said that she would like to look at him in action again. After this, the announcer announced to everyone present that they were ending the demonstration. Dylan then addressed the crowd, saying that he wanted to make one more condition. He said that he did not plan to join any guild, and would like to sign the contract not as a member of the guild, but as a mercenary and partner. Connor was furious. He said that if he was not going to join the guild, then there was no point in paying him so much money. Then the main character stated that this was only his choice. Connor shouted that this guy shouldn't show off his skills, and then called Maria and said that they were leaving here. The rest of the guests also headed for the exit, since they were not interested in paying so much money in order to hire this guy solely as a mercenary. Then Dylan realized that there were only 2 girls left in the hall, Lizzie and Daniela. Lizzie asked the guy why they would pay so much money for a mercenary and not for a guild member. Dylan said he wasn't comfortable with the idea of just getting paid for a contract since he was going to sell items like that, and then pointed his finger at his drone. Charlie was shocked when he realized that he could create items. The girl was also shocked because she thought that he could only use spells. She then asked him if he was truly a double awakened, but the main character said that it was a secret. At that moment, Lizzie shouted that she accepted his terms and was ready to pay $100 billion for a contract for 5 years. However, Daniela interrupted her, saying that she was ready to pay $150 billion. She said that she would give Dylan 1.5 times more money than the Flower Guild would offer him. Thus, the main character entered into a contract with the Jungsan Guild. Only a few days had passed since then, and he was surprised that the news had spread so quickly. He didn't even tell his parents about this, because he was afraid that they would be very worried. But it seems that they themselves were not against such a development of events. His mother said that at the end of the day, he should value his life and not take unnecessary risks. But she was very pleased that her son turned out to be so talented. The main character realized that during the break, he also collected several more relics. They included a bracelet, marathon shoes, an old prayer book, and a twilight ring. After that, he decided to check his statistics and realized that the level of his wisdom and magic was already more than 300, and the rest of the indicators had about 100 points. Then the hero realized that with such characteristics, he was already reaching rank C, and decided to focus on learning spells and not on relics. Meanwhile, the story moves to the hall of the Jongsan Guild building. The main character arrived there and stopped near the entrance. Behind him, various people were whispering, saying that they were very unhappy that the guild had invited a newcomer. The main character assumed that there would be a lot of discontent due to his presence. After that, he went to the reception and said that he had come to meet the guildmaster. At that moment, one man came up behind him and grinned. He asked if it was the same super rookie standing in front of him. The two fighters watching noted that the guy was at it again, but they were interested to see how Dylan's rookie rite of passage would go. Then the stranger extended his hand to the main character, saying that his name was Matthew, and he was very pleased to meet you. Dylan shook his hand and introduced himself, saying his name. Hearing this, Matthew grinned slyly. After that, he squeezed the man's palm forcefully. The main character did not expect this, and his face even grimaced a little in pain. He thought to himself that this rite of passage was just a cliched handshake like in the movies, but he couldn't just give up. He placed his free hand behind his back and used the armor skill. Matthew watched him, wondering how with such force this guy should have reacted. But there was no emotion on his face. Then the main character leaned over and whispered in his ear that he didn't believe that this was all he was capable of, and asked him to show him something more. These words made Matthew furious. He squeezed Dylan's hand even tighter, causing the walls of the room to suddenly begin to shake. The other warriors thought that this was too much, but they were very surprised. Apparently, Dylan did not care at all about such a strong handshake. When Matthew realized that his skills weren't working, he became even more angry. The main character asked with a grin if this was all he was capable of, and then stated that apparently this rite of passage was nothing. At this moment, a murderous expression appeared on Matthew's face. He said that now the super rookie would regret his words. At that moment, the hero thought about how easy it was to piss this guy off. He then used all his strength. His body was shrouded in an evil aura, and dust began to smoke around the guy. The rest of the warriors watched this in horror, realizing that the situation was already crossing the boundaries of normality, and they urgently needed to call someone for help. However, there was still no emotion on the protagonist's face. Seeing this, Matthew screamed in rage and despair. However, he felt as if something had pierced his head. After that, he finally released his grip and began to fall. Soon, he was lying on the floor, unconscious. At that moment, a girl entered the hall and witnessed everything that was happening. It was Daniela in a battlesuit, and she said that she had just come from the dungeon, and the men were doing some nonsense here. She then turned to her teacher, telling him to work on Matthew's manners. But the man said that it seemed he had taught him too poorly, and it was time for him to take him seriously again. The main character thought that all this was like an army, where each fighter was trained and trained personally. However, his thoughts were interrupted by Daniela, who said that she heard that Dylan came to meet her, and so they could do it right now. Then the main character thought that she had come at a very convenient time, and began to guess that they wanted him to show his abilities in front of everyone. However, he soon decided that he was simply making things up too much, and agreed to go with the girl. The man picked up Matthew, who was still unconscious, and Daniela went with her guest to a quieter place. They soon arrived at the guildmaster's office. The main character jokingly asked if they were using the guildmaster's office as a room. However, the girl said that it was nothing special since the place was practically her home. However, she was surprised, thinking that Dylan must have been busy spending money for his contract. The main character said that spending money is not his priority, and that he came here for a specific reason. He needed a special dungeon for his abilities. He asked the girl if she had heard anything about the Goblin Mechanics dungeon. Daniela said that she has this dungeon on her list. It is rank E, and inside there is a goblin engineer who is the boss. She then threw the notebook to the hero, saying that he could look at this list of dungeons himself. She said that she was helping him since they signed a contract as a hired person, and if Dylan's powers grew, it would bring them even more benefits. The hero thought to himself that although he came to get the golem diagram in this dungeon, apparently he could get much more. This dungeon is too similar to the one in the game, so the diagram is definitely there. However, his thoughts were interrupted by Daniela as she wanted to tell the guy something. She said that this dungeon was currently under their control, so in exchange for permission to enter, she would like to ask him for a favor. The girl asked if she could go with him. Meanwhile, the story moves to the underground training pavilion of the Jongseon Guild. At that moment, Sonia was inside, practicing on robots. Her strength was running out, but she was able to cope with all opponents. At that moment, a man entered the pavilion, holding the defeated Matthew in his arms. He asked if Sonia was tired of training since the morning. The girl greeted Teacher Parker. She then turned her attention to the man he was carrying on his shoulder. Parker threw him to the floor and said that the foreman saw him when he confronted Dylan in the hall, and he was assigned to teach him a lesson. Sonia said that she heard that Dylan received a contract for $150 billion. Parker said that this was the biggest contract of all time. Then he asked the girl what she thought about this guy, because she blocked his attacks and probably knows his strength. Sonia replied that it was the first time in a long time that she had been injured, and that it was the first time she had so much fun. She stated that she wanted to fight him properly again. Parker said she had truly found herself a worthy long-range fighter. He then noticed that the girl couldn't stop talking like she was in the army, and said that if she stopped doing that, she would be more attractive. However, Sonia said that she was used to talking like that because she grew up in a military family. She then asked the man to forgive her for this. Parker then said that he would try to keep her place anyway. He also said that it would be great to unite her and Dylan, but asked her not to overdo it with training since nothing good would come of it. At 6:00 a.m. the next day, the main character went to one of the stations, where he was supposed to meet with Daniela. He said that the girl worked very quickly, and he didn't expect to go on his first raid as an awakened one so early in the morning. But Daniela said that it was nothing special, and he was part of the guild now, so he should get used to it. She said she also called the porters, so they were only expecting Dylan. The main character knew that most often the porters are ordinary people who collect corpses. But somehow it was expected from the 7th best guild in the country that even their porters would be awakened. He understood that this was all some kind of training for beginners, so that they would learn what a dungeon is, since the chances of meeting monsters, except during outbreaks and in the territory, are practically zero. Then he asked the girl if he could come in. She said that she understood that it was too late to ask, but still she wondered if he was sure that he could handle it alone. Then the main character said that he was sure that he would not die. However, Daniela considered his behavior too arrogant. In response to this, the main character stated that his arrogance is based on clear calculations. After that, he approached the portal that led to the dungeon. The guy was delighted because this was his first trip to the dungeon. He entered the portal and Daniela followed him. Soon, the main character came out from the other side of the portal. He found himself in a place that looked like a quiet, scary forest. Daniela said that the structure of the dungeon is always different, but this dungeon looks like something like a forest, and so far she hasn't seen anything special here. Then she turned to the guy with a smile. She told him that she was just going to stay here and watch everything from behind, while he could show what he could do. Then Dylan began to think about where he should go first. On one side, there was a deep forest full of tall trees and bushes, and on the other side, there was a meadow that at first glance looked very well maintained. Usually, people chose the second option, but the main character decided to go into the forest, having prepared his armor and shield in advance. He knew that the intelligent goblins would play dirty by setting traps in the meadow where they expected people to go. After this, the main character headed deep into the forest. Soon he noticed that 3 shells were flying at him. A moment later, there was a deafening explosion. As it turned out, they were goblins who were holding something like a grenade launcher in their hands. However, the reaction of the main character was very fast, so he quickly identified the opponents and used magic projectiles on them. The shells precisely hit all the opponents, and the main character managed to run past them. However, there were those who were hiding in the trees. They aimed their grenade launchers directly at the main character. Dylan already knew in advance where they would be, so he used his magic missile skill again and ran forward. The shells reached their targets, and explosions were heard in the places where the goblins were sitting. At this moment, the main character began to think where the other opponents were. When he looked up, he saw several goblins flying towards him. They began charging their metal fists, intending to attack Dylan. However, the main character was not at a loss and again used his shield skill. When the goblins attacked him, Several deafening explosions were heard as their fists collided with the protagonist's shield. Dylan laughed, saying that such an attack would not work against him. He then extended his hand forward and used a skill called fireworks on his fingertips. He then used flame hands and a huge blast wave came out from his palm. She was so strong that she blew up the attacking goblins. After some time, nothing remained of the attackers but ashes. When the main character looked around him, he saw sparks falling from the sky. He smiled and noted that there was nothing special about this fight. Behind him lay the corpses of goblins with their heads and limbs torn off. When the main character realized that there was no one left here, he decided to continue his journey. He headed further into the forest, and the further he went, the denser the fog became. He soon found himself approaching something huge. He realized that in front of him was the same labyrinth famous for its multiple traps. After this, the main character immediately went inside. Daniela, who was watching everything, realized that this guy had exceeded her expectations. She thought that goblins with bazookas would cause him a lot of trouble. However, she was surprised by the accuracy of Dylan's spells. Usually, awakened magicians of his level have an accuracy of about 35%. That's why she couldn't believe that he had gained these powers just a month ago. Moreover, a mechanical labyrinth awaited him ahead. If he went in the wrong direction, wasps, vampires, poisonous thorns, as well as various traps with saws would be waiting for him. At that moment, the girl noticed something strange. She didn't understand why Dylan stopped abruptly. At first, she thought he wanted to give up. However, she soon noticed in his hand the same drone that he showed at his performance. The girl could not believe that this drone was functioning in the dungeon. She knew that no human product could work in the dungeons, so she was very shocked. Meanwhile, the main character sent his drones on reconnaissance. He used the vision skill and therefore could see everything his drones could see. A map appeared in his head where he could see where the goblins hid traps, and he realized that there were many of these traps. He understood that he could attack the goblins to gain a small amount of experience. He then began to move further through the maze, based on the map the drones provided him. With the help of drones, he is less likely to get lost or trapped. And then he reached the right place and looked around the corner. He saw that a whole squad of goblins, armed with various weapons, was approaching him. Their leaders shouted for the goblins to attack. However, at that moment, the main character jumped and rose high above his opponents. Then the goblin leader ordered the others to aim their long-range weapons at him. The next moment, the hero saw that several shells were flying at him. He put his hands in front of him, shielding himself from the bullets flying at him. Soon, a powerful explosion was heard at the place where he was. However, when the smoke cleared, the goblins saw that in the place where their enemy was, there was only his shadow, dissolving along with the smoke. The main character chuckled, saying that he used the illusion skill, and asked the goblins how it felt to attack his clone. He then used his shield skill and combined it with his flaming hand skill, and then he sent this spell into the crowd of goblins. The monsters were terrified and could not withstand such a strong attack. Soon the system informed the hero that his level had been increased several times. Meanwhile, Daniela entered the maze and silently watched the fight. She thought he would repeat his techniques, but he cornered the goblins and killed them. She looked with delight at what was left of the monsters after Dylan's attack. The girl thought that even an S-rank awakened like her could not attack, defend, and strengthen herself at the same time. Moreover, this guy also had drones. Then she realized that those 150 billion were a great investment. Meanwhile, the main character approached the entrance to the boss's room. Without thinking, he stepped into the portal, intending to look at his opponent. When he stuck his head out the other side of the portal, he was quite surprised. Inside, guns awaited him, mounted on both sides of the wall. Inside the room was a goblin, sitting on what was called a throne. Dylan knew that the emerald in his forehead must be connected to the cannons around him. They were probably at least 5 times stronger than the ones his minions were using. Then he realized that he was unlikely to be able to withstand this attack with only armor and a shield. But since the recovery time of the cannons was a minute, this would be more than enough. After that, he entered the boss's room and immediately began casting magic harmony and pole coordination spells. The goblin boss looked at him with fury, but there was not an iota of worry on Dylan's face. After that, he sent dozens of magical projectiles towards the goblin. However, at that moment, something appeared in front of the goblin and blocked him from the projectiles. After this, The monster stepped down from his throne and walked towards the car that appeared in front of him. As he sat inside the car, the ruby on his forehead glowed with a bright red light. As it turned out, this was a signal to activate the guns, which pointed their muzzles directly at the main character. Dylan noticed this, but his face still did not express any excitement. The boss then shouted, ordering his minions to come out. At that moment, a huge mechanical hand appeared from underground. Soon, the main character found himself surrounded by goblin robots that were crawling out of the ground. The robots stood up and immediately went on the attack, taking out huge blades from their hands and running towards the main character. However, Dylan didn't seem to be at all intimidated by this. When he saw that the monsters were close enough to him, he rushed at them himself, summoning magical missiles. The next moment, he touched one of the robots and used magical projectiles on it, which pierced its mechanical body. The hero decided that this would be enough to deal with the boss's minions. However, at this moment, the eyes of the robot in front of him glowed red. At first, Dylan didn't understand what this meant. The robot then smashed its fists together, preparing for its next attack. At that moment, a boss sitting inside one of the robots appeared in front of the main character and swung his fist at him. However, the main character managed to dodge and used his skill. Thus, the robot's blow hit his shield directly. Due to such a strong blow, dust rose, and for some time the goblin did not see where his opponent was. However, when the dust cleared, he saw that Dylan was protected by his shield and was using the skills of magic harmony and pole coherence. At that moment, 2 drones appeared behind the goblin. The main character grinned and ordered them to fire magic missiles. The next moment, there was a strong explosion as the shells reached their target. He then ordered the drones to attack the vehicle again. However, at that moment, another robot appeared due to the sound. This attack was very unexpected, so the main character barely had time to dodge it. At this moment, the goblin boss noticed that one of his eyes was injured. He watched as his subordinate robot tried to catch Dylan. However, no matter how hard the robot tried, it could not harm the guy. At this moment, the main character decided to activate another portion of magic projectiles, while the robot was confused after another attack. He touched the robot's body and fired several projectiles. This attack was very successful, and the robot's head was severely hit. When the robot fell to the ground, its head fell off its body and rolled to the side. Seeing this, the main character was very pleased with himself. Meanwhile, the goblin watched with rage, realizing that he was beginning to lose. He then used his machine and fired a fire projectile directly towards Dylan. The main character was busy watching the defeated robot and did not immediately notice the fire sphere flying at him. Meanwhile, a fiery projectile hit right at the place where the main character was. Dylan was terrified because he did not expect such a strong attack. Soon after this, a powerful explosion was heard. The main character realized that his armor and shield began to collapse. He jumped back when he realized that only measly fragments remained of his shield. He understood that if it were not for his armor, his affairs would be very bad. He then looked to the side and realized that the guns were almost fully charged. The goblin decided to release another fire attack from his machine. The hero realized that he did not have much time left, so he rushed to the attack. However, his path to the goblin was blocked by other robots that were still alive. However, for Dylan, they were not an insurmountable obstacle. The robots launched a synchronized strike where Dylan was supposed to be. However, the smoke cleared, and they saw that in front of them was not the real Dylan, but just a copy of him. As it turned out, the main character again used the illusion skill to run unnoticed through his opponents. He soon found himself right in front of the goblin, who was preparing another fiery attack. At this moment, the main character used his drone to jump very high from it. He used a mid-air somersault to dodge the fireball flying towards him. The goblin was horrified when he realized that he had missed his opponent, who was so close to him. The main character decided not to waste time and used the fireworks skill at his fingertips. Afterwards, he used the flaming hands skill and released a huge shockwave consisting of fire directly at his opponent. He watched in delight as the goblin burned alive from such an attack. However, he soon realized that he was rejoicing too early, because he saw 2 goblin hands flying towards him from the smokescreen. The goblin, dying of heat, grabbed him by the neck and tried to pull him towards him. Meanwhile, the cannons that were on the walls were completely recharged and fired at the intruder at once. At this moment, an expression of horror appeared on Dylan's face. Daniela, watching everything that was happening with horror, watched as cannon shells flew towards the main character. Meanwhile, the goblin, on its last legs, still held the guy by the collar. At this moment, the main character did not understand what he needed to do to save himself. Then Daniela decided she couldn't let him die here like that and intervened. She charged her sword with magical energy, and it began to emit orange lightning. However, suddenly she noticed something strange. Dylan, while in the goblin's grip, used his finger and drew a heart-shaped spell. As it turned out, he was using the charm skill. Suddenly, the goblin's eyes stopped glowing with a terrifying red light, and his pupils took the shape of a heart. He began to look at the main character with adoration. After that, he released him from his grip, and the hero happily realized that he had managed to free himself. The next moment, the cannons finally fired. But they aimed at the place where Dylan was, but the hero was no longer there. Thus, they hit the owner of this premises, who was at gunpoint. When the main character turned around, he saw that the robot in which the goblin was sitting began to fall. As he fell to his knees, there was a deafening explosion. Soon the smoke cleared and Daniela entered the room. She couldn't believe that the boss had apparently just protected Dylan from a missile attack. She looked closer and saw that the robot in which the goblin was sitting was kneeling, and Dylan was hiding under its body. However, soon the robot's body began to crack, preparing to explode. Shortly after this, the robot completely broke down and its fragments fell to the ground. Then Daniela ran up to the main character and asked if he was okay. Dylan crawled out of the wreckage and said it could have been a pretty dangerous situation. He was surprised, but did not expect the boss to be such a tough nut to crack. He thought that he would finish him off with his fiery hands. And although everything did not go according to plan, in the end, everything ended exactly as he expected. He turned to the robot and saw the dead goblin still sitting inside. At this moment, the system reported that the main character's magic level had reached 20. Dylan assumed that he gained so much experience because he killed the boss alone. Moreover, after the boss, there were many items left from him. Then Daniela said that she had a lot of questions about the spells he used against the boss. But for now, she should go and give the guy time to check all the remaining items. Before she left, she told him that today's raid had proven to her that he was indeed worth his money, and she really wanted to continue working with Dylan. After this, the girl entered the portal and left the dungeon. The main character began to check the items left after the boss. Among them was a mid-level space stone. There were also 3 second-class spellbooks that gave him 3 different skills. One of them gave him a large boost to his strength. Another gave him the ability to shoot webs, and the third gave him the ability to summon a clone. There were also scrolls with diagrams of golems that Dylan wanted to get his hands on. And now he was finally able to leave the dungeon with peace of mind. He decided that since he had a second-class spell and schematics, he could start his plan right away. 3 days later, he arrived at the training hall, which was located underground. A voice from the speakers asked if he really thought he could handle it. The main character replied that he believed in himself and asked to tune the opponents to the maximum level. Parker said that since the robots are tuned to their maximum level, they will attack as soon as they spot a target. At that moment, Daniela entered the hall. She said that they had recently left the dungeon, and Dylan was already planning something new. Then the guy said that he had a proposal for the girl. He asked her to look at the robots that were standing behind her. Daniela replied that they looked like the drones he showed last time. Soon, Parker announced that the robot setup was complete, and they would attack immediately. At this point, the robots immediately targeted Dylan and Daniela. Their bodies glowed red, and they immediately went on the attack. Then the main character turned to someone on the side and asked him to get up. That someone was Akron, the golem he created. In just one instant, he appeared from the portal and dealt a crushing blow to the robots. His blow was so strong that nothing remained of the robots except broken parts. After that, the golem slammed its fists menacingly, showing that it had done its job. At first, Dylan and Daniela didn't know what to say. Then the girl asked the guy if he was going to sell this golem, but the hero replied that this robot was made for himself. He said that he brought him here to check before going down into the dungeon. After this, the hero turned to the robot, calling him by name, Akron, and the robot answered him with obedience. Dylan asked him to show how he could cope with the rest of the robots. And then the golem said that he would immediately begin the task. He extended his palm and pointed it towards one of the robots. Then his palm seemed to burst into flames as he used the Flame Hand spell. After that, he released a huge wave of fire towards his opponent. When it cleared, Everyone present saw that only broken parts remained of the robot. Daniela was shocked. She did not expect such incredible power from this golem. She turned to the main character and said that she was very surprised, since she had never met such golems. However, Dylan understood her surprise, because it was truly the first time she had seen Akron. Then the girl asked what he was going to do with this golem, if not sell it. The hero handed her a ball with a skull painted on it, and said that first, he would use this giant bomb. He then placed another ball on the table and said that he also had a surprise ice bomb. In the end, he took out another bomb, called a blinding one. But the girl was not entirely happy with it. The hero looked at her with a smile, not understanding what she meant. Then Daniela asked what kind of space he was using and why he could get bombs from there. The hero replied that, apparently, he had received such an ability. But the girl did not let up, and said that interdimensional ability is not something that is given for nothing. She thought to herself that only S-rank awakened ones could use this ability. Then the hero said that apparently, he was just lucky. Daniela replied that what he had just demonstrated proved that this characteristic was superior to his rank. However, the hero continued to make a fool of himself and said that, apparently, this makes him quite unusual. After that, he turned to the assistant and asked to open the doors of the hall. He turned to the girl and said that instead of words, he would show her what these bombs were capable of. To begin with, he decided to use a giant bomb and threw it forward. While the bomb was flying, it began to glow red. The next moment, a deafening explosion was heard, and the main characters watched with interest what would happen next. Meanwhile, Parker watched everything that was happening from another room, noting that this power was simply incredible. The walls, covered with stones of the space, simply melted, and everything could have ended badly if they had not lowered the temperature. However, Dylan told them not to worry, saying that he would deal with it with his next bomb. He took the ice bomb and rolled it across the destroyed floor. A second later, there was an explosion, and in the place where the bomb landed, a huge glacier grew, looking like an ice flower. The hero explained that this is temporary ice, and it will disappear in 10 seconds. He then asked the girl what she thought about it. Daniela replied that she liked everything so far and asked to see the last bomb. Then the main character gave her sunglasses and said that first she needed to put them on. The girl obediently put on her glasses, saying that the guy was very well prepared. After that, Dylan took the last bomb and threw it to the side. He then closed his eyes because when the bomb exploded, it began to emit a blindingly bright light. The main character and the girl watched what was happening with interest. After this, Daniela said that all 3 bombs seemed very useful, but she was interested in the cost of their production. But the hero replied that it was a secret, and he planned to sell them to the guild for 6 million, and to the rest for 10. Daniela said that she was very sorry, but Dylan could not name the production price. To which the hero replied that Pandora's box is beautiful when it is closed. Then the girl said that the price he announced was quite acceptable, even without taking into account the cost of production, because these bombs can be used not only in dungeons, but also in other places. Dylan said he thought it was a pretty low price to pay for saving a life. After that, Daniela smiled and said that she would like to make him an offer. She said that if he sells bombs only to them, then the guild will pay him 10 million apiece. Thus, the main character made a deal with the master. The next day, Lizzie returned to her guild and put on her battlesuit. At that moment, Charlie burst into her office and said that they had serious problems. After that, he handed her documents that showed the growth of the Jungsan Guild. The man explained that thanks to their exclusive contract with Dylan, they began selling explosives that could be used in the dungeons. When the girl saw this, she was furious and hit the table with her fist. She had seen Dylan's skills and ability to craft, and now she was very sad that she didn't get such a cadre into her guild, even despite the high price she would have to pay. Charlie said that his contract expired in 3 years, and then they could invite him to join them. At this moment, the girl straightened her shoulders and quietly turned to her deputy. After that, she forcefully threw him out of her office, telling him that he should think before opening his mouth. The rest of the guild workers guessed that the director and the deputy had quarreled again today. They assumed that it was because of the news about the Jungsan Guild. Lizzie told her deputy that Dylan, who is currently at F level, is worth 150 billion, and with such characteristics, it will not remain at the same level in 3 years. After that, the girl headed towards the exit of the office, and Charlie, having recovered, asked where she was going. The girl turned around and screamed at him, saying that she was going to negotiate with the Jungsun Guild, and Charlie would go with her. Meanwhile, the story moves to the sales department of the Jungsun Guild. It turned out that many people arrived at the guild who wanted to sign a contract for the supply of new goods. However, the workers explained that they sell these bombs under an exclusive contract. Daniela stood on the top floor and watched everything that happened with a smile. At that moment, a man approached her and asked why she was here, to which the girl replied that today was the first day of sales. She thought it would be quite a fun show. The girl who approached her asked what she meant. Then Daniela asked her if she remembered what happened 2 years ago. It turned out that 2 years ago, due to problems with the exclusive rights to the dungeon near Namyeon Station, Jungsun and Plum Blossom became rivals. At that time, Lizzie began spreading dirty rumors about Jungsung and Daniel, who was only 18 years old at the time. She eventually won the rights to the dungeon, and Jungsung's bad reputation has followed her to this day. Daniela stated that she understood why Lizzie did what she did at the time. At that moment, she looked down and saw that Lizzie had arrived for the first day of sales along with her deputy. Daniela then said that despite what happened in the past, she never wants to miss the opportunity to look at her face today. She then turned to the girl and said that they should go downstairs. At this moment, Lizzie felt a little cold, but Charlie did not feel the same. A man approached them and addressed the girl, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time. When Lizzie turned her gaze, she looked quite confused. This person turned out to be Daniela. With a tight smile, she said that she could have met Lizzie if she had warned that she was coming. In response to this, Lizzie just laughed awkwardly and asked Daniela why she was here. Daniela said that this was the first day of Dylan's bomb sales, and she couldn't miss such an important day for their guild. Lizzie laughed, saying that it was just a pleasant coincidence, and she had just wanted to meet her on the way here. Then Lizzie suggested that she talk about this separately in the reception room. Although the girls smiled at each other, they both understood that serious rivalry was flaring up between them. Dylan watched all this from a separate office, since what was happening on the first floor was broadcast on his TV. He laughed and said he didn't want to be there at that moment. Soon a man came into his office and asked where he should put the new crystals. Then the hero said that he could put the boxes next to him. The man put the boxes directly on the table that was near the main character. Dylan said he couldn't move during the assembly, so he thanked the man for his help. However, when he turned his gaze towards the man, he was very surprised. Sonia stood in front of him. She said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The main character asked how she got here, to which the girl replied that she was looking for him, and the master said that Dylan was here. Then the main character asked if she really wanted something from him, and the girl answered in the affirmative. Sonia asked him to fight her again. The main character was quite surprised by this proposal. Sonia then explained that last time she only blocked his attacks, but this time she wanted to fight him one-on-one. That's why she asked the guy for a favor. In response, Dylan smiled and agreed to arrange a one-on-one fight. Sonia was very surprised because she did not expect him to agree. She smiled and her cheeks turned red, and she said that in that case, she should go get ready. But the hero stopped her and asked her to wait a little, since he was a little busy right now and it would take some time. Instead of answering, the girl went to one of the empty chairs and pulled it out from behind the table. After that, she sat down in a chair and began to watch the guy expectantly. Dylan felt a little awkward and said that the girl could come later, but she replied that she would like to wait here. She said that if he needed anything, he could tell her about it. At this moment, an awkward silence hung between them. However, Dylan decided that it was not worth keeping the girl waiting too long and stood up from his seat. He stated that he had done enough to make sales today, and besides, he was very bored just sitting here and building stuff. He headed towards the exit of the office and called the girl with him. Sonia immediately jumped up from her seat and ran after him. She looked very joyful and felt incredible anticipation. After some time, they went to the locker room, and the main character put on a combat suit. When he touched it, the suit made an incomprehensible sound. Dylan decided to turn to the girl and asked what it meant. Sonia explained to him that this is protective equipment that adapts to them and helps increase their stamina. Depending on their state of health, the suit will glow green, yellow, or red. It also absorbs most attacks, and when health reaches 0, the suit will turn off as if the person had died, in which case the match will be over. The main character felt a little strange, but understood why this suit cost 25 billion per piece. Sonia explained that the master said that it was cheaper than getting injured guild members every time. Then Dylan said that since they were wearing such an expensive item, He even felt sorry for fighting just like that. He invited the girl to make a small bet. At first, Sonya was perplexed, not understanding what he meant. Then the hero said that if he wins, then the girl will be his personal tanker. And if she defeats him, then he will become her personal magician. Then Sonya asked how long this agreement would last. The hero smiled slyly and replied that the contract would last 3 months, and that the loser would work for free. He supposed it would be quite fun. At that moment, Daniela entered the training room and said that this would really be very interesting. The main character thought that at that time she should be on the first floor and talking with Lizzie. Then Daniela grinned and asked if he really saw them together. She said that thanks to the guy's inventions, she was able to have fun with this girl, for which she was very grateful to him. At that moment, Sonya interrupted their conversation and said that she was a D-rank fighter, and Dylan was an F-rank fighter, and asked if he was entitled to a slight head start. The hero replied that in this case he would refuse the fight, since he could do without it. Daniela replied that he was incredibly confident in himself, and decided to ask what Sonya herself thought about it. The girl said that she agreed to start the fight without concessions. Then Daniela raised her hand and asked the 2 competitors to get ready. Sonya said that this time she is going to give it her all. The main character answered her that he was no longer the man she saw him in Deus Market. Then Daniela loudly announced the start of the battle. Sonya thought to herself that she had to defeat him before he could cast his spells. The main character was amazed that the girl launched her attack so suddenly and put so much effort into it. He noticed that his legs began to move on their own, and assumed that this was her provocation skill. At this moment, he decided to use the armor on himself, as well as the harmony of magic and the coherence of the poles. He then released magical missiles and ran straight towards the girl. However, at this moment, Sonya used the Iron Wall skill. Movement while using the skill was prohibited, but her defense increased by 50%, and she also gained the ability to counterattack. While the hero was running, he thought that she used taunt to get him to come closer, and now she was using the Iron Wall to increase her defense. The girl must have been waiting for the opportunity to launch a counterattack. The hero realized that this was a fairly standard defense strategy. He could have simply broken through with fire, but decided to use a different method since this was not the outcome he wanted. He used magical projectiles and aimed them at the girl, after which several large explosions were heard. Sonya was a little confused and began to look around. She realized that the guy decided to use smokescreen to reduce her viewing radius. In response to this, she decided to use the Mana Locator skill, which allows the user to sense mana for 3 minutes. However, when Sonya looked forward, she saw many luminous points in front of her. She couldn't believe Dylan had already cast so many spells. The next moment, these points rushed towards her, causing destructive explosions. Sonya barely had time to cover herself with a shield, thinking that the guy must have already spent a significant amount of mana. When she thought he was going to attack her to end her life, she saw Dylan running straight at her, at which point Sonya decided she could counterattack him. She quickly turned around and pointed her weapon at him, but the hero said that only his double was in front of her. After that, he used the mirror image skill, summoning several of his clones, and the girl could not determine which of them was real. After this, Dylan used harmony of magic and coherence of poles. Sonya watched in horror as he attacked her, not giving her a single chance. However, she was not going to give up, and began to cut down the clones that were flying at her with her weapons. At that moment, the real Dylan walked around her from behind. Sonya heard that someone was behind her and turned around. But at that moment, the hero was already preparing to fire more shells at her. He placed his palm on her back and fired projectiles straight into her body. He put all his strength into this blow, however. When the magic dissipated a little, he was shocked. Daniela, who was watching all this, thought that Sonya was someone whom their guild trained with special diligence. That's why this girl doesn't give up so easily. It turned out that the girl had no wounds. This attack only provoked her more, and she decided to strike back. Sonya turned to Dylan and ran towards him, about to hit him with her sword. The main character was so stunned that he did not have time to dodge and was hit with a sword right in the chest. After that, Sonya put out her shield and hit him in the chest, pushing him back. She then imbued the shield with magical aura, enhancing her attack. The main character was terrified and even felt dizzy from such a strong blow. After that, he felt himself flying straight into the wall that was behind him. At this moment, Sonya, with a menacing look, ordered the Iron Wall to be cancelled and used the next skill called Swift Wind, which increased her speed by 40% for 5 seconds. While Dylan was flying into the wall, she quickly rushed towards him. After that, she imbued her sword with a magical aura and raised it to attack. The main character watched with horror what was happening, realizing what awaited him in the next moment. In 1 second, Sonya delivered more than 3 crushing blows, pressing the guy harder and harder against the wall. Finally, the time came for the final blow. She put her sword forward and rushed at the main character. She released a magical shockwave from her sword, which threw Dylan to the other side with incredible force, causing him to crash into the wall, causing it to crumble with stones. When it was all over, Sonya was finally able to catch her breath and carefully watched what became of her opponent. Opposite her, the wall was completely destroyed, and in front of her lay a pile of stones. At that moment, Daniela entered the battlefield and said that this was exactly what was to be expected from Sonya. She was able to improve her skills in a short time until they saw each other. However, at that moment, Sonya felt as if her body was surrounded by invisible, magical threads that did not allow her to move. Daniela also didn't understand what was happening. She decided to touch these threads and soon realized that they were very similar to a spider's web. When she looked up, she saw that the entire training hall was shrouded in this web. Sonya was terrified as she could not move because of this spell. When she looked up, she saw that the main character had crawled out from under a pile of stones. And then she asked him what it was. Dylan replied with a smile that while there was smoke here, he managed to install this web in the hall. He said that no matter how much these suits protected them, he still didn't want to hurt Sonya. At that moment, the girl began to guess that he did not come closer due to lack of mana. The protagonist explained that he wanted the girl to attack and remove the iron wall, although it was quite risky for her to release the armor. At that moment, it began to dawn on Sonya what had happened. However, she was not upset. Instead, she smiled and stated that she lost in this fight, but next time she will definitely win. Dylan also smiled and said that they would definitely meet again. Then Sonya laughed and said that in that case, he could free her from this web. The main character approached her and freed her from the shackles, saying that he forgot about it while they were talking. At that moment, they heard Daniela clapping her hands and turned to look at her. The girls said they both did a great job. Then she approached the main character and said that today victory is his. She leaned towards his ear and asked him to take care of Sonya. In response to this, Dylan smiled and said that he would definitely do so. Meanwhile, the story moves to the White Lotus Guild office. Maria stood at the window and mysteriously thought about something of her own. At that moment, one of the guild workers entered the office and said that the mercenaries had just arrived in the country. Then she asked if they were provided with security, to which the man replied in the affirmative. He said that the transaction was through Ghost Ant's account, and it would not lead anyone to the girl. Then Maria thanked him for his excellent work and said that he could go. Soon after, she was left alone in the office. When she picked up her phone, she saw the news that Dylan had signed a 150 billion contract with Daniela's guild. She began to think that this guy's abilities were like a goose laying golden eggs. And yet, with such excellent abilities, this guy decided to go to the Jungsun Guild. This made Maria very angry. She squeezed the screen of her phone so hard that it cracked, and then she said that if she didn't get Dylan, then no one would get him. Meanwhile, the story moves to one of the city stations, where a bus arrives. Soon, 3 middle-aged men got off the bus. One of them called someone and told them that they had arrived, asking them to pass on this information to someone else. Then the other man said that they would leave this city as soon as they dealt with that scoundrel. The man who was walking behind said that this Dylan seemed very popular, and therefore they would have to find him very quickly. His partner suggested splitting up so that the search would go faster. However, one of the men doubted that the price on his head was too high, since Dylan was an awakened rank of F. But his partners said that they just needed to fulfill the order and not ask unnecessary questions. Therefore, they decided to begin their mission. Meanwhile, the story moves to one of the dungeons, infested with monsters. Sonya went there to practice her abilities. She endlessly used various skills, but the monsters seemed to never end. Soon, a strange blue glow appeared behind her. Before she could think anything of it, magical projectiles flew through her and headed straight for the monsters. Each of the monsters that wanted to attack Sonya suddenly exploded from the shell that hit them. After this, the beheaded and dismembered monsters fell to the ground. The girl felt Dylan's strength even during their sparring, but it still surprised her very much. Then the main character turned and asked to finish here quickly, because these guys made him sad. Sonia understood that with such power of spells, he didn't even need a tank, and she felt like some kind of mule. However, Sonia realized that she could not afford to become a tank, from which there was no help to the team. She decided that she had to find something in which she could help. At that moment, Dylan asked her what she was thinking about. The girl said that she thought about it a little, and then added that she was a little surprised. She never thought that Dylan's drones could be used in dungeons. The main character said that if they continue, the girl will see something more interesting. Moreover, he added that Sonia could speak to him informally. Apparently, she still had difficulty switching to this style of communication. The girl froze a little, not knowing what to answer. Then the hero said that there are many people who find it difficult to switch to informal speech, so she can take her time with it. He said that this will be their first day. He will improve himself so the girl can move more freely. And even though she is a tank, she does not have to follow Dylan's rhythm. They just need to be on the same wavelength. Sonia completely agreed with this plan. Suddenly, the guys heard some large monster approaching them. When they turned their heads, they saw several large monsters with red eyes and practically missing noses approaching them. The main character said that these are the main monsters of the dungeon. In front of them stood the trolls. They were huge, slow, and had high regeneration, but they were not very difficult to defeat. However, there were always exceptions. Dylan said that he wanted to ask Sonia to take on these trolls so that they would direct their attacks on her. But the girl said that she was afraid that she would not last long. Nevertheless, the main character was satisfied with this state of affairs. He said that in the meantime, he would take care of that goblin shaman who was standing behind the trolls. The goblin looked quite scary. He was wearing black, torn clothes, and he exuded an ominous aura. When the goblins are accompanied by a shaman, with the help of amplification, goblins and trolls are reborn into powerful berserkers. Soon after, the head goblin shaman ordered his subordinates to attack the intruders, and they too rushed into battle. However, at that moment, the main character called upon Akron, and with one blow, he knocked down the troll who was running ahead of everyone to the ground. The blow was so strong that his head flew off and smashed the ground under their feet. Sonia looked at the robot in bewilderment, not understanding where it came from. However, the main character said that she should not worry, stating that it was his golem, Akron. He said that he would leave it to the girl to help. After that, he used an invisibility spell and seemed to disappear into thin air. When Sonia turned around, she saw that all that was left of the guy were a few sparks shining in the air. She was surprised by his drone and golem, but even more surprised when she saw that he could use the invisibility skill, only available from A rank. The girl smiled, thinking about how long he would continue to surprise her. Meanwhile, the trolls continued their attack, but the golem successfully held them back. At that moment, the girl realized that it seemed she was still far from providing real help to Dylan. However, she decided that she should try her best and support him. Meanwhile, the story moves to one of the abandoned construction sites in the city. The man, who apparently was an employee of one of the guilds, was caught by bandits and beaten beyond recognition. Then he decided to ask them why they were doing this. The men who had recently arrived in the city said that they were just picking up trash from the floor and there was no special reason for this. And this guy was just unlucky. The next moment they dealt him a fatal blow, splashing his blood onto the wall that was behind him. Meanwhile, two other men had already donned their combat suits. One of them said that he noticed Dylan's tracks while he was scouting the area. He didn't even think it would be so easy. Another man said that these Koreans should be punished for guarding the gates so poorly. His partner said that Korea was a small country, and they didn't have extra hands to guard. Plus, it was a D-ranked dungeon, so they put the first person they could find there. He then said that the mules were due to arrive soon, so they needed to deal with Dylan before they arrived. After this, the men opened the portal, intending to quickly finish this matter and get out of here. Meanwhile, the confrontation between Sonia and the trolls continued. When the monsters got too close to her, she pushed them away with her shield. However, she doubted that Dylan could outrun so many monsters. The fact is that he needed to bypass all the monsters and go straight to the shaman. Meanwhile, the goblin endlessly cast his spells, directing his subjects to attack. However, he did not notice that Dylan, being invisible, appeared right behind him. When the goblin turned around, he saw that the guy was already sending a spell at him. And then he decided to use the Alohomora spell in return. He stuck his staff into the ground and drawings began to appear around him, emitting a red, ominous aura. Meanwhile, the main character decided to use a spell called Whisper of Pain. He pointed his finger at the villain and used Poison Arrow. In an instant, a beam of green light flew through the goblin's head, and he didn't even have time to react to it. A few moments later, the main character saw that a huge hole remained in the goblin's head, from which the green liquid of his arrow was flowing. Seeing this, Dylan grinned contentedly. Meanwhile, Sonia continued to fight the trolls. They continuously attacked her, but she blocked their attacks with her shield. After that, she decided to rush behind one of the trolls. Before the monster could react, she was right behind him and raised her sword to attack. She imbued him with a magical aura and hit him directly on his hand. However, since trolls had increased regeneration, just a few moments later, his severed arm began to glow with a bright light and regenerate. Sonia stepped back and sank to the ground, deciding to think about what to do next. Meanwhile, two masked goblins flew towards her. However, before she could even turn in their direction, an incredibly bright glow appeared. When the girl turned towards the goblins attacking her, she saw that they were being swept away by an incredibly strong blast wave. When the smoke cleared, she saw a golem in front of her, who put out his hand in front of him, from which that same blast wave had just appeared. He stated that he was here to carry out the orders of his master. Sonia was confused because she couldn't believe that this golem was capable of such a thing. Meanwhile, the main character watched everything that was happening and praised Akron for his excellent work. After that, he jumped behind one of the trolls, who remained alive, and decided to attack him. He used the surprise wave spell and a bolt of lightning, after which a bright flash of light pierced the troll's body. When the smoke cleared, Sonia saw that his lifeless body had fallen to the ground. As it turned out, all the monsters that were in this dungeon were defeated. Dylan happily stated that it seemed like their battles were finally getting a little more difficult. Sonia told him that he was completely different from who he was in their fight. She asked if it was because he was in a headlock after the fight. Then the guy said that they needed to discuss something personal. As it turned out, after the fight, he purchased 3 books from the Jungsan storage room. From the outside, they seemed to be completely useless books written in ordinary language. But thanks to the identification spell, he was able to find in them the spells he needed, which included the spells of invisibility, poison arrow, and lightning bolt. After this, the main character invited the girl to continue. They soon dealt with the remaining monsters in the dungeon. The golem also actively helped them in the fight. When they realized that there weren't many monsters left, Dylan said that Sonia could rest. However, the girl said that she was not that tired. Then the guy invited her to relax a little together. However, at that moment, he heard a strange sound. Sonia heard it too, and together with Dylan, they turned towards the source of the sound. The main character took out a drone from the otherworldly space, a little dissatisfied that he was just going to rest. But now he won't be able to do it. He used the reality spell Invisible Invisibility and sent the drone to investigate. He then decided to connect to the drone using a vision spell. The next moment, a picture appeared in front of him, in which 3 men in combat clothing walked deeper into the dungeon. The hero immediately realized that these people were not from his guild. However, the hero was sure that the entrance to the dungeon was guarded by people from the management, so he did not know who these strangers were. Then he decided to turn to Sonia for help. He asked what should be done if people entered the dungeon without permission. The girl replied that first they need to check whether they really do not have permission, but in the event of an attack from them, they are allowed to kill them. The main character replied that in this case they need to do just that. After that, the guys set to work on the remaining underground monsters. Suddenly, from behind one of the rocks that were behind Dylan, someone's red eyes appeared. While watching Dylan and his girlfriend fight, the men discussed that this guy's magic is not as strong as they say. They saw that the guy has a hard time dealing with even such low-ranking monsters. However, since they were paid enough money, they decided not to complain about it. They said that they were just curious how such an ordinary guy became their target. Then one of the men asked his partner to provoke the group. But the man said that they were trying to take the easy way out and, apparently, wanted to hide behind and attack the trolls when they ran away. Then the man laughed and said that his partners understood him even without words. After this, one of the men headed off to carry out the mission assigned to him. The leader instructed the other man to ensure that they did not do anything strange. Meanwhile, the battle with the trolls continued. The main character told Sonia that they needed to take a break, since the battle was more difficult than he thought. But the girl said that their ability to regenerate was higher than they expected, but she was sure that they had enough strength for this. Meanwhile, the man still couldn't believe that this guy was really worth 150 billion. But the leader ordered him not to talk too much and mind his own business. He said that, apparently, angry monsters were on their way. 6 trolls and 9 goblins were advancing towards them. At this moment, Sonia screamed, saying that she could hear the trolls. The main character was surprised, saying that they should not have even moved in their direction unless someone provoked them. Meanwhile, behind them stood a man who had just taken up this matter. He said he was confident that he could finish these 2 off even without a fight. He then took out his knives and used them as brass knuckles, saying that he could deal with them in 2 seconds. He was going to kill Dylan, but he had other plans for Sonia. He then threw his knives towards his target. However, since this was all part of the plan, when he saw the enchanted knives flying at him, he just grinned. After that, he used a shield on himself, and the knives flew to the side as soon as they touched his body. The men were confused, not understanding why this guy was not dead yet. Meanwhile, Akron appeared behind them, and the protagonist ordered him to act. When the leader turned around, at first he didn't even realize that there was a huge golem standing right behind them. When this dawned on him, he immediately jerked from his seat, intending to run. However, the golem was faster. He quickly grabbed him by the neck and lifted him into the air. After that, he waved his hand with incredible force, throwing the men aside. Meanwhile, the hero calmly watched as the men, thrown back by his golem, flew straight into the trolls. When the men landed, at first they did not even understand what was happening to them. When they opened their eyes, they saw Dylan standing in front of them. He asked them how it felt to be attacked in such a way. He asked them if they were really planning to attack him from behind, like rats. At that moment, one of the men jumped up from his seat, took out his knives, and immediately rushed towards Dylan, intending to kill him right then and there. However, the main character did not even move. He only used a spark spell on his fingertips. He then extended his hand and used the Flame Hand spell, releasing a huge ball of flame from his palm. The leader watched in horror as his subordinate dissolved in this incredible fire. He thought that this guy's powers were on a completely different level compared to what they saw during the fight with the trolls. He didn't understand why he didn't show his strength, and guessed that he did it on purpose. It began to dawn on him that Dylan had realized that they had attacked him from behind, and had known everything all along and planned the trap. At this moment, the main character turned to the man and asked if he would really stand aside. At that moment, one of the trolls approached him and grabbed him by the torso, lifting him above the ground. The monster looked at him with a bloodthirsty gaze and made terrifying sounds. The man screamed in horror, hoping that someone would save him. At this moment, the 3rd member of the team, who had been in the shadows all this time, decided to attack the main character from behind. However, when his knife touched the target, he suddenly saw that the guy's silhouette was blurring right into the air. Soon, there was nothing left of Dylan's body but sparkling specks of dust. The man didn't know what was happening, so he decided to stop his attack and landed on the ground. When he looked up, he saw the real Dylan in front of him, who had already managed to summon several magical projectiles and direct them at his enemy. The next moment, they immediately went to their target, which caused a huge explosion. When the smoke cleared, the main character saw that the man was seriously wounded and could barely stand on his knees. Meanwhile, the man was trying to figure out how this guy was able to notice his attack. Then Dylan came closer to him and pointed one of his drones at him, at which point the man assumed that it was with the help of this device that Dylan revealed their location. Dylan arrogantly told the man that they were relying too much on their skills. Meanwhile, 3 huge trolls appeared behind the man, just eager to taste him. The main character decided to leave him to be devoured by the monsters because, in the end, they just played according to their plan. Meanwhile, the story moves to the Jongsan Guild Tower. When the dungeon was finished, the main character went there to meet with Daniela. The girl said that the department had received the result of the investigation into yesterday's incident. As it turns out, all 3 men are quite famous mercenaries, and it seems that they were hired by Ghost Ant. However, the main character did not know who Ghost Ant was, so he asked the woman about him. She explained that he was an awakened one from China, but no one knew his name, so everyone called him by his nickname. Moreover, no one has ever seen his face. Dylan said he had never heard any news or rumors about this, But it was not surprising to Daniela. She explained that Ghost Ant is a cold-blooded killer who is known for his predilection for killing exclusively famous Awoken. However, then the main character had a question why he sent intermediaries to him. The girl replied that he probably had a group working under his auspices, and in the case of Dylan, someone simply ordered mercenaries through him. Then Dylan asked what they knew about the customer. The girl said that this was just her personal guess, but thanks to the bomb sales, their guild's shares had increased significantly, which is why it seemed that this was the one who was interested in stopping them. Dylan suggested that this person could be someone from the White Lotus or Plum Blossom Guild. Daniela said it was someone who thought that if he didn't have Dylan, no one else would. Moreover, the girl almost certainly knew who this person could be. Then the hero asked who she thought this person was. After a short silence, the girl said that since she didn't know, it was better for her to remain silent so that no problems would arise. Dylan said it was enough for him that the girl knew who it could be. Daniela then handed him a business card with the number of a home renovation company written on it. However, the hero did not understand why he needed this business card. Then the girl said that there was a possibility that this case would not be solved with just an attack, and therefore it would be nice for him to install security and also install an alarm system in the house. Then the hero thanked her for her concern. After that, he got up from his seat and said that he still had business. Then Daniela asked what kind of business it was. The guy said that he received a quest to increase his rank to level E. Meanwhile, the story moves to the area near the entrance to the Tower of Deus. The main character walked along a spacious corridor decorated with high columns. Soon he reached the place where there was a board with the names and time in which the subjects completed it. This building was even brighter than the hero expected. As he approached the scoreboard, a man wearing dark glasses approached him and asked him to come with him. He said that the quest to raise the rank was just starting, and so Dylan needed to get in line. Then the hero asked what kind of information was on this monitor. The man said that this is a ranking of the time spent completing the quest. The results are also recorded in the management database. These results show the person's skill level. The hero thought to himself that he had already attracted enough attention to himself. If this time he set a record, he would be able to draw the attention of the management to himself and gain access to the archives. After that, he was going to find traces of that same customer. At that moment, a middle-aged man with large scars on his face approached him. He asked how you could come to the quest in such a beggarly state. However, Dylan said that he fights from afar, so he doesn't worry too much about his appearance. After that, the man laughed, saying that it wasn't because he simply didn't have money. Then he suggested that he wouldn't be able to go back in such a pitiful state. In response to this, the hero said that he believes that everything will be just the opposite. Judging by the fact that the man spends a lot of money on all sorts of unnecessary junk, he cannot judge who will complete the quest and who will not. Hearing this, the man screamed, asking if this brat didn't know who he was. He then pointed to his armor, which had a flower emblem on it. He stated that he was from the White Lotus Guild. However, Dylan was not interested. He told the man to shut up and prove his words with skills. The man called him a pathetic piece of trash who can't even get into the guild, and, moreover, wears cheap items. The hero thought that this is a rather logical conclusion if you look only at what he is wearing. However, he only grinned in response, saying that they would learn everything from the results. At that moment, the dimension door opened right next to the men. After this, the system ordered the men to prepare for the test. The main character was calm, but the man standing next to him apparently was furious with his behavior. When everything was ready, the system informed Dylan that he could begin. The man also prepared his weapon and said that it would be a piece of cake for him. He is a newcomer who entered the White Lotus Guild for 5 billion, and some trash and cheap items will not be able to compare with him. Satisfied with himself, he said that he definitely only spent 4 hours and should now be third in the ranking. When the results were ready, all the subjects ran up to the scoreboard to look at them. They were delighted when they saw that Dylan completely shifted the entire ranking, completing the quest in 59 minutes and 35 seconds. When the man looked at the result, at first he could not believe his eyes. Meanwhile, everyone else was discussing the fact that they now understand why Dylan asked for 150 billion for his hiring. At that moment, the man realized that this was the same Dylan who had entered into a contract with Jung Sun for 150 billion. And had recently created bombs that could be used in dungeons. The man realized that all this looked absolutely incredible. Out of despair, he fell to his knees, not believing in his defeat. At that moment, he saw Dylan approach him and look down at him. The hero, with a smile on his face, asked what it was like to lose to trash. During the quest, the main character had to destroy monsters on his territory and move to the specified location. To do this, he decided to use the help of his golem. The golem used flaming hands and burned a large number of monsters at once. However, one of the monsters still survived. Even though his body was on fire, he continued to fight. The monster jumped high and intended to hit the golem with its axe. However, the robot managed to dodge, and the blow fell on the stones that were under its feet. The main character was quite surprised that this monster was able to withstand Akron's attack. At that moment, he saw that his golem was attacked again. But the monster's axe did not cause any damage to it. After this, the golem knelt down and its body began to exude fire. Then the main character realized that even despite this monster would not be able to survive against Akron. After some time, when all 100 monsters were killed, the main character saw a glow in the distance and realized that they were already near the finish line. As soon as he crossed the line drawn on the ground, the system notified him that he had completed the quest to increase his rank. Meanwhile, the story moves to Dylan's new house, which he was able to afford after receiving a huge amount of money. He thought to himself that that quest was quite simple. Akron and the drones were not strong enough for the trolls and ogres. He decided that first he should increase his alchemist level, and thus he would strengthen not only himself but also the golem with drones. Then he decided to turn to his system to change his profession to an alchemist. He used the points he had been saving all this time, and the system notified him that he had promoted his rank to E level and was given the opportunity to choose a special spell. Special spells work passively and are given depending on the character of the user. In the game, a person could receive this spell only at the beginning of the game, when creating a character. After that, there will be no such chance. However, the main character did not even think that he could get a special spell with his current abilities. He understood that he was very lucky, because for someone like him, who already has attack, defense, and summoning spells, nothing else is needed. Then he decided that he should choose a healing spell. He could handle it even without a healer. However, all this time, the main character felt as if someone was watching over him. Meanwhile, the story moves to the private building of the White Lotus Guild. Maria sat in her bedroom and greeted an unexpected guest. She said that she had not contacted him since that meeting in Deus Market, and he decided to visit her so early in the morning. She then told her guest Dylan that she wanted to meet him. She said that he is the newcomer that everyone is talking about now. However, the hero said that they plan to stay here for a long time and asked to get straight to the point. Then the girl got up from her bed and said that she also likes to get straight to the point, without wasting time on foreplay, and asked the guy what he wanted to talk about. Then the hero decided to ask her directly and asked her why she tried to kill him. The girl made a surprised expression on her face, saying that she did not understand what he was talking about. Dylan then continued, saying that he knew that it was Maria who hired the people through Ghost Ant to kill him. However, Maria continued to stand her ground, saying that she did not understand what he was talking about and did not even know who the Ghost Ant was. She then decided to come closer to him, asking if he really believed that she had decided to kill him. Then she took the guy by the hands and asked what happened to him. The hero thought that this girl looked very excited at first glance. However, the White Lotus had long been famous for its unclean reputation, and he could not trust the people from this guild. He especially couldn't trust Maria. She was known for being willing to do anything for money. Then the hero stated that he was ready for such an answer, and therefore would give the girl two options. Maria continued to stand her ground, saying that she did not understand what he was talking about. Dylan decided not to play along and sat down on the chair opposite her, voicing his options. The first option was that if Maria provided him with sufficient compensation, he would not sharpen his grudge against her and make an enemy out of her. The girl wanted to be indignant, but the hero said that he was not finished yet. He then said that the second option was that if they didn't give him anything, he would reveal their attempt to kill him. Maria firmly stated that everything he says has nothing to do with their guild. However, Dylan stood up from his seat and said that the girl was free to choose any option. After that, he headed for the exit, saying that she should know who would be the first to suffer if he made all the information public. He then said goodbye to her and said that they had better pretend that this conversation never happened. However, At that moment, Maria stood up from her seat and stopped the guy. She asked how much money he wanted for his silence and offered him 3 billion. However, this did not suit the guy, and he said that he needed 10 billion. The girl was furious, saying that he couldn't ask for so much when he wasn't even sure she did it. Then Dylan said that judging by her reaction, she had revealed herself. When Maria realized this, she nervously bit her finger. After thinking a little, she stated that she agreed to such conditions. However, at this moment, she seemed to be enveloped by an ominous aura. She stated that if this information gets out, she will definitely kill Dylan. Soon after this, the main character left the building and headed to his car. At that moment, he received a notification on his phone, which indicated that a huge amount of money had been deposited into his account. And he also received a message with detailed information about strengthening the protection of his home. At this moment, the hero thought that the rumors about Maria turned out to be true. He doubted that this was her last attempt to stop him. Besides, when this ghost finds out that his order failed, he will probably send more of his thugs. So Dylan decided he needed to prepare for this. To do this, he needed to become even stronger than he is now. At that moment, the Information Guild contacted him, and he decided to go there since he was going to pick up a couple of books from there anyway. Meanwhile, the story moves to a park near Isu Station. In one of the gazebos, there was a man who absolutely did not understand what his problem was. In his hands, he was holding a business card that said that anyone can plan their bright future. The man thought that everything would work out if he started working as a financial planner. However, the result has not yet been seen. At that moment, a message from a group chat arrived on his phone. He learned that while he was barely making any money, some Dylan had received so many artifacts from just one dungeon. The man was very annoyed that this guy was showing off so much. Then he got up from his seat and resolutely headed somewhere to the side. He thought that it was not his fault that he was born unawakened at such a time. However, his thoughts were interrupted by a sudden earthquake. He couldn't understand what kind of strange vibrations he was feeling. But as it turned out, right in the middle of space, it exploded and opened a gate for monsters. Before he could do anything, he was blinded by a bright flash of light. Soon, all the people who were standing near the hole seemed to be pulled inside. At that moment, the main character, who was nearby, felt that a flash had occurred somewhere nearby. He thought that he had never seen people being sucked into space, and since they are drawing in ordinary people, the unawakened, they will immediately be killed by monsters. Therefore, the hero decided that he urgently needed to hurry up to save these people. However, when he arrived at the scene, he noticed something strange. Someone put up a sign that prohibited anyone from entering the area. 2 men stood near him. They called themselves Awakened and said that they had already reported everything to the department. Then the hero realized that the presence of other awakened ones was good news, and he ran up to them, saying that he had come to help. One of the men gave him a sword and told him to take it and go regulate the roads. Then Dylan said that he didn't understand what they were talking about because he came here to save people. The men laughed, saying that an E-rank fighter could not save people. One of the guys took him by the shoulder and said that instead of creating more problems and going to a dungeon of unknown rank, he should go and regulate the road. Then the hero asked, since when this is the responsibility of the Awakened Ones? He decided to remind them of the Charter of the Awakened Ones. The first article of the first chapter stated that in the event of an emergency, all awakened ones in South Korea are obliged to protect the citizens. Then the man laughed, saying that he had no idea that this guy was so cool, and asked if he could protect everyone here. To which the hero replied that he could do this if he took his hands away. The man was very angry with these words, so he decided to call him a bastard. In response to this, the main character used an instant influx of power. After that, he used acceleration and flew past the guys, throwing them into the air. In an instant, he found himself directly in a spatial hole. Meanwhile, the one who was sitting on the bench just a minute ago realized that he was in an unknown place. He was alone in the middle of the forest and did not understand how he got here. At that moment, he felt severe pain in his leg. When he took a closer look, he saw that there was a deep scratch on his left leg. The man soon realized that because of this wound, he could not get up. Then he heard terrible sounds coming from the forest. The next moment, he saw a monster looking at him from behind the trees, looking like a toad with red eyes and huge fangs. The man was terrified, and all he could do was scream for help. Hearing this, the toad immediately rushed at him, intending to devour him. Despite the severe pain in his leg, the man still stood up and ran away from the monster. However, the wound was very severe, so after a few meters he fell and had to crawl and call for help. At that moment, the toad reached out its hand and grabbed the man, lifting him off the ground. Then she opened her huge mouth, intending to devour the man. At that moment, the man prayed to all the gods, saying that if they exist, then they must save him. In exchange for salvation, he will do anything. At that moment, the green arrow flew straight into the monster's paw. The blow was so strong that the monster was forced to relax its fingers and release the man. However, its mouth was still open, and so the man flew straight into it. At that moment, someone managed to grab him and throw him away from the mouth. As it turned out, it was Dylan. In an instant, he was next to the man and saved him from being eaten by the monster. He quietly asked him if everything was okay. When the man asked who saved him, the hero said that his name was Dylan. In the eyes of the stranger, this guy looked like a deity whom he had summoned a few seconds ago. However, the man then saw that the toad still had no intention of leaving them alone, but he could not move due to the wound on his leg. At that moment, the hero noticed that there was a really large wound on his leg. Then he decided to use his healing power, which he received the other day. He used the healing skill, and the man seemed to be enveloped in a beneficial aura. In just a few seconds, the wound on the man's leg disappeared. Then the hero asked him if he could walk now. The man thanked him for his help, saying that now his leg could move freely. Then Dylan said that he needed to hide behind him and go in that direction, and then he could go back to the station. However, at that moment, the man screamed in horror because he saw the monster. The still-living toad rushed at the men, its mouth open. However, at that moment, Akron appeared as if out of nowhere and stopped the monster with his hand. The monster stopped literally a few centimeters from the man, but the hero didn't care at all. As it turned out, the golem grabbed him by the tail, preventing the monster from moving further. Then Dylan calmly turned around and ordered the golem to send the monster flying. The golem said that he understood the order, and then tightened his grip on the creature's tail. He then began to spin it, lifting it high above the ground. After a while, he launched the monster into the sky like a rocket. When they were safe, Dylan extended his hand to the man. He said there might be other people here who needed help, so the man needed to hurry up and get out of here. Meanwhile, the two awakened ones continued to guard the spatial portal, saying that all residents urgently needed to evacuate. At that moment, Lily and a man in a suit entered the area. The awakened shouted, saying that this area was fenced off and they couldn't just walk around here. The man then introduced himself as Morgan from the Soul branch of the Awakened Control. He turned to the guys and asked if they had checked the area inside. The boys immediately bowed to the man, saying that they were honored to meet him. But Morgan did not understand what they were doing. The guys said that they were just very happy to meet him. They said that they were directing traffic in this place. But one crazy awakened ran inside. Hearing this, Morgan touched his forehead with displeasure. He asked the guys what they were doing while he was entering the dimension gate, to which the guys replied that they were waiting for instructions from management, because they couldn't just die, since monsters could pour out of this portal at any moment. Then Morgan asked if monsters had appeared during all this time that they had been standing here. But the guys were forced to admit that there were no monsters here. Then the man asked them why they didn't even think about helping the citizens. And the awakened one who got inside, he asked if they had forgotten their duties as awakened ones. Morgan asked if they didn't know that the responsibility of the awakened was much greater in the event of an emergency. At this moment, their conversation was interrupted by Lily. She said that, apparently, they did not have time for this. The man agreed with her and asked her to go with him. Meanwhile, inside the space, one of the protagonist's drones was conducting a survey of the area. Dylan soon realized that the last survivor on the territory was a young girl. The next moment, he appeared right above her head and began to charge a magic arrow. He used a spell called Whisper of Pain and aimed it at the monster. He then fired several poisonous arrows directly into the monster's body. After that, he landed next to the girl, who all this time could not move due to horror. However, at that moment, Dylan felt a severe headache. He guessed that constantly using spells was causing headaches. However, he also understood that he could tolerate it in order to save people. At that moment, he realized that they were surrounded by two more monsters. One of the monsters prepared to hit the people with its powerful fist. At that moment, the main character picked up the girl from the ground, took her in his arms, and cast a web spell on the move. He asked the girl to be patient a little, because he saw that she was clearly uncomfortable. After that, he used an instant surge of power as well as acceleration. After another blow from the monster, he jumped high and ended up right above him using another spell. He fired several blasts of web at the monster, while it did not even realize that its victim was directly above its head. The next moment, the monster was entangled in a web and could not move. When the main character realized that they were safe, he decided to land on the ground with the girl. Afterwards, he used Hellfire Replenishment on his palm. He then summoned a fireball and launched it straight at the monster. At that moment, Lily and Morgan entered through the gate. The man said they needed to split up to search. However, at that moment, the girls saw a bright flash of light somewhere in the middle of the forest. When they looked up, they saw something similar to fireworks. This glow was so strong that it could be seen from anywhere in this space. As it turned out, these were fireballs that the main character directed at one of the monsters. When the balls came into contact with the monster, a powerful explosion was heard, and a column of flame rose in the middle of the forest. After a while, when it died down, Lily and Morgan quietly watched the fire somewhere in the middle of the forest. Then they heard a strange rustling in the bushes, and Morgan asked who it was. Soon a golem looked out from there, but it did not intend to attack people. However, Morgan prepared to defend himself. However, the next moment a man looked out from behind the golem's body and asked if they had really come. When he looked up, he saw two management workers in front of him. There were also other survivors behind the man. They were very happy to see the management workers here. They immediately rushed to the organ, saying that rescuers had finally come to them. The man guessed that these people were the ones who were sucked into the portal. However, he was wondering what kind of golem was next to them. He didn't know anyone who could create something like that. At that moment, the golem approached Lily and said that the connection with the control was confirmed. Using the reactions of those around him, he announced the completion of the mission and his return to the owner. When the girl asked him who his master was, the golem replied that his master was Dylan. Then Morgan asked the girl if this was the same Dylan who was actually a magician, to which Lily replied that that guy also designed bombs. At this moment, the man realized that the control database was incomplete. This guy had abilities that were not mentioned anywhere. After that, he asked the girl to take people away from this place. There, he decided that he still needed to look for something here. After this, the man headed deep into the forest. But soon he met something that surprised him very much. In the middle of the forest, he saw a huge crater. Around this crater lay defeated monsters. The man came closer to inspect them and realized that it was an S-rank monster with fire protection, but someone had managed to burn it. When he touched the monster with his hand, an incomprehensible mucus remained on his fingers. Then the man realized that the one who killed them used this substance. At that moment, the main character came out of the forest and asked the man who he was. Morgan realized that Dylan was standing in front of him and asked him if there were still survivors. The main character pointed to the girl who stood behind him and said that he had saved the last survivor and was going to leave here. Then Morgan introduced himself as the deputy director of the Soul Department and thanked the guy for his help. Thus, the outbreak at the station ended in the evening of the same day. News about it took the first page on the internet. One of the articles was devoted to an interview with the awakened rank of SS Morgan. He said that, in his opinion, he showed what a real awakened person should be. He was not afraid of death and instantly went into the portal, opened subsequently by the outbreak, to help with only one thought: to save people. He also reported that all 10 citizens who were sucked into the portal were successfully rescued thanks to Dylan. Sonia saw this news broadcast and asked the guy if this was really what he had been doing all these days. But the hero said that it was just a coincidence. He said that he had some things to do that took a little longer, as it turned out. After traveling to this portal, the main character reached the 9th level in alchemy. Before the outbreak appeared at the station, he received a 3rd-class spell. After he was able to destroy many monkfish, he obtained many relics. And thanks to this, he was able to reach the 9th level of alchemy. He then tried to strengthen Akron. It made his limbs and mana costs much more efficient. He also added a new slot for Akron, and the system asked him to name the formula he wanted to add. The main character decided to add an instant increase in strength and acceleration to him. Soon, the system informed him that the addition of the new formula was complete. After this, the golem appeared before him in a renewed form. Dylan immediately noticed that he became much stronger. After that, he turned to the golem, asking him to take care of him. Hearing this, Akron said that he would protect his master until his death. After some time, the main character and Sonia went into the dungeon. They were preparing for the next wave of monsters. This time, they were up against armored trolls. They were much more ferocious than ordinary trolls, and as soon as they noticed their opponents, they immediately rushed to attack. Then the main character asked Sonia to repeat what they wanted to check. The girl immediately rushed to the attack, putting a shield in front of her. At this moment, the main character used a web spell and directed it at the trolls. The next moment, the web entangled their limbs, preventing them from moving. Then Sonia realized that it was her turn and imbued her sword with magical energy. She then made several sweeping strikes at the trolls. When she was behind them, one of the trolls noticed that many cut wounds appeared on his body. Then he saw Sonia, who was emitting a magical aura. Meanwhile, Dylan continued to cast spells and use webs. Sonia knew what she needed to do next and let out a war cry and then put her shield in front of her. At that moment, the trolls turned to face her. Shell trolls were distinguished by the fact that they could not be defeated by attacking from the front, so it was necessary to approach them from behind. Sonia's job was to distract them with herself. After this, the main character immediately rushed to the attack. The girl shouted back to him that she was ready. Dylan then used a fireball spell and fired them straight at the trolls, who had their backs to him. The blow was so deafening that it raised a high column of flame. When the smoke cleared, the hero saw that the trolls' bodies were in the flames. He wondered if Sonia was okay. At that moment, the girl ran out of the flames, holding her shield in front of her. She had small scratches but did not suffer any serious damage. Seeing this, the main character was happy, because he had no doubt that everything would be fine with the girl. However, he then saw a troll appear behind the girl who, apparently, did not burn in the flames. His attack was unexpected, but Sonia managed to turn around and cover herself with a shield. However, the troll was furious, and his strength increased manifold, causing him to throw the girl into a stone wall. The hero immediately shouted the girl's name, hoping that she was still alive. As it turned out, the girl hit the rocks very hard, but she was okay. She said that the monsters seemed to have gone into a frenzy, and therefore the main character needed to be careful. The troll's entire body and weapon were shrouded in fire, and as soon as he saw the main character, he immediately rushed at him, at which point Dylan wondered if he could knock him out in one blow. Attacking them with fire was a good idea, but there was a risk that one of them would be able to block it, so the main character decided to use the lightning strike skill. He knew that if he concentrated the charge, it would be able to penetrate his armor. Then Dylan used an instant surge of power, followed by acceleration, and took off. He rushed straight at the fire troll, intending to attack him. Seeing this, Sonia screamed in horror, thinking that this was a very dangerous idea. At this moment, the hero thought that it would be better if this girl trusted his skills more. The next moment, he pressed his palm against the troll's body and fired a bolt of lightning at it. When he removed his hand, he saw that in the place where his palm had just been, a huge hole had formed, from which the troll's blood was flowing. The next moment, exhausted and dead, the troll fell face down on the ground. Meanwhile, a drone that was scouting the area discovered a strange cave nearby. When the trolls were dealt with, Sonia informed her partner that what he had just done was too dangerous. However, Dylan said that he was more worried about the girl herself. Sonia replied that she was a tank, and therefore minor injuries meant nothing to her. Then she decided not to hold back and said that all this time she was worried that something would happen to Dylan. At this moment, an awkward silence hung between them. Then the main character put his hand on the girl's head and thanked her for her concern. He stated that he would not take unnecessary risks. He thought everything through carefully and only then attacked. Sonia admitted that for a moment she was afraid that she would lose such a good partner. However, the main character said that next time he would try to use safer methods so as not to worry the girl. At that moment, his drone returned to him and brought some information. The main character asked Sonia to rest here, but the girl excitedly asked him where he was going. The hero said that because of the previous incident, he began to place drones around the area, and it seems that they detected something suspicious. Then Sonia said that she would go with him. However, Dylan insisted, saying that if he was in danger, he would return immediately, Otherwise, they would not have time to rest in front of the boss. He said that he would leave the drone here and asked him to look after Sonia, so the girl could relax. And finally, she asked the guy to be extremely careful. After some time, the main character approached the cave that the drone had found. He went inside and realized that he had never seen such caves in the game. However, when he thought that it was an artificial structure, he realized that it was there for a reason. When he went a little deeper, he felt as if a dark aura was enveloping him. Having walked a little further, the main character found himself in a place that looked like a road. The road was very wide and led to some building that looked like a castle. When the guy looked around, he saw that this road seemed to be in the middle of a huge, bloody sea. Dylan had absolutely no idea where he was. But at that moment, a bright flash of light appeared from the sky. When he turned towards the sound, he saw a thick fog in front of him. A few moments later, he saw a human silhouette in it. When the hero took an even closer look, he was shocked, realizing that he was seeing something impossible. In front of him, he saw a man with long gray hair on his shoulders, and also wearing a wine-colored robe. In his hand, he had a staff, at the end of which a blue stone shone. And then he realized that the same legendary Burkhard was standing in front of him. The man laughed in response and said that Dylan was the first who so confidently called him by name. Burchard asked him how he knew his name. Dylan didn't know what to answer, not understanding how the character from the game suddenly ended up here. He said that in their world there was a game, and there was exactly the same character as Burchard. After hearing this, the man said that it sounded quite amazing. The hero said that he was also surprised, and it all seemed like a dream. It seemed to him that he was about to wake up. Then Burkhard said that many strangers who wandered here said the same thing. Dylan was very surprised when he heard about the strangers. The man explained that these are those who came to them through counter-time and space, and those who live in another world. He said that this place is an examination arena that he created for strangers. This space allows one to test the true abilities and potential of those who come here. The hero asked if others who arrived here also passed this exam. Burkhard replied that it was so, but none of them passed it. Many had to suffer because the final task is always different. He then asked Dylan if he was up for the challenge. He said that this is a test that will allow those who pass to accept it with joy and humility, and those who fail to humbly accept their defeat. The hero thought that no matter where he was now, if he could rise even higher through the test, it would be a great opportunity for him. So he agreed to take on the challenge. Burchard said that the exam conditions are simple. The main goal is to get to the top of the tower without dying. Of course, the road had many traps and moving objects. It was also full of hitherto unknown monsters. Among them were giant black lions guarding the magic tower. Each subject is given 5 attempts. Soon, the main character began the test. But for the first time, he died from a pile of stones that fell on him from the sky. After that, he was devoured by a monster that appeared out of nowhere. The third time, he was killed by a lion, throwing him off a bridge. The fourth time, he was also devoured by a lion. Thus, the main character has one last attempt left. He remembered with horror his penultimate attempt, when he found himself right in the mouth of a demonic lion. He didn't think the feeling of being chewed alive would be so realistic. At some point, Dylan began to doubt that this was even possible. He knew how to get around traps and monsters, but black lions were on a completely different level. He understood that he would never be able to defeat them with his current level. At that moment, Burkhard turned to him. He told the guy not to be afraid of new attempts. Then the hero asked him what he meant. But the old man said that he could not answer this question. After that, he turned around, and the hero began to think about his words. He wondered if there was another way to go this way. Now the path in front of him was absolutely the same as in his previous attempts. The cliffs that were on each side of the bridge were a direct path to death. However, he was interested in what was behind this bridge. When he turned around, he saw something strange. Behind him, there seemed to be an ordinary wall. Dylan thought that the map had a standard layout, where all paths except the road to the tower led to death. But he did not understand why there was a wall in that place instead of a cliff. Suddenly an idea came into his head, and he grinned slyly. He knew that there was one character in the film who left a deep impression on his soul. He came up with something that others could not even think of. The hero decided to follow his path and think more broadly. After that, Dylan turned to Burkhard and said that he was leaving. Then he accelerated and ran at full speed straight into the wall. He understood that he did not need to be afraid of new attempts, just as Burkhardt had told him. As he walked, he used an instant surge of power and acceleration. A few moments later, he found himself near the wall and broke through it, breaking it into many stone fragments. When he ran through it, it was as if he found himself in an alternative space, in which there was exactly the same road with exactly the same tower. But the colors of the world seemed to be replaced with the opposite ones. In the middle of the road, he saw Burkhardt still standing there. The hero ran past him and realized that the old man had not noticed him. Then he realized that he was in another dimension. Meanwhile, Burkhardt, who was standing in the original dimension, closed his eyes and waited for the results from Dylan. And the lion, which was at the very end of the road, was also expecting another attempt from the guy. Meanwhile, the guy in the alternate space met a lion who was also there. He assumed that since he passed by Burkhardt, then he could also pass by the lion. However, at that moment he realized that the lion had seen him and roared angrily. He then raised his paw, which glowed with an ominous red aura, and prepared to attack. At this point, Dylan decided to use a skill called Colorful Death. He then rushed straight at the lion, which struck where Dylan had been a second ago. Then the hero decided to use a skill called Colorful Flash. Thus, he caused a bright wave of light, which for some time deprived the lion of the ability to see. He took advantage of this moment and jumped high above him to be behind him. After that, the guy extended his hand, intending to attack the lion, and at that moment he received an alert from the system, which said that he had passed the Burkhardt exam. The next moment, he returned to the original dimension. It was hard for him to breathe from such an intense fight, but Burkhardt calmed him down and said that he had passed the test. The man said that Dylan was the first person to pass his exam. It required the lion's share of creativity and stubbornness, and so the man praised him for his excellent work. However, the hero said that he simply looked around after his words. However, the old man even said that he said this to everyone who came here. He said that since Dylan passed his exam first, he would give him his blessing, and then asked what his most valuable relic was. The main character handed him the Ring of Faith and Light, and said that this was the most precious thing he had. Burkhardt said that he will increase his level by 1 with the blessing. And now, it can only belong to Dylan, and only he can use it. He may think that this is bad, but he assured him that there are not many good blessings, like this. The main character asked what effect this gives, to which the old man replied that with this relic, he would no longer have to cast the spell out loud. The main character was delighted because it was a great offer, so he agreed. The next moment, Burkhardt touched the ring with his staff, and magical drawings appeared under their feet. With every second, the magical signs grew, and soon they covered the entire space. The main character watched Burkhardt's magic with delight. After that, the man touched the ring with his staff again, and it seemed to mix with his weapon into one. In the next moment, the rings seemed to have formed anew and reached the legendary level. Dylan took it in his hands, not believing that he was holding his first legendary ring. After that, Burkhardt asked what he thought about his new acquisition, to which the guy replied that he not only liked this ring, now he felt like a completely different person. In response to this, Burkhardt smiled and said that he was very happy about this. He then said it was time to send Dylan back, and the hero asked if they were saying goodbye forever. The old man looked somewhere in the sky and said that he did not know how to answer this question. Perhaps the day would come when their worlds would unite. If this happened, they would meet again. The hero thought to himself that he couldn't even talk to him normally because he was focused on the test. Then Dylan said that during all this time, he did not even recognize the name of the subject and asked what his name was. Before he disappeared, Dylan told him his name. When the portal closed, the old man said that he would remember him, and also added that he was glad to meet him. When the main character returned back to the dungeon, he was surprised that only 30 minutes had passed since he left, and Sonia even looked for him when she saw him coming out of the distorted place. Meanwhile, Sonia, who was fighting a portion of the trolls, said that that was how it happened, but she was glad that the guy was back okay. While the girl was defending herself from one troll, another one came up and swung his axe at her. However, the girl was not taken aback, turned around sharply and hit 2 monsters at once with one blow. At that moment, Akron joined her and pushed one of the trolls, giving the girl more freedom of movement. Sonia noted that the golem began to look a little different. She suggested that it had become even stronger. At that moment, the main character shouted to the girl to be careful. He then decided to use Fireball and Poison Arrow. After that, He prepared several magical projectiles and aimed them at the target. 3 spells immediately went towards the troll, who wanted to attack Sonia. When the shells reached their target, there was a very strong explosion, from which Sonia had to shield herself with her shield. The blast wave was so strong that her shield could barely contain it. When the smoke cleared, she saw that the troll was dead, its head and arms torn off. After that, he fell lifeless to the ground right next to her feet. Sonia thought that even though she was using the same defense techniques, it seemed to her that Dylan's spells had become stronger. Moreover, he no longer cast spells out loud as he did before. When the guy approached her, she looked carefully into his face. She could not understand what happened to him during these 30 minutes. They soon left the dungeon, and the next day the main character went to the Jungsun building. He thought that it was a great day. He met Burkhard, who gave him the legendary ring. He even pulled out a fire arrow spell that sends a bolt of fire in the shape of an arrow forward. At that moment, Daniela approached him. She sat down in the chair opposite him and asked how things were going with Sonia. She said that according to the guild report, she fights in C+ level dungeons. The main character answered with delight that everything was fine with them. Sonia protects him wonderfully, taking a lot of damage. Moreover, she trusts him very much. Daniela said that she was glad to hear this. Apparently, something bothered Sonia, and she came to the training room to train even on weekends. The girls said that it would be better if she rested from time to time, so she asked Dylan to take care of her for her. She said that Sonia, although she seems strong due to the situation, is a very nice girl at home. Dylan said that he should be grateful to them for allowing him to fight alongside Sonia. Then Daniela smiled and asked if he would now tell him why he called her. The main character said that there is an item that he would like to sell with the help of a girl. He handed her a small package that looked like paper tied with thread. Daniela took it in her hands and realized that she was holding a magic spell recognizer in her hands. She looked questioningly at the guy and asked what this meant. Then the hero said that this is the essence of this scroll. In other words, with the help of it, you can find out the hidden abilities of objects. He wanted to explain the essence of his action a little more deeply, but the girl stopped him. She said they should use it on something more important. She said that she has one beautiful sword of a unique level that she really likes to use. The main character asked if she knew its capabilities. Daniela replied that she had been using this sword for years, so she knew everything about it. After that, Dylan unrolled the scroll and said that now he would show his power. He then tore the scroll and the paper glowed with a bright light. After that, he touched the sword, and the system informed him that the object was recognized. After this, the hero happily announced that everything was ready and asked Daniela to look at the sword. The girl took her sword back into her hands with a little disbelief. However, after a couple of seconds, she said that it was absolutely incredible. She felt that her sword had a new ability that increased her stamina by 55. Dylan grinned, saying that this is recognition. It is a power that can bring out the hidden capabilities of objects. Since many items in the game had hidden abilities, almost all players tried to learn this basic spell. However, there are still many relics in the human world that cannot be recognized. And there are simply no people who have the ability to do this. That was until Dylan mastered the spell. At this moment, Daniela thought that 10 years had passed since she became awakened. As the head of the guild, she met people with a wide variety of abilities. However, she has never met a guy like Dylan. Seeing the satisfaction on the girl's face, the hero asked what she thought about it. After that, Daniela put on a serious expression and said that she needed to think about it. She thought to herself that this was an irreplaceable item. Once again, she was faced with something that only Dylan could do. She then placed her sword on the table and asked him how many scrolls he could make in a day. The hero replied that he could do 120. It was simply impossible to do more. He also said that he would like the Jungsun Guild to have exclusive selling rights. The minimum price per scroll is 20 million. He plans to raise the price depending on the market reaction. The girls said that in this case, if the guy gives them 10%, she will start selling. The hero agreed to this decision and said that they should agree on this. Daniela said she thought the scroll would create quite a stir. However, the main character was only in anticipation to see this. 5 days later, the appearance of the scrolls completely changed the view of the relics. It became the basis for arguments about levels, abilities, and more. And while news of this spread, the price of the scrolls also quickly rose. For this reason, the media turned their attention to the inventor of recognition scrolls, And soon he began to be invited to TV shows, and entire fan clubs were created in his honor. A blonde girl watched all this from her office. She didn't know how to react to this news, so she decided to call her partner Morgan. She asked if it was true that 5 days had passed since the scrolls were shown to the public, and the man confirmed her words. He said that the starting price was 20 million won, but now it has risen to 33 million. He said that he never would have thought that just one awakened person could bring so much in just a couple of days. The white-haired girl agreed with him. Then Morgan said that if news about the inventor of the scrolls reached other countries, they would certainly take action. He decided that they needed to do something first. The girl said she heard that Lily knew Dylan. She then reached out to Morgan and asked him to contact her and set up a meeting with Dylan. Meanwhile, the protagonist watched the news. As expected, his influence increased. Now it is only increasing at a high speed, so it needs to start operating on a larger scale. However, to do this, he needs to establish relations with an organization associated with the state. Meanwhile, the story moves to the Seoul branch of the department. This was the place where Lily and Dylan were supposed to meet. The girl was worried that she had made the guy wait too long, but he said that he had just gotten here. At that moment, he thought that he could not even imagine that the management itself would call him. Then Lily asked him if it was really his first time in this building. The hero said that's true. The Seoul branch looks very busy. The girl said that all reports go through them, so they have no time to rest. After that, she pointed him to one of the offices and said that they needed to go here. Principal Morgan was inside, as well as a white-haired girl. Lily greeted him and said that she came here with Dylan. The main character thought that the man he met earlier was the head of the Seoul branch of the department. At that moment, the girl with white hair turned to him and apologized for calling him here. She said that she should have met Dylan in person, but she was afraid that there would be too many eyes around. The girl introduced herself as Veronica, the head of the Seoul department. Dylan thought about the fact that these people were SS-ranked specialists, so the pressure from them was not a joke. Veronica said that she should get straight to the point, and the hero was only happy about that. She said that they at the management believe that Dylan will be the next rising star to represent South Korea. The hero was very surprised when he heard that he was called a rising star. The girl replied that he had the ability to use attacks, defenses, spells, buffs, golems, create scrolls, and other things. And unlike others, he is strong not only in one area. Therefore, in such a situation, they have no choice but to take this step. At this point, Dylan felt that they were planning to put pressure on him. He was going to make a deal with them, but he was not going to be at their beck and call. However, Veronica said that they were going to give him full support, including raiding the dungeon and other areas. The hero was surprised when he realized that they wanted to support him. It was unexpected for him. Then he asked the girl if there was a special reason for such a decision. Morgan said that the department always supports up-and-coming awakened. The main reason for this is to prevent other countries from luring them away, and their organization is created in order to maintain order among the awakened, as well as ensure the safety of citizens and the country. He stated that they had no ulterior motives about Dylan. At first, the main character did not know how to respond to this, since it was very unexpected before him. However, he then said that he understood them. The guy agreed and said that he would accept their support. He was about to say that he would wait for news from them, when suddenly the ground began to shake. Everyone in the office felt a powerful earthquake. At first, the main character was even a little scared and tightly grabbed his chair. However, suddenly he saw a bright flash of red appear outside the window. Veronica and Morgan also turned towards the window to see what was happening there. Suddenly, the main character pointed his finger somewhere and asked Veronica to look there. As it turned out, a bright column of energy appeared right in the middle of the street and hit somewhere in the city. At that moment, serious surprise appeared on Veronica's face. And then the hero asked if she really knew what it was. The girl said it was a large-scale outbreak. After that, they all got into the car together and headed to the epicenter of the outbreak. The fact is that 5 years ago, a large-scale outbreak occurred in one of the cities. Previously, there were only 30 or 40 low-rank outbreaks, so there were not many casualties. However, this time 78 flashes appeared at once, and this made them worry. Then the hero asked if there would be anything wrong with him going on such a task, being with SS rank fighters. Morgan told him that depending on the request, they could do a specialized translation, so that would be fine. Then Lily reported that the outbreak area had been spotted from the front. Morgan said that he would go there with Dylan, and the girl would have to go with the director and be in touch. At this moment, the ordinary residents were completely terrified as they were attacked by monsters. These monsters looked like huge mantises, but instead of paws, they had blades. One of the mantises prepared to kill a civilian by crossing his blade right next to his neck. The man was already preparing to die, but suddenly he heard a strange sound. A bright blue color appeared right behind him, and soon, someone grabbed his shoulders with iron hands. As it turned out, it was Akron, and in one motion, he grabbed the mantis by its blade and threw them aside. After that, he put out his hand with his other hand, covering the defenseless young man, and shot fire at the monster. The shockwave was very strong, so the monsters were thrown back in just 1 second. The man breathed a sigh of relief when he realized that now he was in no danger, and thanked the golem for saving him. However, it was too early to rejoice since the mantis did not die. He charged at the golem, cutting through the shockwave with his sharp blade. Then the golem decided to use a machine gun and shot the mantis point blank. This attack made the monster even more ferocious, and he attacked the golem again, swinging his blade at him. At that moment, an unfamiliar man who was on the roof of a building nearby reported that the location had been established. After that, with a bright flash, he rushed straight at the mantis, intending to attack it from above. A powerful shockwave hit the mantis directly in the head. It was so strong that it shattered the asphalt on which he was standing. As it turns out, the man was Morgan, and he used his hand to save the golem and the man he was protecting. Soon, the golem reported that the territory had been cleared, and he was evacuating citizens to a safe place. Morgan noted that Dylan's golem never ceases to amaze him. At this moment, the main character continued to fight on the other side of the street. Through the earpiece, he reported that he had not received any response and asked his partners to follow the drone. At this point, Veronica turned to her park Morgan, asking if he was destroying the building again, because after she received the video from Dylan, she would check everything. But the man said that he did not do this. When the girl looked around, she saw monsters that looked like mechanical spiders. There were also magical threads in the air that looked like spider webs. The next moment, the spiders came to life and rushed to attack. At this point, she was informed that signals had been received from several survivors outside, and a moment later, the spiders rushed at the girl and began to attack her all at once. However, as it turned out, she used her skill, and mechanical paws grew on her back. She herself became like spiders, and with the help of these paws, she created a cage that prevented monsters from harming her. Her eyes glowed red, and a strand of her white hair also turned red. After that, the mechanism on her back, from which her paws grew, made a loud sound. Then all the monsters were thrown in different directions. After that, the girl made a lightning-fast movement, running in 1 second through all the monsters that had just been thrown back. In the next instant, the monsters were cut into pieces by her lightning-fast movements. After that, Veronica finally sank to the ground, since there were no more enemies nearby. Moreover, her attacks were explosive, so after she retreated to a safe distance, the monsters' bodies exploded. After that, she asked to show her the way. There was real panic on the street. There was fire everywhere, and only 2 white-haired girls sat on the roof of one of the buildings and watched everything that was happening. These girls were from the Tehwa Guild. One of them was named Camilla, and the other was Julia. Camilla said that this was truly a rare sight, to which Julia replied that this was truly the first time she had seen so many big shots. They watched the courageous Uncle Morgan. At that time, he fought with a monster that looked like a huge worm. But the monster was not destined to win, since the man dealt him a crushing blow with his fist. Camilla noted that this man is very hot as always. After that, she turned her attention in the other direction and realized that she saw a familiar girl. It was Daniela. At first, they doubted that it was her, since from such a distance it was difficult to see her face. They also noticed that a girl with pink hair, Neela, was lying next to her. Apparently, she was injured. Camilla said she would be doing them a huge favor if she just died. At this moment, the main character entered the site. Julia drew attention to him and asked if this was the same Dylan. But Camilla didn't even know what she was doing here. However, he was the main reason why they were present here now, so the girl suggested taking a closer look at his skills. At this moment, the main character used a spell called Healing Him to cure the girl. He placed his hand on her stomach, and the wounds on Nyla's body seemed to disappear. Daniela was delighted when she saw the guy's healing powers. She didn't even think that he had such skills. The main character said that this skill takes a lot of mana, so he doesn't use it often. However, Daniela said that even so, it is still higher than the restoration skill of a rank B healer. The other agents who stood next to them discussed Dylan, saying that he was indeed very well-rounded, and although his rank was not that high, he seemed stronger than everyone else. Meanwhile, Neela came to her senses and thanked the man for his help. Dylan said that the wound had healed on the outside, but most likely the poison was still acting on the inside, so it would be better for the girl to sit for a while. Daniela then took the girl in her arms and immediately ran to safety, saying that she would leave the rest to Dylan. At this point, Veronica changed into her human form and said that she found several civilians hiding. One of them said that he saw a huge monster inside the department store. At this moment, the main character thought that it might be the boss. At that moment, Veronica told him that the monster could go in his direction. So she asked the guy to be careful. At that moment, the wall behind him collapsed, and a huge monster that looked like a demonic insect crawled out from behind it. He decided to attack Dylan with his paws and horns. Camila suggested that this is the same poisonous arachne. Julia said that this is it, most likely. This is a boss of rank A or B. The girls found it surprising that Dylan was able to dodge the monster's sudden attacks. After that, they began to discuss the fact that Daniela became a guildmaster at such an early age. But Julia came to the conclusion that she was a complete zero in management. Those lower in rank don't even know how to deal with attacks of this level. It must be difficult. Shortly after, a massive explosion was heard as someone fired magical projectiles at the monster. As it turned out, these were two awakened ones who came to Dylan's aid. They were extremely surprised when they realized that this amount of firepower was not enough to kill this boss. But they did not intend to give up. The main character knew that things were bad, since the poisonous arachne has the ability to resist the first type of attacks. However, this should just be a fire attribute that many of the monsters have. Soon, the awakened ones realized with horror that their attacks had no effect against the monster. They even began to think that this boss was resistant to magic. Then they decided that they needed to go on the attack and asked the magicians to stay away. However, at that moment, the main character ran forward and covered the two guys with his shield. After this, one of the awakens summoned a large dome so that the projectiles fired by the monster would not hit any of them. However, the monster directed its attacks at one point, and they were so strong that the man's shield could not withstand it. The blow was so strong that the man was thrown back and rolled on the asphalt. Camila said that they were unlikely to be able to hit the monster when their defense against physical attacks was half reduced. If they don't have people with as good teamwork as she and Julia have, then it simply won't be possible. While the awakened ones were unable to move, the monster used the web skill to restrict their movements. Dylan thought that if he could avoid these attacks and get closer to him, then he could hit him. At that moment, a woman approached them and asked if this monster was really weak to physical attacks. Dylan said that he could do at least some damage to him if only he could get closer to him. At that moment, a girl with red hair tied in a high ponytail asked the guy to help her, and then walked past him. Meanwhile, the monster was busy trying to deal with his opponents. While he was busy with the awakened ones, a red-haired girl ran up to him and took out her weapon. The monster immediately turned in her direction and aimed several magical spikes at her. However, the girl's movements were incredibly fast, and she fought off every projectile that flew in her direction. Judging by her face, she was determined to kill this monster. Then the hero thought that if he hit and knocked out the monster's legs, then this girl could finish the battle. But he was worried about the question of who this girl was. Meanwhile, the girl's weapon turned into a scythe, and she saw that the monster had summoned slightly smaller monsters and sent them to attack. Seeing this, the main character decided to use the skills of armor shield, strength, and acceleration. At that moment, the girl felt that a protective aura enveloped her. After that, the hero fired several fiery arrows at each monster that flew at her. He stated that he should be helped properly. After that, the girl raised her scythe and fired 2 projectiles from it, which left behind a red light. The girl was enveloped in a magical aura, and she aimed the projectiles directly at the monster. At that moment, a red cloak appeared on her body, and a magical hurricane seemed to swirl around her. After that, she dealt a crushing blow, thereby cutting the monster's body into 2 parts. The main character was delighted when he saw this attack. After the battle ended, the girl went to Dylan and asked if he still didn't remember her. She said her name was Arya. She mentioned that they had not seen each other for a long time, and Dylan asked if Arya was also awakened. The girl replied that she worked for the guild in Britain, and her contract had recently expired, so she returned to Korea. However, their conversation was interrupted by a powerful explosion that sounded behind her. The girl said that they didn't seem to have much time to chat. Dylan agreed, saying that they needed to take care of the outbreak first. At this point, Morgan informed him that he would join the case, but at point B. Veronica said that she had also almost reached the right place and suggested that the guys disperse. The main character said that he would join them a little later, at which point Arya said that she was here to support this area. She then put on her mask and stated that once the outbreak was over, she would look for Dylan at the guild. In response to this, the heroes smiled and said that they would definitely meet again. At this point, Julia asked her friend what she thought about it, to which Camilla replied that she was not sure about the power of his spells. However, his strength and attack speed are definitely different from the average awakened. Moreover, he has a healing skill. After that, Camilla stood up from her seat and looked carefully at the guy before leaving. She decided that now they needed to watch him especially closely. 3 days later, the large-scale outbreak was completely suppressed, and the protagonist's level increased significantly during this battle. He had finally reached Class 4, and his wizard level had risen to 31. Moreover, he now had at his disposal the spells that he had received from Deus's store. However, now Dylan was not sure that he could find anything worthwhile on a local internet server. At that moment, a man entered the office where the main character was sitting. It was the same man he saved during the outbreak. He said his name was Sean, and he came here to thank Dylan, and also for calling him here. In response to this, the main character smiled and asked the guy to sit down because they needed to talk. Sean apologized, saying that he was so happy and didn't even think that Dylan would contact him again. To which the main character replied that he just needed help with his long-term assets. He said that Sean could talk to him informally anyways since they were the same age. However, the man felt awkward, not understanding how he could even talk to Mr. Dylan. However, the main character insisted, and Sean had no choice but to agree. He said that in future he would speak to him more freely. He asked if the guy needed anything else besides financial planning, and then drew attention to the books that were lying near him, and stated that they looked as if they had been brought from another world. The main character said that the man was right. Recently, he began to be interested in linguistic books from another world. In addition to managing his assets, he wanted Sean to also find and collect for him the books and tools he needed. The main character said that he would pay him for everything he needed, including an office, salary, and rent, and then handed him a contract and asked him to read it. At that moment, Sean realized that the guy wanted to make him something of a manager. The main character said that he understood everything correctly. The most important thing now is collecting linguistic books from another world, and he wanted Sean to collect them all. Hearing this, the man immediately jumped up from his seat and said that he really wanted to work with it and asked when he could start. Dylan thanked him and then reached into his pocket to give him something else. He handed him a plastic card, saying that this card had a limit of 1 billion won, and asked Sean to use it for purchasing and to be in touch during the process. The man's eyes sparkled when he saw a card with such a huge amount in his account. When he saw Dylan get up from his seat and start getting dressed, he asked if he was leaving already. The main character said that he had one more meeting, so he asked Sean to try his best. The man immediately stood up from his seat and said that Dylan could rely on him, while the hero thought that it would be good if he received a useful spell. Meanwhile, Arya and Sonia were working out on the training ground. Arya stated that the girl is mastering the skills well. She said that Sonia fights with incredible power. Arya continued to launch one attack after another, and Sonia successfully blocked them. At that moment, the main character entered the training room. He was surprised that the girls were studying at such an early hour. When they saw Dylan, Arya said that she thought she should look around since she was back in Korea, but only Sonia was here, so she decided to have a duel. Then Dylan asked what Arya thought about Sonia's skills, to which the girl replied that even in Britain she had not met anyone who fit the role of a tank so well. Then the hero turned to Sonia and asked what she herself thought about this. The girl replied that if she had been distracted for even a second, her armor would not have held up. She felt like she was looking at Dylan when he started his physical attacks. Hearing this, Arya thanked her for the compliment. The hero said that he was glad that the girls had good first impressions of each other. After that, he said that he had a reason why he called both girls. He stated that until Arya finds a new guild, he would like to temporarily recruit her to their team. Sonya stated that she would only be glad of this, because they would have an attacker, which they needed in formation for raids. Arya said that she would be happy to join, since the team already has such a well-rounded fighter as Dylan, and the incredible tank, Sonya. This meant that she could move on without worrying about her surroundings. Then the hero remembered how the girl fought with that monster, and said that it definitely looked like that. He asked Arya to trust him, and said that he would definitely look after her. However, Arya stated that she did not want to hear this from him, in response to which the hero laughed, asking if he had said something wrong. Sonya watched their conversation with disbelief. At some point, she even felt a little offended, and she asked if Dylan and Arya were really that close. At that moment, the hero realized that he had not even introduced the girls properly. He said that Arya is a girl who has been his friend since middle school. After that, Arya immediately ran up to him and took his arm, saying that she was his girlfriend. When Sonya heard this, she was horrified. Arya understood that this behavior irritated Sonya, but on the contrary, she only liked it. Nevertheless, the hero said that they may have met before, but 10 years have already passed since that moment. Afterwards, Arya said that he couldn't say that after all the embarrassing things they did together, but Dylan asked her not to joke like that anymore. He then said that he was tired of talking about the past and asked what the girls thought about going to the dungeon and checking their connection. The girls really liked this idea. At that moment, the system sent him an alert saying that the rank promotion quest had been activated. Almost immediately after this, the hero went on a quest to increase the rank of Class D. When he passed through the portal, he realized that he had arrived at some ruins. However, he guessed what kind of place it was. It was a temple of nightmares where Valarax lived, a devil who wanted to conquer the middle world. He sought a man to be his devoted servant. Knowing the effect it would have when his faith changed in the wrong direction, he chose the most valuable monastery as the target for the curse. After this, Valarax's curse fell on the monastery. Thus, the most sacred place became subject to the devil. The temple itself became a place of moral decay. At this moment, the hero wondered why the world of his game was connected with promotion quests. He also remembered that he had recently met Burchard. Everything had to do with leveling up, and everything he did had to do with that game. He thought it was a small mechanism that influenced him. However, the game world is built into the awakens system, and if he is an important element of the system, then he needed to look at the game in more detail. However, when he saw a whole group of demonic temple servants in front of him, he decided that he would think about it later. Behind them stood the leader of the temple, who sent his subordinates to meet the intruder. At this point, Dylan decided that this would be a great opportunity to test out new spells. He extended his hand and used the Ice Storm skill. The next moment, a huge ice storm formed, sweeping away all the demonic workers of the temple. However, when the storm cleared, the main character saw that a dark arrow was flying at him. However, he was already preparing to repel it by using the stone skin spell on himself. After that, he put his palm forward, reflecting the attack. He realized that the ice storm did not seem to have a large blast radius. In this case, he decided to use the acceleration and flight spell. After that, he immediately rushed to attack, but realized that his speed was still not high enough. Nevertheless, it will be enough to win this fight. When the protagonist was above his opponent, he extended his hand and used the Flame Hands spell. He then used a fireball and unleashed a huge blast wave directly at his opponents. When the smoke cleared, he saw that his spell had created a huge hole in the floor, and he realized that they had fallen to the floor below. He immediately went down to where his opponents had fallen. At that moment, the stone knight who stood in the middle of the hall said that no one has the right to disturb the Lord's peace, and violators will be killed. Dylan realized that the statue of Lakato was standing in front of him. His sword had a special spell, so he had to be careful of any cuts. After this, the golem dealt a crushing blow to the place where the main character stood. Dylan knew that many attacks wouldn't work on him, but the poison attacks should be enough to deal damage to this monster. After that, he used a poisonous arrow, and this was enough to cut off half the head of the stone knight. Moreover, the main character had another ace up his sleeve. He found this place after the 50th raid in the game and continued to use it in secret. When he stood at a certain place, he realized that the statue was moving into a reloading position. And then, it suddenly stopped. The statue stated that the Guardian is not abandoning his position. The hero thought that, judging by the way it was implemented, he was sure that this was the world from his game. It was a very cheap method, but it was better than nothing. And so Dylan was going to use it however he wanted. The statue, struck by poisonous arrows, declared its indignation with its last breath. After that, the golem fell to his knees and the sword fell from his hand, after which the hand holding the sword also fell off from his body. At that moment, the system informed Dylan that he had reached D rank and was able to use a special spell. The guy knew that there were no healers before, so he chose the healing spell. However, from now on, he will work more in a team than alone. So this time, he decided to choose a spell that would give him a boost, and he chose Furious Summoning. Soon after, he returned back to the city, and people immediately started running up to him, saying that they were his fans, and also asking him what the secret was to his leveling up. Many wanted to get on Dylan's team, but the hero ignored everyone. As he headed towards the road, a black car suddenly stopped near him. A woman came out wearing long white pants and black heels. She said her name was Carla, and she hired people for the American Freedom Guild. She approached Dylan and asked if she could take some of his time if he wasn't busy. Dylan asked her with a grin what such a large guild wanted from someone like him. Then Carla said that after hearing about him, she came to talk to him about the dungeon. However, the hero stated that he does not plan to join another guild. However, the girl said that the reason she was here was not to hire him. She asked what he thought about discussing an S-rank dungeon, and upon hearing this, the hero agreed. However, Carla said that the place was too noisy. She then returned to her car and opened the backseat door, asking if she could talk to Dylan in the car. After that, they set off, and the girl reported that the Freedom Guild was planning an attack on an S-rank dungeon in America. At this moment, the guildmaster wanted to invite Dylan as a mercenary to their team. However, the hero noticed that there are already enough strong awakened ones in America, and they will manage without him. However, Carla said that they didn't have anyone like Dylan, and he questioned whether she had come to recruit a D-rank awakened. The girl explained that this should not surprise him, because he has many abilities that make him a buffer, debuffer, and magic damage dealer, which is much more effective than 3 separate people. She emphasized that this was an obvious choice for them, and added that the guildmaster would allow Dylan to choose one of the unique rank relics if he joined them. Carla also mentioned that the guy could consider this a reward, and of course, after the raid, the loot would be divided equally. She then handed him a piece of paper, saying that she swore this on behalf of Guildmaster Brox, confirming her words. The hero took the paper and studied it carefully. He thought that he had nothing to lose, and since there were no A-rank awakened among the invitees, he had a chance to test their territory. At that moment, Carla announced that they had almost arrived at their destination. Then the hero said that he would accept her offer. He added that after he clarifies his schedule, he will definitely contact her. The girl was delighted and said that the guildmaster would be incredibly happy, and that she would immediately notify him. After that, Dylan got out of the car, and Carla said that she would wait for his call. The driver approached her, asking if she was worried that they weren't discussing membership, but Carla assured him that everything was fine. After what she saw, she realized that Dylan could not be bought with money, because experience was more important to him. So Carla decided that first they would give him an unforgettable experience, and then they would make it so that he could not refuse. Meanwhile, Camilla and Julia reached the landing of Dylan's apartment. They tried to pick his lock, but Camilla noticed that there were more guards than she expected. The girl explained that there are a lot of deceptive sensors in the castle, and if you overdo it, you can burn to the ground. Julia asked how much he spent on such security. Camilla guessed that he probably spent about 50 billion because he felt the energy of the measuring stones through the walls of the building. While she was wondering how best to overcome this defense, Julia suggested just letting it go. However, Camilla replied that she did not intend to do this. Given the prices of Dylan's shares, she was sure that the management was definitely involved in this. They had a new director now, but in the past, they had given her so much support and then stabbed her in the back. Remembering the past, Camilla's body began to exude ominous energy. At that moment, the girls heard that the elevator had arrived at their floor. They turned around to see who had arrived. As the elevator doors began to open, the girls tensed, preparing for a possible fight. But when the elevator doors opened fully, they discovered that no one was inside. As At that moment, the person who arrived on the floor approached them from behind. It was Dylan. He sternly asked the girls who they were. He guessed they weren't exactly his next group of fans, so he needed to know what they wanted. Camila replied that they would talk later, as this was not the best place to talk. They then headed towards the exit, and Dylan didn't stop them. The girls entered the elevator, watching the guy go. When the doors closed, the main character sighed displeasedly, as he was just beginning to think that his life had finally calmed down a little. Within 2 days, he completed all the business in Korea and created items for the Jungseon Guild. He then explained the whole situation to Arya and Sonia. He also checked the book he had recently received. After Dylan collected the necessary things for the raid, he headed to the United States. Soon he arrived at the Liberty Guild building in New York. The first person who met him in the building was a man whose hands were decorated with gold rings and bracelets. Dylan knew that this man was the head of Liberty, one of the strongest guilds in the United States. The man introduced himself as Brox and said he was very pleased to meet Dylan. The hero noticed that the man had a lot of books from another world, to which he replied that he had been studying the language of another world lately. He said that no one knows when he will be able to talk to them. However, Dylan did not understand who he was talking about. Then Brox invited him to sit down. When the main character sat down on the sofa, they brought him a cup of tea. Brox sat down opposite him and said that he had recently received some interesting news. In the dungeon, his people met a man who spoke fluently the language of another world. Unfortunately, this man died immediately after the meeting. Apparently, someone ordered him. Dylan asked if this was the dungeon they were going to, and Brox replied in the affirmative. He said that they hope to find other traces of another world, but there is a limit of only 6 people can enter the dungeon. Then the hero understood why this man was interested in him. Brox explained that the average awakened person only has one ability and spends his entire life striving to raise it to the SSS level. He himself has this ability, but apart from it, he cannot use magic or other abilities. However, if Dylan joins them, he will become someone who has various skills and can create as many combinations as he wants. So Brox decided that Dylan was the most suitable candidate. At this moment, the hero thought that this man was speaking as if he was interested in him only within the dungeon. But in fact, he probably wanted to invite him to the guild. But now the hero has no reason to refuse, since with this raid he will be able to satisfy his interest, as well as take advantage of unique relic. After this, Brox stood up and said that since he was done with the explanations, he would fulfill part of his promise. He went to the bookshelf and started looking for something. When he clicked on the desired book, a secret door opened behind the closet. The man invited Dylan to come with him. Soon they found themselves in a room with iron walls and a red floor. The man said that he either did not need the relics in this room, or he did not know how to use them, since he already had others that were much more useful than these. The hero realized that even at first glance he could tell that these relics were above the unique level. Among them were many different rings that emitted a magical aura. Brox said that Dylan could take them after he recognized them. Then the hero realized that he did this on purpose to force him to use the recognition skill. However, the hero did not resist, walked up to the stand with the rings and used recognition. Soon, several notification windows from the system appeared in front of him. After that, he said that he would take one of the rings. It was the Kata ring, which had a unique level. After this, Brox invited the guy to go to another place for a briefing before the raid. When they went to another office, Carla was already waiting for them there. But the hero asked her if Mr. Brox would really not come, to which the girl replied that he had gone to France on business. Then she invited him to another office. After that, she opened the door and let the guy inside. Several people were already sitting inside. Among them were 2 men and 2 girls. The man with long white hair and a large scar in the middle of his forehead was named Larson. He was an S-rank main tank. Next to him sat a girl named Sarah. She was a master of close combat. Next was Lincoln, a man with long dark hair. He was the main attack tank. At the very end of the office sat a girl named Riley. She was a master of ranged combat, and the only one of all those present who had rank A. Soon the team was ready to move out. Then they found themselves in a dungeon where it was raining. Larson did not expect that there would be poisonous rain here. Lincoln said that without Mr. Dillon's armor, they would have had a hard time. Sarah was surprised that this guy also had various buffs. Carla said that this was the first time she received so many buffs at once. However, Dylan soon shouted that he could hear the enemy approaching. The team soon assumed a defensive position as monsters came at them from all sides of the forest. Lincoln and Larson put up their shields to protect themselves from the monsters. The monsters were huge, as if sewn from several parts of different bodies. Their mouths were huge and fanged. Seeing the uninvited guests, they immediately rushed to attack. At that moment, Larson's shield glowed yellow. The next moment, it was as if a luminous wall had appeared in front of him, protecting him and his team from monsters. He then shouted that he would never lose to them. After that, the whole team rushed into battle. Sarah deftly jumped between enemies, leaving them incredibly deep cuts with her weapon. At the moment of the attack, ears appeared on her head, and she became more like a cat than a person. She then rushed to her next target. At this moment, the monster began to suck in air, apparently about to spew out a poisonous liquid on the girl attacking him. Then, a poisonous, acidic liquid poured from his mouth. However, Sarah managed to dodge and, in an instant, found herself directly above his head. In just a few seconds, she inflicted dozens of blows on him in different parts of the body, and he could not even track the girl's movement. At this moment, the hero thought that this was exactly what he expected from an S-rank melee fighter. She cuts the thick skin of these creatures, as if cutting ordinary meat. Then the hero thought that for now he should find the owner of these creatures. He decided to use a skill called vision shifting. He soon discovered that there were skeleton-like monsters nearby who were playing flutes, apparently transferring powers to their subordinate monsters. Apparently they didn't notice the drones because they were busy controlling other monsters. At this moment, the main character gave a command to his drone. At this point, Carla was talking about how well he could control the situation with the help of drones and the golem. The girl understood why Dylan was not so interested in the team. After that, the guy opened the spatial door in front of him. This caught Carla's attention and she stopped for a second. She did not notice that a huge fireball was flying somewhere into the forest right behind her. Soon, the sound of a huge explosion was heard, and Lincoln immediately turned his attention to the source of the sound. When he turned around, he saw that in front of him lay the corpse of the monster who was the leader of these large monsters. Carla couldn't believe her eyes. She didn't understand whether a magician with the ability to control space was standing in front of her, since this was a real rarity. Besides, this guy was only a D rank. When it was all over, the hero turned to his teammates and said that they needed to use their strength. When he ran into the forest, Carla looked after him, wondering if it was really possible to increase abilities so easily. At that moment, the girl realized that she wanted to know more about this guy. After some time, the raid continued, and the team headed even deeper into the forest. The longer the raid went on, the more Dylan proved his abilities. He has shown that he can destroy annoying debuffs. He also demonstrated the ability to slip through dangerous places using invisibility. Thus, the team reached the boss faster than planned. At that moment, the hero felt that this was not the first time he was in this place. He recognized the very ruins that he had entered through the portal just recently. However, he understood that if that guy was here now, it would be difficult for them. Then Larson suddenly shouted that there was someone in the middle of the site. As it turned out, a knight was sitting on a huge black throne. His whole body exuded an ominous aura, and in his hands, he was holding a huge sword. The protagonist knew that it was Black Prince Awakens, an S-rank boss. When he saw the intruders, a wave of dark energy suddenly erupted in the place of his throne. Sarah said that this was the first time she had seen such a mob. Moreover, its energy was very chaotic. A second later, the main character looked at the place where the prince had just been and realized that only a trace of a dark aura remained from him. The next moment, the boss appeared behind Sarah and Riley, intending to deal them a crushing blow. He was clearly unhappy that these people had invaded his abode and was going to kill them. The impact was so strong that huge clouds of dust rose across the entire site. When the smoke cleared a little, Sarah saw that Larson was badly injured. When she looked up, she saw the prince standing right above them. Apparently, the golem had blocked his blow with its body. Larson yelled that the enemy was right behind them. Then Riley said that they first needed to get together and come up with a formation. Carla called Dylan to leave with them, but he didn't think they could defeat him with a simple change of formation. Then he decided to address his team, getting their attention. He said that after the first attack, Awakens would target him as the weakest. The guy said he'll explain how he knows this later, So for now, everyone should listen to him. While he was explaining, the Dark Prince appeared right behind him and raised his huge sword to attack. He dealt a crushing blow to the place where the main character stood. However, when the dust cleared, he saw that the sword was not Dylan. At that moment, the hero informed his team that the boss would hesitate after his teleportation. And then Sarah decided to take advantage of the moment and rushed to attack. She struck him several times with her claws, after which Carla joined her and also attacked the enemy. However, despite the fact that their attacks were quite strong, there seemed to be not a scratch left on the monster's armor. Sarah didn't understand why it was all so difficult. After receiving many attacks, the prince became furious and shouted that he was going to kill these pathetic insects. He then slammed his sword into the floor in front of him, causing a huge blast of dark energy. Then the main character shouted that there were swords underground. The next moment, the team members noticed that swords actually began to grow from the ground, and they hastily jumped away from the places in which they appeared. It felt like there were an infinite number of swords, so they had to constantly dodge. At this moment, the prince used a soul separation spell, which suggested that in 90 seconds the souls of the team members would be separated from their bodies and they would die. Dylan then said that those who touched the sword should immediately come to him, at which time he ordered Lincoln to provoke the prince's attacks on himself. Lincoln put out his shield and ordered the prince to attack him. He then hit his shield with his hammer, thereby attracting the boss's attention. The prince turned his gaze to him and said that he would die first. After that, he dealt him several crushing blows, but all of them were blocked by his powerful shield. Meanwhile, Larson and Riley arrived to the main character so that he could cure them and remove the curse from them. But the system informed him that the debuff was not cancelled. At this moment, the hero realized that, apparently, the boss's level of wisdom was higher than his. He then decided to use Dispel Magic, and this time the debuff effect was cancelled. Dylan was very pleasantly surprised that he managed to do this. Meanwhile, Lincoln continued to fight the boss, holding off his attacks. However, his shield was soon destroyed, and a crack appeared in his armor, causing him to fall to his knees right in front of his opponent. The boss looked at him furiously and called him a common cockroach. This greatly surprised the main character, and at first he even hesitated. Then the prince called his minions, and on the field that was behind the main character, a pentagram appeared, from which silhouettes began to appear. Soon a whole crowd of monsters appeared from there, whom they had already met in the forest. This was a very unpleasant event, and the heroes took some time to think about their next course of action. He then charged straight at the monsters. He said that he would take charge of them, and the rest of the team were to help Link. Larson asked Dylan to be extremely careful. Meanwhile, all the team members rushed to attack the boss, while he simply laughed at them, saying that they did not know when to stop. At this moment, Sarah moved as close as possible to the prince and used the release skill. At that moment, her hands turned into huge ice claws. Carla also used a spell and her hands turned into huge spikes. After this, the girls decided to carry out a joint attack on the monster. They attacked him from both sides with their weapons. Then the prince growled at them, saying that they annoyed him very much. After that, an aura appeared around him, from which huge dark spikes began to fly out. Then the aura finally thickened over him, covering him from all kinds of attacks. The next moment, the main character said that they now need to attack him with a strong attack, since this was their only chance. After that, he used an ability called Furious Summoning. At this moment, his body seemed to begin to radiate the brightest energy. At that moment, Lincoln realized that his pain seemed to simply disappear. As it turned out, Furious Call increases the combat ability of all team members within a 10-meter radius by 250% for 2 minutes. While using the spell, mana cannot drop below 1, and they will feel pain. Riley said that she wanted to take the potion, but this was even better. After this, the main character stated that Arkeens is now invulnerable to physical attacks, but this skill lowers his magical defense, so they must use magic. After that, he used a magic projectile and fired it towards the enemy. The shells rained down on the prince as he tried to hide behind his sword. At this point, Larson said he would block his movements. He then took his sword and struck it hard on the ground. The blow was so strong that a pillar of light pierced the ground and then hit right where the enemy was sitting. Rocks began to fall on him, but the prince still looked menacingly at the uninvited guests. Larson then commanded the others to attack now. Lincoln realized it was his turn and raised his hammer to attack. After that, He used his skill called the Hammer of Justice with all his might and hit the prince in the chest. The blow was so strong that it forced the boss to get up from his knees and drive away some distance. He grabbed his shoulder and heavily clutched his chest where he had been hit. He then called his opponents pathetic insects, and his body began to emit dark energy. After that, he raised his hand and summoned what looked like a black hole, which sucked in everything that was near it. After that, he summoned dozens of magical spikes and sent them towards his opponents. However, Larson managed to use his shield and protect the team from fire. After that, he ordered Riley to attack. The girl took out her gun and asked the rest of the team not to let down their guard. However, at that moment, the Dark Prince appeared behind her. He struck her hard with his sword, forcing the girl to stop her attack and dodge the sword. At that moment, she used her cloning skill, and 2 copies of herself appeared around her and began to attack the prince. When the boss raised his hand, he saw that his armor had some pretty impressive cracks. At that moment, Sarah, who was behind, asked Riley to duck down. She was about to attack the prince with her clawed paws. She flew straight at him and dealt a crushing blow to him, causing a huge pillar of magic to fly straight towards his head. This blow was so strong that the prince even felt shocked. When he opened his eyes, he saw Carla standing in front of him. Her hand turned into a spike that exuded incredibly hot fire. She began to swing her arm, thereby sending shockwaves one after another towards the enemy. With the last of his strength, the prince tried to shield himself from them with his sword, using it as a shield. At that moment, the main character rose into the air and appeared right behind the prince. He used all his powerful spells and directed them at once to the place where the enemy was. The next moment, an incredibly strong explosion was heard, which forced everyone present to cover their hands. The light from the explosion was so bright that Carla could barely look at it as she tried to figure out if they had been able to defeat the prince. However, when the smoke cleared, they saw that the prince was still alive. He could only stand on his knees but was still breathing. At that moment, Dylan came down to earth. Larson said that it was incredible that the prince survived their attacks under Dylan's reinforcement. Lincoln said that they needed to finish him off before he recovered. However, at this moment, the Dark Prince decided to use his spell and directed it into his sword, saying that it would not just end like that. After this, a huge explosion occurred, which caused an incredibly huge blast wave. The explosion was so strong that at first the main character even lost all his senses. Soon after, he discovered that all of his team members were lying on the ground unconscious. When he looked up, he saw that the Dark Prince was standing in front of him. However, his armor was destroyed, and now he saw that underneath with blue hair, he was badly injured, and his eyes were almost empty. He stood opposite Dylan and asked him with horror why he was not wounded. But the hero himself did not know what to answer. The prince suggested that this was due to the source of his power, and then the hero asked to explain what he meant. The prince said that all his energy was put into his last explosion. The fact that Dylan is not injured can only mean that their energy has a special kinship. He said that all his people died while traveling through time and space. At this point, Dylan began to think that there were some similarities between him and Arkeens. And then the prince asked if the guy knew him. When the hero realized that this was a character from the game, he said that he knew him. Hearing this, the prince professionally said that he wanted to give him something. He said that if Dylan ever met any of his people, they would recognize this pendant and ring. He knelt down and asked not to force his people to go through this hell and save them. After that, he lowered his head, and his eyes became deathly empty. After that, his body seemed to evaporate into thin air, leaving behind only smoke. When the prince's body evaporated completely, it left behind only a pile of ash, at which point the system informed the main character that his level had been increased several times. When it was finally over, the hero could breathe a sigh of relief. When he picked up the book, the system informed him that this book of translations did not have a level, but it allowed him to translate sentences from the language of the world called Ige. At first, the hero could not believe that this book could really translate the language of another world. Moreover, he had 2 more unique items: the Desmond Ring and the Infinity Ring. At that moment, he noticed that in the pile of ashes that remained from the prince, something sparkled. When he came closer, he saw that after the death of the prince, there were rewards left. These were a book and stones of space. After that, Dylan turned his attention to his team members who were still unconscious. He decided that he should leave them the space stones, but was thinking about whether he should take the book since it could be a spell book. When he touched it, he realized that it was indeed a 5th-level spellbook that allowed him to learn a skill called Solar Flame. Then the hero decided that he should try it. He extended his hand towards the ground and used the Solar Flame. Rings of fiery energy began to grow around him. They were so warm that the members of his squad began to come to their senses. When Carla stood up, she asked why she suddenly felt so hot. Thus, their raid on the S-rank dungeon was over. They returned to the Liberty Building and exchanged contact details with the team. Dylan was sure everyone was impressed. Carla offered him a place in the guild, but the guy refused. Instead, he returned to Korea. Meanwhile, the story moves into management knowledge in Seoul. Morgan was sleeping peacefully, sitting on the couch. However, at that moment, Veronica approached him and pressed a cold drink to his forehead. From surprise, the man suddenly woke up and turned around. He asked why the girl would do this to a man who had worked all night. But she said that she had an important story about Dylan. The man was surprised since it had been quite quiet lately. But Veronica said that a guild from the USA recently called him, and she heard that they raided the dungeon. The man suggested that they probably did this in secret, and asked how the girl could know this, and her ability to find out something was simply incredible. But Veronica replied that information is life. However, the most important thing is that everyone who was at the raid was impressed by him. After which, the Freedom Guild tried to recruit him. Morgan understood that such a large guild had already made an attempt to adopt him, and they could not just sit idly by. The girl agreed with him, saying that she wanted to invite him to an expedition to the dungeon on behalf of the management. Morgan replied that he thought it was a great idea. Even though Dylan had a low rank, they could offer him experience points or rewards. And then he said that he would call him. Meanwhile, the main character was in his apartment. Turning to the system, he learned that his indicators had also increased. He also had a spell book that he found during his travels in America, and it must have been the hardest one to find. Thus, he gained the skills of infrared gaze, polymorph, and magician's eye. Moreover, he received a spell that created enormous chaos in the balance of the game world. Up to the order of constancy, it was called immutability, and could retain the effect of any spell permanently. Then he decided to try it on the sword he was holding in his hands. First, he needed to enchant the weapon. After this, he decided to use immutability on him. He soon discovered that the spell had indeed worked, and the timer had disappeared. Dylan didn't even think that thanks to this, the level of the item would also increase, although the number of unique items was still limited. Then the guy decided to look for something for close combat. If the requirements for the user were suitable, then it would be nice to raise the level of the gauntlet. At that moment, he decided that he should call Lily. However, as soon as he picked up the phone, he discovered that she was calling him. He picked up the phone and asked her what she wanted. The girl said that since he himself wanted to call and be the first, he should be the first to tell what he wanted. The hero agreed and said that he would like to purchase one unique mitten in the market. After some digging on the internet, the girl said that they have such a mitten. Then the hero said that he also wanted to put his skill up for auction and asked the girl if this was possible. At first, Lily was surprised, asking if he really wanted to exhibit a skill and not an item. Meanwhile, the story moves to Deus Market. Charlie and Lizzie arrived in the building. The man did not understand why they were here, since the girl said that she was not interested in today's exhibition of exhibits. However, a few hours ago, she received notification of a special auction. And if the market itself notifies about this, then not coming to the auction would be a mistake. After that, the girl happily opened the door to the hall, hoping that there would be something worthwhile there. Soon, Lily announced the end of the auction. She said that they would now move on to a special event, which they had notified everyone who came. But before that, she asked everyone to welcome Mr. Dylan, the organizer of today's special auction. Some guests were skeptical because they didn't understand what he was going to sell them. Then, Dylan took the microphone and greeted everyone present, saying that this was his second visit to this place. He said that he came here not to trade items, but to sell his skill. Then, Charlie asked his boss if it was possible to sell the power of the awakened one. The girl replied that the items at the auction cost hundreds and thousands of dollars. This means that the skill he wants to sell is very valuable, which is probably why the market allowed him to hold this special auction. At this moment, the hero announced that only the first 10 buyers would be able to take advantage of this opportunity. He could increase the level of their weapons by exactly 1. When Lizzie heard this, at first she didn't even believe his words. The guests began to whisper, doubting that such a spell even existed. At that moment, a girl sitting in the audience asked if Dylan was telling the truth. The hero drew attention to her, noting that she had come after all, and asked her if she had ever heard him lie. As it turned out, the girl was Maria. She looked very menacing and displeased when she was asked this question. He then continued by saying that any weapon below the legendary category could be upgraded by 1 level. However, he stated that if anyone perceives him as an enemy or tries to harm him, then their item level will immediately drop back to their original level. Maria stated that there are many people who can enchant things like gems and dimensional stones. Dylan replied that if this was his plan, he would not have announced the sale of the skill. He also said that the girl thinks too primitively. At this moment, there was a pause in the hall. After that, the hero said that if everything is clear to people, then he will start the auction with 500 million won. Soon, several people approached his table, among whom was Maria. Lily reported that the item sold for 2 billion won. They made a total of 20 billion won. All 10 buyers contributed money. After this, the hero was ready to start upgrading and asked the buyers to place their weapons on the table in front of him. The guests immediately pulled out their weapons and placed them right in front of the hero. After that, Dylan used the skill, and suddenly his hands lit up with a bright light. The light was so bright that it illuminated everyone standing around. After some time, Lizzie took her dagger and realized that it had indeed become a legendary weapon. Other buyers also took back their weapons and noted that they had indeed become 1 level higher. Then the hero said that he needed to go somewhere and said goodbye to Lily. The girl praised him for his work. As he left the hall, he felt that Maria was looking at him, talking with 2 other men. Judging by their faces, they were planning something bad. Soon after this, the main character left the hall and headed towards the exit along the corridor. He thought that the 2 men who were staring at him would probably not try to catch him unexpectedly, unlike Maria. At that moment, a man appeared in front of him and greeted Dylan. As it turned out, it was Morgan. The hero said that he was pleased to see him again, since the last time was during a large-scale outbreak. Morgan also said that a lot of time had indeed passed since that moment. He asked the guy if he was done with his business in the market. The hero said that the auction went smoothly and he got what he wanted. Then Morgan called him to his place and asked him to go with him to the meeting place. When it got dark outside, Maria went down the corridor. When she heard someone coming behind her, she said that following a woman was hardly good manners. As it turned out, the 2 men with whom she had spoken shortly before were walking behind her. One of them, a Mukon guildmaster named Chandler, said that he didn't understand why she was showing off, considering that she called them herself. He guessed that the reason for her secret call was because of that bastard. Maria turned to face them and said that this was indeed so. She said that he had bombs, a recognition scroll, and this time a weapon enhancement in his arsenal. If they leave everything to the mercy of fate, they will only be toys in his hands. Therefore, they had to destroy Dylan by any means necessary. The girls said that they should conclude a temporary truce. After all, they have a common enemy. Then Chandler asked if Dylan was the common goal, or if Maria was talking about the entire Jungsun Guild. The girl said that both of these goals are her priority. They are in the same boat, so they cannot write anyone off. If they cannot achieve one of the goals, then they must be destroyed. Meanwhile, a magical portal was opened in one of the destroyed buildings. Veronica stood next to him, as well as several guild employees. She looked at the time and noticed that 2 hours had already passed, and assumed that this time it would all end in another failure. However, at that moment she saw that a bright light came on behind her. As it turned out, these were headlights from a car, and a man got out of it, who was surprised that even in such a remote place there was a dungeon. As it turned out, it was Dylan and Morgan. Morgan said that the dungeon appeared quite recently, so nothing is known about it yet. Veronica confirmed his words, saying that nevertheless they left him unattended for too long, so it was difficult to say when the outbreak would happen. She also noted that they had not met for quite some time. After that, they headed inside the building, since Veronica wanted to briefly explain what the matter was. She said that they had originally planned to invite Dylan to another private dungeon run by their enterprise. However, after the report, they found out that there was an open dungeon here. For the safety of the people around, they tried to neutralize it. At this point, Dylan realized that there was some problem in the disarming process after they entered. The girl said that this is indeed true. Firstly, only one person can enter, and if he fails, that same person cannot return. So the department has already suffered 5 victims. She said she and Morgan were caught off guard and fell through the cracks. Morgan added that they still don't know what to do. Dylan then asked if the monster inside was so strong that even 2 SS-ranked fighters failed. If that was the case, then it would make this mission impossible. However, Veronica said that it was not a matter of power. The fact is that there were invisible traps inside. The monsters that were inside had resistance to attributes. So there were too many factors that affected the outcome. So they needed Dylan because he had extensive skills. The hero said that he came only because he received an invitation to a private dungeon. Then Veronica asked him for forgiveness for this moment. But they could not simply ignore the existence of this dungeon. The hero replied that since he was obviously risking his life, he hoped that compensation would be appropriate. Veronica was surprised by his words and asked what kind of compensation he was talking about. Dylan then said that he wanted to be assigned a ranked dungeon where he would have complete freedom and individual access. At this point, Morgan intervened and said that this was too much. However, Veronica stopped him. She said she would take care of it and asked Morgan to calm down. At this moment, Dylan was thinking that the dungeon was being restored after the conquest, so it was a precious place to gain experience points. He could understand their reaction to the request to leave the dungeon at the disposal of one single awakened one. However, he was risking his life, so they must be able to give him at least that. After a short discussion, Veronica announced that the dungeon belongs to the country. Transferring ownership of a dungeon is almost impossible. Therefore, she suggested that he make sure that ownership belongs to the management. But Dylan can use the dungeon itself at his own discretion. And the hero was quite happy with such conditions. However, Veronica said that there was one condition that he must accept unconditionally. She said that if the dungeon was left open too long and it caused an outbreak, Dylan would take full responsibility. The hero smiled and said that in this case he would definitely take full responsibility. Before he went into the dungeon, Veronica gave him some advice. She told him that as soon as he gets inside, he needs to run. If he was even a second late, something terrible would happen. The poisonous cloud will catch up with him and swallow him completely. After he leaves the cloud, lava will block his path. Veronica assumed that he could use the walls to overcome. Thus, the main character followed the girl's instructions and soon found himself in a relatively safe place. However, at that moment, he felt several poisonous arrows flying at him at once. They landed exactly in the place where the main character was. However, he managed to use his shield, so the arrows did not cause him any damage. The girl also said that there were countless traps in the dungeon, and she hoped that he would be extremely careful. She said that after this, there will be a place that is difficult to describe in words. At the end of the cave system, there is a straight path in complete darkness. Dylan must find the light on the other side of this tunnel. And when the hero walked inside, he realized that from now on, he would have to overcome everything on his own. So he decided to use his new skill called infrared vision. When he used it, he saw that he was surrounded on all sides by white, red-eyed snakes. There were a lot of them, and they all rushed to attack. Dylan knew that if we were talking about a high-ranked dungeon, then in complete darkness, anyone would become an easy prey. He then raised his palm and decided to use a lightning spell. He directed a bolt of lightning at his enemies, thereby striking all the snakes at once. Since this dungeon was difficult to clear, he would gain a ton of experience points after this. However, in such a situation, when he could not relax for a second, he should have taken out all the drones. The hero decided to continue with even greater caution. Meanwhile, Veronica and Morgan stood near the entrance to the dungeon. The man said that Dylan should have already reached the unexplored part, and then the girl suggested checking. At that moment, Lily came running to them. She said that she rushed here immediately after the call, without any equipment. But Veronica said that there was nothing to worry about, since it would not be her who would need to conquer this cave. Morgan said that she would have a very simple task, since only one person could enter the cave. They would check on Dylan's condition to see if the girl could enter, since they themselves could no longer get inside. The girl asked if that was all that was needed from her, and Morgan confirmed his words, saying that she would not be able to clear the B-rank cave. Then she asked what he thought about Dylan's condition, since several hours had already passed since he entered. But Veronica said that Dylan had a wide range of skills needed here, so they could only trust him and wait patiently. Morgan said that if he failed, then they would have no choice but to ask the high-ranking guilds for help. However, they hoped that Lily would return with good news. After that, the girl extended her hand and touched the portal. Meanwhile, the main character moved further through the dungeon. In one of the corridors, he met broken golems, and then he found a large door that looked like the boss's room. If he had not used drones, he would 100% have been trapped, and maybe even died. So he decided to open the door and take a look at the bastard who runs this dungeon. When he walked inside, a large pedestal appeared in front of him. The boss himself was nowhere to be found. At that moment, he noticed that sounds were heard somewhere in the distance in the room. He looked up and saw that a young girl with blue hair was chained to the wall. At first, the hero even doubted that she was human. While he was looking at her, he noticed that it was as if someone was starting to crawl out of his shadow. A couple of moments later, a demonic head with a glowing red eye appeared from there. Then the demon came out completely and asked the hero where someone like him got Awakens' things. As it turned out, the monster was a boss rank named Lich de Luke. The hero realized that he had never seen such a monster on the floors in his game. Moreover, he did not understand how he knew about Awakens' things. He then asked why he should answer him, thinking that even if this monster was a rank below Awakens, Dylan was here all alone this time. Then the monster said that he thought too much about himself, and therefore he needed to know pain. However, the hero knew that fortunately, unlike Awakens, this monster was of a magical type. During his gaming days, he loved dueling with other users and would happily do it again. So he prepared the rudest gauntlet for his attack. He summoned several war projectiles and sent them towards his opponent. However, at that moment, the monster used a spell called Thorns of Darkness and sent them towards Dylan. At the last moment, the main character managed to dodge and ran to a safe distance. Then the boss said that apparently Dylan is not complete trash. However, Dylan understood that this was a rather dangerous attack. He expected the demon to cast spells one after another and hoped that he was wrong. However, at that moment he saw that the demon began to cast several spells at once. Then the main character decided to cover himself with a shield so that these spells would not hit him. The demon laughed, asking if he really wanted to block his attack with his pathetic shield. He then used a spell called Spear of Darkness, summoning an incredibly large spear and pointing it at the enemy. A few seconds later, the spear collided with the protagonist's shield. Dylan saw large cracks appear on his shield. The blow was so strong that his shield simply cracked. The main character was terrified and decided that it was time to use the invisibility skill. The demon, who was watching all this, noted that this was very stupid. He used the spear once more and carefully watched what was left after his attack. However, soon 4 copies of Dylan jumped out of the smoke at him. However, the demon declared that his magic was just child's play. After that, he declared that he would destroy everyone in an instant and called on another spell. It was a gravitational imprisonment that he decided to use on Dylan and his clones. However, he soon realized that all this time the main character was covered with a shield. The demon laughed and said, "Did he really think that he would just rush at a magician like me?" When the demon hesitated, the main character used his fireball skill and flew straight at him. He placed his hand, imbued with fiery energy, directly to the demon's body. The blow was so strong that the demon seemed to be torn into pieces. He then used another fireball as well as a lightning strike. He launched a double attack at the demon, and he could not withstand such a strong explosion. At this moment, Dylan was thinking that the difference between them was that this freak couldn't cast spells without saying them. Thus, the main character could defeat him. However, the demon was still alive and asked the hero how he dared to do this. At this moment, Lily was just about to enter the dungeon. However, when she touched it, she felt as if lightning ran through her hand. The girl screamed in surprise and pulled back her hand. Morgan couldn't believe what he saw. He assumed it was a flash. Then he ordered Lily to immediately leave the portal. At that moment, he and Veronica prepared to reflect the flash. However, when they looked closer, they saw the silhouette of a man in the portal. They were still tense and ready to fight, but still did not dare to attack first. As it turned out, Dylan came out of the portal, holding the same blue-haired girl in his arms. When he was outside, he exhaled tiredly and said that they almost died there. As soon as Dylan was in a safe place, he immediately began to drink liters of water. Veronica approached him and asked if he had calmed down. The hero replied that everything was fine now. The girl asked him to finally tell him what happened there, and who was the girl he pulled out of the dungeon. Dylan said that first of all, he cleared the cave safely. There were a few problem areas, but as he promised, he was able to deal with them. The girl drew attention to the skull that was brought from the dungeon and said that it was good work, although they did not ask for it. At first, she couldn't even believe that Dylan had defeated a rank A boss alone. The guy laughed, saying that it really wasn't easy. The battle itself lasted only 5 minutes, but during that time, countless spells were used. Mostly the main character used fire spells, and the boss's spells were the complete opposite. Therefore, a serious fight ensued between them. Two opposing forces collided in one place, and it was unclear which of them would win. Veronica said that in this case, they will not ask about anything received in the dungeon, since this is an unspoken rule. However, the problem was with that girl, as this was already becoming quite problematic. Morgan said that if they considered her part of Dylan's loot, then they had no right to do anything with her. But if they considered her as someone who could pose a danger, then the approach to this situation would be completely different. The fact is that this girl was the only person who was ever found in the dungeon, and the heroes understood perfectly well why they were going at it. Then he turned his attention to the girl, who was still sleeping and had not come to her senses. He then turned to Veronica and Morgan, asking them not to misunderstand him, but he hoped that they would listen to him after all. He said that he would take the girl with him. Since he was the one who saved her from the dungeon, he should be responsible for her and take care of her. He himself understood that if the girl was taken control or by someone else, then it was unknown what could happen to her. In addition, he suspected that she was somehow connected with Arcanes. Without further questions, Veronica agreed, saying that if her existence became known to the public, it would become difficult for them to manage the interests of the organization that deals with the Awoken, and they would have to do research. At this moment, an awkward pause hung between them. Meanwhile, Lily, who was sitting next to the girl, said that they need to stick to this plan, and the girl's existence must remain a secret. Veronica said that if he needed to study or watch something, Dylan should not be shy and ask them for help, and they would be happy to help him. Then the hero thanked her for her concern. Veronica said that they were also grateful for his help, and therefore should respect his wishes. After that, they all headed to the city together. While the guys were driving, Morgan decided to turn to the main character. He said that now that he has someone to protect, he needs to know something. He said they have a program of monitoring and indirect monitoring of those associated with them. At that moment, the hero thought that from the moment they promise to help someone, impartial surveillance of him begins. Morgan continued by saying that according to reports, someone is following Dylan, and they are quite professional about it. They tried to track these people, but they immediately noticed it and went into hiding. At this moment, two candidates came to the mind of the main character. It could be Camilla along with her friend Julia or Maria. However, Morgan told the guy to be even more careful from now on. He said that if he was in any danger, he should call them, and the hero thanked them for their help. At that moment, Lily joined the conversation and said that he could also call her at any time, even for personal reasons. However, Morgan stopped her, saying that they were talking about important things. However, the girl said that their conversation had already ended, so everything was fine. The main character, hearing this, smiled and said that he had nothing against it. Hearing this, the girl blushed and asked the main character if he wanted to go on a date with her if he didn't have a girlfriend. At that moment, Morgan pressed the gas pedal, and the car suddenly rushed forward. This caused Lily to slam her back into her chair with all her might. She screamed, calling it very dangerous, but the man ordered her to buckle up and sit still. The girl pouted, but complied. Then the hero turned to her and said that he found Lily very attractive as a woman, primarily because she was charming. As it turned out, these words were quite enough for the girl. Late in the evening, the main character returned home. He decided that since his mechanic level increased by 10 in the dungeon, he might as well take a look at the statistics. First of all, he decided to invest all the available points into magic skills. He could calmly claim that magic and wisdom were close to the A rank level, and then he decided to test his prey. However, at that moment, the blue-haired girl woke up, not knowing where she was. Hearing this, the hero turned around and said that she was in his house. Seeing the girl's sleepy face, he asked if she had fully woken up. However, at first the girl only looked at him in surprise, not knowing what to tell her. Soon, he moved the girl to a larger room so she could look around. The girl was delighted when she examined the house she was taken to, as it looked simply wonderful. Dylan suggested that all this was a little new for the girl. She said it was very different from where she was used to living, and Dylan understood that because she was from a completely different world. Then he offered her a mug of tea. He also said that she spoke their language very well. At that moment, the girl pulled out the device and said that all this was thanks to her translator. The main character sat down opposite her and said that this was a rather interesting thing. He then asked if she remembered what happened in the dungeon. The girl said that she remembers it indistinctly, but she still has some memories. She said that if she remembers correctly, then her being there was a kind of offering. Then Dylan came alone, defeated the Lich DeLuca, and saved her. She also assumed that Dylan had her brother's necklace. Dylan pulled out the necklace and ring that the Dark Prince had given him and asked if that was what she was talking about. The girl said that these were indeed her brother's things and asked if he could return them back to him. At this moment, the main character did not know what to answer. The girl realized that something had happened to her brother and asked if she could at least hear the message her brother conveyed with this necklace. The hero said that her brother said that if she met one of his servants or assistants, they would instantly recognize both the necklace and the ring. He said that the girl would not let them know about this during her lifetime and would save them. When the girl heard these words, she suddenly began to cry. As it turned out, in the world of the game, which the main character knew, Awakens and the Desmond Empire were only small side stories. So little was known about them. For this reason, he could not even imagine that Awakens had a sister. The girl said that that day she thought she was in hell. And even now, being able to just sit in this place was a blessing for her. She revealed that they were the royal family of the Desmond Empire before its fall. It all started with the arrival of a dark magician who drove the fourth Emperor Yen crazy. The distraught emperor introduced tyranny and began to kill everyone indiscriminately, down to his closest and most talented subjects. Soon after, Artenia, the neighboring magical empire, attacked them. Since everyone who could protect the country had already been killed by the emperor, the Desmond Empire collapsed in an instant. Complete destruction did not even take a year. This girl's brother was the one who couldn't just sit and watch all this, so he killed the fourth emperor and went to the front lines. However, this was not enough against Artenia's forces. Awakens ended up using forbidden magic that was hidden deep within Desmond's dungeons. However, he soon realized that the consequences of this were terrifying. He turned into the same Dark Prince whom the main character and his team met in the dungeon. He gained the power of dark magic, and this allowed him to protect the Empire from Artenia. But very soon, the dark force began to consume everything. The soldiers of the Desmond Empire and even ordinary citizens were consumed by dark magic and turned into monsters. From the very beginning, the girl was ready for the fact that sooner or later trouble would come, and tried to run away as far as possible. But she could not get far and was immediately captured by DeLuca's soldiers, after which she was shackled and left on the altar. Then the main character understood why she was in the dungeon. The girl also said that before falling asleep, DeLuca told her something. Because of him, he and his people fell into a spatial crack, but he never stopped saying that they would definitely get out. And when this moment comes, he said that he would kill the girl and would happily use her body as a sacrifice. Therefore, she assumed that the place was forever lost in a spatial crack. But then, she met a stranger. Therefore, the girl turned to the main character and asked what his name was. The man said that they were so busy telling stories that they did not even have time to introduce themselves. He said his name was Dylan. The girl responded by saying her name, saying that her name was Hayes. She said she knew Dylan saved her, but she wanted to ask him for one more favor. She asked if he could help her get used to this world. The fact is that she wanted to find out why she came here and unravel the secrets that her brother left behind. Hayes said she would definitely repay him for his kindness. Meanwhile, Sonia went to another dungeon, where a huge demonic bear was waiting for her. He attacked her furiously, trying to knock her down. However, the girl was faster than him and dodged his every blow. Then she struck him with a furious blow somewhere in the stomach with her shield, and, apparently, this blow was fatal. When the bear fell to the ground, Arya immediately jumped on top of it. She struck him with powerful, sweeping blows with her weapon. After the demon was dead, she turned to Sonia and said that now they need to go and help Dylan. However, Suddenly she saw something strange. When she looked over, she saw Dylan standing in front of a huge monster whose entire upper body was bloodied. Soon the monster fell right next to Dylan's feet. When the girl realized what had happened, she was horrified. While he and Sonia dealt with only one monster, Dylan destroyed a huge number of monsters. As it turned out, when Hayes asked Dylan to help her get used to this world, she said that in return she would definitely repay him and would be sincerely grateful. Then the hero said that he would gladly accept her offer. The girl smiled sweetly and asked him to take care of her. Then the hero said that first they should buy new clothes for her so that people would get used to her, since she could not stay in what she was wearing now. The hero was thinking so hard about the conversation with Hayes that Arya had to scream loudly for him to come to his senses. She ordered the guy to wake up, saying that they were going to the boss's room. Then she asked him what he was thinking about. But the hero said that it was just trifles. Arya noted dissatisfiedly that after he went to the United States, he became even stronger, and apparently was thinking about this. Sonia said that they really spent several days cleaning this dungeon, but with Dylan, everything was much faster. The girl said that the guy becomes stronger every time she sees him. Arya took her side, supporting her words. She said Sonia works 7 days a week and is only a C rank. But every time they see Dylan, they start to wonder if there's even a point to ranks. The hero was surprised that Sonia was promoted to rank C. The girl said that this happened while he was in the States, at which time she was able to pass recertification. Then the hero said that they should celebrate this and invited her to have dinner today. Arya said that it was a great idea. However, Dylan said that they will think about all the details after they defeat the boss. He then turned to Sonia, saying that he had increased fire resistance, so he would be a tank. In the meantime, she and Arya will have to attack the enemy's weak points from behind. He said that his weakness was the same as the monsters they had met before. Seeing a huge fiery bear in front of her, Sonia asked if everything would be okay with them. In response to this, the hero grinned and said that this stage had already been passed. He then used a solar flare spell and declared that he would begin the fight. At that moment, the fire bear began to spit out flames like a dragon. Sonia noted that the heat was so intense that it was difficult to breathe, and she feared that something would happen to Dylan. She tried with all her might to shield herself from the fire with her shield. Meanwhile, the main characters were already going on the attack. He emerged from the fire and jumped straight into the demon's face. He then used a fireball and aimed it straight at the bear's face. He knew that even if the bear didn't look tough on the outside, he probably wasn't that tough on the inside. After the battle with Diluc, he received 3 things: a spatial stone, Merev's bracelet, and Aramir's power projectile, which works over short distances. Compared to a normal spell, this projectile was superior in terms of speed, power, and number of uses, but it was a more powerful spell. This time, he really wanted to know its effectiveness and decided to use it on this monster. At that moment, Sonia appeared in front of him and covered him with a shield. The monster hit the girl with its paw, but her shield was very strong and withstood this attack. However, the blow was so strong that the girl had to exert considerable strength to repel it. At that moment, Arya shouted to her that she was covering them well, and she rushed to attack. She used her scythe and delivered a crushing blow straight to the monster's back. The purple stone that was on the monster's back and served as its Achilles heel cracked in half. Arya apologized, saying that she couldn't break the stone because it would require more strength. However, the hero said that everything was fine and he would deal with it himself. He used a power projectile and aimed it at the monster. Soon, thousands of lasers pierced the monster and headed straight for the very stone on its back. The bear howled convulsively from such a strong blow. However, the main character was satisfied with his work, realizing that they had won. Soon after, Sonia headed home to get ready for her date. She put on her most beautiful clothes and tidied up her hair. However, the story flashes back to the moment the team destroyed the boss. Arya called Sonia and asked her to come to her for a second. She said that, unfortunately, she would not be able to join the celebration of her new rank, but she did not seem upset. Sonia asked her in surprise why she didn't want to come. Then the girl said that, in her opinion, Sonia should spend more time with Dylan and even go on a date. When Sonia heard this, her face turned red, because she had never expected that they would go on a date. Arya said that, judging by her reaction, it was safe to say that they had never met alone somewhere other than the dungeon, and Sonia confirmed her guess. Then Arya said that this was a great opportunity to offer something new and enjoy the moment. She added that next time she would not be so tactful. Sonia was very happy about this offer and thanked her friend for her assistance. When the day of the date arrived, she carefully examined herself in front of the mirror. The girl decided that if Arya gives her this chance, then she should definitely try. Meanwhile, a car arrived at Dylan's house. In it sat a guy with tattoos under his eye. His name was Peter. He was a C-rank mercenary guard. He turned to his partner Alex and asked if it was worth it. Alex said that he had heard with his own ears that the master was interested in this man, and if they dealt with him and brought him straight to the master, they would be generously rewarded. Alex was a seasoned C-rank mercenary, but decided that they couldn't just be hired guards forever. The International Organization for the Protection of the Awakened, unlike other organizations and the International Bureau of the Awakened, exists only for its own benefit. To be more precise, they do not distinguish between good and evil. If a client pays for a crime, they will do everything. And if he wants to do a good deed, they will also calmly do everything. Their priority has always been money. Moreover, Dylan still has since then was rank D. Meanwhile, the driver of the car listened carefully to the conversation between the two men. However, when he turned back, he noticed Dylan's car was parked next to them. Then Alex offered to follow him. He said that his house was a fortress, and they only had a chance to capture him on the street. He was going to take care of him when he was in the dungeon or some secluded place. Meanwhile, the main character went to one of the shopping centers. He noticed that there were two people on the second floor who were watching him, and also one of them was on the escalator. Moreover, another person was waiting for him on the first floor. The hero noticed them because as soon as he left the house, he was chased by a strange van. He remembered Morgan's words that someone was following him. However, he understood that it would not be fun at all if he dragged Sonia into all this. However, the girl had already arrived, and the hero said that he was very glad to see her. The girl looked very embarrassed and asked to be excused for being late, saying that she was in a hurry as best she could. The main character was delighted when he saw the girl and said that she looked simply beautiful in casual clothes. Hearing this, Sonia was embarrassed. She said that she was a little nervous since it was their first meeting outside of work. After that, the main character extended his hand to her and took her palm. Meanwhile, the men who were on the second floor were carefully watching the couple. Peter was unhappy that they had to stand here and admire their flirting. However, Alex said that he should enjoy life before dying. As soon as he is relaxed enough, they will attack. Meanwhile, Sonia asked the guy what they would do. He said that first they need to find a place where there are not many people, and after that they will need to cut off their escape route. The girl asked him how they were going to lure them, and then the hero called her to a place. Meanwhile, the people who were watching them told each other that Dylan was heading towards the emergency stairs. After that, he pressed the girl against the wall, which greatly embarrassed her, although she understood that all this was just a performance. At that moment, the men jumped out of their seats and rushed to the stairs. Meanwhile, the main character pretended that he was going to kiss Sonia and did not notice that 3 armed men were flying towards him. One of them was so angry that his whole body seemed to be enveloped in an ominous aura, and he raised his knife to kill Dylan. At this moment, the main character and the girl jumped away, pretending that they could not dodge the blow. When they ostentatiously fell to the floor, Alex laughed and called them weaklings. However, he soon felt that something strange was happening, and when he looked down, he saw that their bodies were dissolving. He realized that these were not real people, but just an illusion. Suddenly, he heard someone screaming and turned over the earpiece to his partners, asking what happened. However, apparently, his partners were no longer able to answer. Then he turned to the rest of his people and said that this freak was still alive, so they needed to be careful and monitor their surroundings. At that moment, the main character appeared in front of him and said that it was too late. After that, he used the ball lightning spell and directed it at his opponents. The blow was so strong that he himself had to shield himself from the blast wave with his hands. When the smoke cleared, he saw that both men had fallen lifeless bodies at his feet. However, he noticed a strange glow to his side. The next moment, someone's beam shot at him, and then the surviving attacker rushed at him. But the main character protected himself with a shield, so this did not cause him absolutely any damage. When Alex realized that the mission had failed, he quickly headed for the exit, and Sonia noticed this. However, Dylan convinced her that everything was fine. While Alex tried to escape, He thought that their plan was perfect, but something went wrong. He was so busy with his thoughts that he did not notice how a robot appeared right behind him, blocking his path. The man was horrified. He didn't understand how he could not have noticed this. After that, the robot grabbed the attacker and threw him straight to the floor. At this moment, the main character approached the robot and thanked him for his excellent work. As it turned out, the robot's name was Irene. After some time, people from the department arrived at the scene to pack the corpses. Lily asked the main character if he knew that these awakened ones were mercenaries from the Guardian organization. Then the hero asked her if this was really the organization that would do anything for money. The girl explained that this was true. These people were assigned to pursue Dylan, but they were not high level. But they were still registered as professional mercenaries according to the documents. Thus, most likely, their goal was to rewrite the scrolls, since the price for them was simply exorbitant. The hero scratched his head with displeasure, realizing that he had once again become the target of some monoliths or freaks. But Lily said that from now on, they would take care of everything. Then she decided to ask the couple if they were really there on a date. Sonia immediately blushed and tried to laugh it off, saying that this was not a date at all. However, Lily said that the girl doesn't know how to lie at all, and her face always gives her away. So she decided to turn to Dylan for a truthful answer. The hero said that he and Sonia were going to celebrate her promotion to C rank. Then the girl replied that she was thinking about this. She said that in that case, she would not detain them any longer. Finally, she wished the couple a good celebration. When Dylan and the girl left, Sonia looked over her shoulder with displeasure, realizing that she had been sold out. She thought Lily looked like she wanted to go on a date with Dylan too. When evening came, the main character returned back to his home. He opened the door and told Hayes that he was home. However, at that moment, something quickly jumped onto his face. As it turned out, it was a small, white kitten. The main character took the animal off his face and carefully examined it, not understanding where this kitten came from here. At that moment, Hayes peeked around the corner and said that she had been telling her cat, Rukini, not to run around. When she noticed that Dylan had returned, she greeted him with a sweet smile and called Rukini to her. At that moment, the kitten seemed to teleport into the girl's hands. Hayes explained that the kitten's name was Rukini, and she had tamed him as a child. The hero said that he had never encountered the taming skill, so he was interested in it. The girl said that she was able to summon the kitten again after she rested and restored her magical power. The hero asked if she had enough rest after he left, to which the girl replied that she even managed to study quite a lot with the help of the book she left behind and the internet. The first time she ate this kind of food, which was quite common in this world, but she liked it. Dylan said that since Hayes was from the royal family, he was worried that she might not like instant food. Then the girl said that if she suddenly bothers the guy with something, he can calmly ask her to leave his house. But Dylan stopped her. He said that he felt fine, and if the girl didn't mind either, then they could talk less formally. After that, he headed up the stairs, saying that he had some other business, so he would be in the office, and wished the girl good night. When he went upstairs, he realized that some strange glow was coming from his office. When he opened the door, he saw a system window in the middle of the room, in which it asked if the owner confirmed the transfer. Dylan was confused because some kind of translation was confirmed, but he didn't activate anything. He assumed it was the book he received. When he pressed the screen, the book that lay in front of him lit up with a bright blue light and opened. The system then informed him that Dylan had received the blueprints for Arkmet's weapon, as well as combat missions related to it. At this point, Dylan realized that this translation was related to the drawings. He said that the translator was quite a useful thing, and decided that he would use it more often from now on. He didn't know much about it, but it was great to have more weapons as a reward, so he decided he should create another one. At this point, the system informed him that this required magic power of 25,000, as well as some high-level ingredients. The main character was lucky because he had all these things in his possession, and the system reported that all the requirements had been met. Meanwhile, an unknown man was writing on a piece of paper Hayes' story about how she adapted to life in a new environment after the death of her blood brother. He decided that this was the end of Arkane's story. Reluctantly, but he could say that his death was necessary. It was because of this that Hayes became stronger, and now he could definitely put an end to this story. However, Suddenly, the stranger heard a strange sound that attracted his attention. Meanwhile, the main character went on a quest that could raise his rank to sea level. On his way, he met a stone giant with red eyes. It was a D-rank boss, a stone golem. However, the main character did not hesitate and used his powerful spells on him. Moreover, Akron and Irene helped him. They acted as one and attacked the golem from the air. Akron announced a speed reduction and headed straight towards the golem at great speed. The impact was so strong that the entire area was blinded by a bright light. After that, it was Irene's turn, and she attacked the golem out of the air. She cast a fireball spell, causing an even bigger explosion. The hero understood that this was good practice for a level 21 mechanic, and for the enhanced attack of Akron with Irene. But he thought that this was no longer enough to clear a B+ rank dungeon. However, he realized that things were already going well. This meant that he could use his magic pistol. Then the main character took Arkmet's weapon and decided to shoot the golem with it. First, he needed to use high-level stones to ensure the weapon was fully charged. The most important thing was to put as much magic into the shot as possible. Meanwhile, the golem noticed this attack and decided to attack the hero with his huge stone fist. Dylan saw the fist coming towards him, but he didn't even move. He knew that he also had 2 golems on his side that would change the trajectory of the attack, which they did. After this, the main character aimed at the golem with his pistol. As he aimed directly at his head, the weapon announced its activation. At that moment, the protagonist's weapon lit up with a red aura, and the system informed him that the magic level had sharply dropped to 10. After that, he pulled the trigger and fired a powerful shot that looked more like an explosion. The bullet flew straight to the target and burned the golem in an instant. Despite the fact that his body was made of stone, he was swept away by the blast wave literally in an instant. At this moment, the hero thought that the strength with which he could get rid of a B-rank monster in one shot was his maximum at the moment. The system then informed him that he had completed a rank C quest. When he returned home, the system informed him that he had obtained a rare skill of immortality. The hero thought that by using this skill, he might not be so afraid of being injured. However, he hoped to find at least something about his new acquaintance on the game page. But there was no information about Hayes, and he thought that he would at least find information about her skills. But he realized that the best thing to do was ask the game developers themselves. Then he picked up the phone and decided to ask Sean to look for information. Meanwhile, the story moves to a moment that occurred 5 days later in one of the houses. 2 fighters arrived there who apparently wanted to find some information, but one of them reported that the person they were looking for apparently had long disappeared from this place. His partner said that someone was always one step ahead of them, but they did not understand who it could be. Then the man said that most likely it was someone who was pursuing the same goal as them. His partner suggested returning to headquarters and reporting the information he found. Meanwhile, Sean found some information that Dylan needed, and they went to the right place. At first, the hero doubted that they had arrived in the right place, but he was told that Khan Garam, who wrote the history of the game, lived in this place. He said that this writer did not have any noticeable activities, so he had to contact one of the game developers to find out something. Then the hero thanked the man for his work. Sean said that when he got here, the lights weren't on in the house, but the door was open. So he decided not to go inside because he didn't want anything to happen to the man. As it turned out, they came to the very house in which 2 strangers were operating. When they heard that someone was trying to open the door, one of the men told his partner to open himself in the darkness. Hearing this, the man immediately used the skill and seemed to disappear into thin air. When the door opened, Dylan said that he would go in first. Meanwhile, only barely noticeable black smoke remained from the stranger. He used his shield and told Sean that it might be dangerous in here, so he should wait outside. Then the main character used magic projectiles. At that moment, he noticed something strange not far from him. These were sheets of paper, as it turned out. Hayes' story was written on them, which was not even in the worldwide search. Dylan leaned over and read the contents of the sheets and realized that this story exactly matched what the girl had told him. He thought that perhaps the story of Khan Garam was becoming reality. While the hero was wondering who Khan Garam really was, one of the strangers flew up to him from behind, intending to stab him. However, when the knife touched him, he suddenly shattered into pieces. The man was horrified when he realized that the special blade could not penetrate this guy's armor. When the hero realized that they wanted to attack him, he immediately used his skill and asked the stranger who he was. Without waiting for an answer, He pointed his palm at him, from which magical energy emanated. After that, he fired several magical projectiles that hit the stranger. However, he managed to land on the ground, and this blow was not fatal for him. After that, he shouted to his partner that they should leave, but the main character ordered him to stand still. Meanwhile, Sean, who had been standing outside the door the whole time, heard strange sounds coming from the apartment. The next moment, he saw the door swing open, and a man in a black cloak flew out. After that, Dylan ran out of the apartment and immediately chased after his offender. Not understanding what was happening, Sean rushed towards him and ran with him, asking the guy what was happening. However, the hero told the man not to follow him and just wait for him here. When they ran outside, Dylan saw a stranger in a black cloak standing in front of him. However, when he looked at it more closely, he was very surprised. The stranger was enveloped in an ominous red aura and said that Dylan was about to die. The main character even had to cover himself with his hands because a wave of dark energy rushed over him and absorbed everything around him. When he opened his eyes, he realized that something was wrong with him. He had to shield himself from this wave with his hands while he tried to understand what this skill was. At that moment, the necklace that was on his neck began to glow. The system informed him that they were trying to cloud his mind, but the necklace successfully blocked this attempt. At that moment, a powerful explosion was heard in the clouds of fog that enveloped the main character. When the smoke cleared, Dylan emerged from the fog, his necklace sparkling so brightly that the fog that had enveloped him just a few seconds ago was gone. After this, the man who used the spell felt severe pain in his arm. He dropped to his knees and screamed in pain, at which time his concerned partner asked what he was doing. Then the man said that his skill did not work, and all attacks were reflected back to him. He said that they had no chance, so they needed to leave as quickly as possible. However, while they were talking, the main character had already managed to send a portion of magic projectiles at them. The next moment, a strong explosion was heard at the place where the two strangers were standing. When the smoke cleared, the hero saw that one of them was lying in the crater that caused the explosion. At that moment, Dylan thought angrily that one of the strangers had managed to escape. He looked up and saw a man in a black cloak there, who at that time thought that this guy was very strong. He then took out his blade, which was imbued with magical energy. However, at that moment, he saw his partner, who was lying in the crater, and Dylan, who was still alive despite all their attempts to kill him. Then the man realized that he had no choice. He threw his knife directly at the body of his partner, who was unconscious. At that moment, his body seemed to be spinning in a hurricane. The main character thought that this man even killed his comrade, just to remove all traces. Dylan wanted to stop him, but the stranger had already flown away somewhere far away. At that moment, the hero realized that he had completely missed this man, and this did not make him happy at all. Immediately after the battle ended, he found 4 pages, and Sean instructed him about 3 rules. They stated that he needed to find all traces associated with Khan Garam, try to contact him by any means, and contact everyone who was associated with Khan Garam. To the previous pages, which talked about Hayes, 2 more were also added. One page on which the agreement between DeLuke and Wendell was described, and the second about Burkhardt and the spatial crack. But the hero still had the main question. Where did Khan Garam go after writing these lines? While he was thinking about this, Hayes brought him a glass of water so he could finally freshen up. After that, the girl sat down opposite him and said that she needed to tell him something. She said she received a wake-up call a couple of hours before he arrived. Then the hero realized that everything was happening exactly the same as it was written in the novel. The girl continued, saying that even though she had acquired the awakening system quite recently, it seemed familiar to her. She assumed that the system was specially adapted for her, since everything was written in the language of the Kingdom of Desmond. Hearing this, the hero asked what her rank and specialty was. Hayes said that she has rank D and her specialty is a caster. Now Rukini can always be nearby as one of her achievements, and she also spends 100 times less magic on summoning and maintaining him. Dylan said that the girl didn't look that surprised, although he remembered that he himself was overjoyed at that moment. The girl said she was surprised at first. However, this did not shock her as much as falling into a spatial crack and transitioning to a completely different world. When the main character put his hand on the sheets of paper, The system informed him that he was in contact with particles of the four worlds. The fragments resonated and created a small spatial crack right in the middle of their room. Soon, the system reported the opening of a portal to a rank A dungeon called Desmond. The system also said that only Dylan and Hayes could enter the dungeon. The girl asked the guy if they were really seeing the same message, and Dylan confirmed her words, saying that the pages of history would take them to the past of the Desmond King. The girl was of the same opinion, but she still seemed hesitant. Seeing this, the hero said that it might be too dangerous for her, since her awakening was only a few hours ago. However, despite this, Hayes still wanted to go, even if it was dangerous, since she wanted to learn about her home. Dylan had no choice but to agree since the girl was serious. He didn't want to miss out on a dungeon similar to the one he rescued Hayes from. Most likely, it was a special dungeon where a large amount of experience and rewards could be collected, and the man couldn't miss this chance. After that, he and the girl stood in front of the portal, ready to enter it. The portal took them to a dilapidated area. It opened right in the middle of one of the destroyed streets. The main character had to strain a little, since the journey between the portals could not be called something fleeting and easy. When they were transported to the right place, they realized that they were right on the destroyed city. At first, the main character even began to doubt that this was really a kingdom, since it looked incredibly destroyed. The girl said that this was truly the center of the kingdom, and this was the last thing she saw before running away. Then Dylan asked her if she was sure everything would be okay. However, Hayes was sure of this, after which she turned to Rukini to help her land. The cat's shield allowed the girl to land painlessly on the ground. The hero said that although it looks like a kingdom, they still have to be careful in the dungeon. However, at that moment, the girl felt that a large crack was beginning to grow under her foot. The next moment, several dozen hands of some monsters crawled out of this crack. They started grabbing the girl by the legs, and at first Hayes was taken aback, not knowing what to do. The next moment, they saw hundreds of evil monsters crawling out of the ground. Every second, more and more monsters crawled out of the ground, and at first the heroes didn't even understand what they needed to do. After this, the monsters immediately rushed at the girl, who turned out to be numb with fear. She just silently watched as the bloodthirsty monsters ran straight at her. Soon the monsters knocked the girl to the ground and crowded around her body. However, in the next second, a bright light seemed to pierce their bodies. As it turned out, Akron managed to arrive on time and protected the girl with his body. Hayes was very surprised and looked up to see what was happening. Then she saw a bright red pillar of light appear from the sky and hit the ground. As it turned out, in addition to Akron, Irene also arrived in the dungeon, covering them from above. The golem put its hands forward and shot at all the monsters that wanted to attack the girl. Hayes watched in surprise as the monsters melted in just a second. When the battle was over, she thought that there were a lot of these monsters. She told the hero that dealing with ghouls was more difficult than she thought, to which Dylan replied that they were indeed stronger than ordinary monsters. At that moment, blue energy flared up under the girl's feet and began to envelop her body. She did not understand what was happening. And then the hero explained to her that by killing monsters, she becomes stronger and can eventually defeat high-level monsters. However, he needed to tell the girl something before they continued. Just in case, Dylan decided to ask if the girl felt any emotional attachment to the citizens who turned into monsters. But Hayes stated that she did not feel anything like that. This place doesn't feel at all like the home she lived in. Then the hero said that this place would be the first step on the path of their development, and the girl must also feel something similar. He said that every time you kill monsters, they level up. The girl asked if this was the source of his power. Dylan replied that it was, since he was also awakened. Hearing this, the girl decisively declared that they must send these monsters to the next world. After that, they headed deeper into the dungeon and soon arrived at the palace. The drone that was flying ahead of them informed them that a pack of ghouls was waiting for them ahead. Then the girl said that this time she would deal with them on her own. She decided that she had leveled up enough and didn't want to hide behind Dylan's back forever. Then the hero decided to give her this opportunity and said that he would monitor the situation from the side, and the girl would have to clear the way for them. Hayes was excited as this was her first battle. She summoned 2 animals, one of which looked like a wolf. His name was Life. The other animal looked like a Doberman. His name was Shugart. The wolf immediately rushed forward along the corridor, throwing away all the monsters, and in an instant, tearing their bodies into 2 parts. Then it was Shugart's turn. With one look, he summoned boulders of stone and brought them down on the monsters. At first, the stones and monsters were lifted into the air with the help of his magical power. Then, he brought them down to the floor. At that moment, the hero thought that this girl was really good at magic. At that moment, someone's voice was heard. He asked if these were the same people who set fire to their houses and killed the blessed citizens. Dylan and Hayes immediately turned their attention to the source of the sound. Something like lightning moved very quickly down the corridor straight towards them, and then the creature fired a lightning arrow directly at Dylan. However, the main character managed to block the attack with his shield. When he looked up, he saw a ghoul coming out of one room, but he was not like the others. He was wearing clothes worn by representatives of the royal family. The ghoul said that Dylan was able to block his attack, which means he is not that kind in mediocrity. As it turned out, standing in front of them was the magician Isaac, a rank A boss. When the girl saw him, surprise and lack of understanding of what was happening appeared on her face. The next moment, she clenched her teeth forcefully in irritation. After that, she looked at the ghoul and shouted his name. She said that he used to be a great magician of the kingdom, and began to ask why he did such a thing. Isaac replied that he did not understand how this rubbish knew his name. However, when he looked at the girl more closely, he realized that Princess Hayes was standing in front of him. He asked how she was able to survive and get out of the spatial crack, but the girl demanded an answer to her question. Then Isaac laughed and asked if they really knew nothing. He said that he only helped the citizens who were blessed by that same person. Hearing this, the girl called him a traitor. But the ghouls said that they would understand everything after they too were blessed by this man. Then he laughed and said that he would be happy to help them with it. At that moment, the main character was behind him and said that they did not need his help. After that, he used his fiery hands and directed the full force of the blow directly at the ghoul. However, at that moment, he felt the creature grab his arm and ask him if he thought he could defeat him with that level of magic. When the main character looked up, he saw that Isaac was completely unharmed. Despite the fact that he was right in the middle of the fire, he declared that he would show Dylan real magic. The hero was terrified. He did not understand why his fireball did not work. He couldn't escape the monster's grip and decided to use magic missiles. He aimed them straight at Isaac's head. However, they did not even leave a scratch on him. The monster laughed and said that such magic would not work on him. Then the main character assumed that he was using an anti-magic field. At this point, the ghoul used his free hand and placed it on his chest, and then released a lightning ball, asking him if he knew about such magic. Isaac said that in this case he should already understand that he will not win. After that, he released an incredibly strong lightning that threw the main character back. The blow was so strong that his body slammed into the wall and broke the stones. When Dylan came to, he found himself lying in the middle of a pile of stones. He thought about how normally an anti-magic field would form as a shield around a mage that would negate certain damage. But this freak was using a thin shield like a second skin, allowing him to not only negate damage, but also amplify his own spells. This kind of control requires an incredible amount of magic. However, he realized that this was exactly what he should have expected from the boss. At this moment, Hayes ordered her wolf, Life, to attack. Literally a second later, the wolf rushed straight at the ghoul, intending to strike him. However, when he got close enough to it, it was as if he ran into an invisible space that did not allow him to get closer to the creature. Isaac laughed, saying that she shouldn't have attacked him with such a weak, summoned animal. He said that he would take care of this guy first and then train Hayes, and it would be better for her if she just stood quietly during their battle. At this moment, the girl did not understand what she should do. The ghoul then turned his attention to Dylan, who had already risen to his feet, and said that they should continue. At this moment, the main character used a reflection and mirage spell. However, Isaac only calmly watched this. He suggested that when Dylan screwed up, he finally decided to show something more interesting. However, the monster stated that its magic was still weak. Moreover, his physical strength was also not developed. So he wondered how Dylan was going to defeat him. The monster stated that he did not know why he needed clones. After that, he used the same spell, saying that he could do it too. At this moment, the system informed the main character that his spatial stone was fully charged, and the properties of his pistol bullets were changed to physical damage. A shot from a weapon can simultaneously cause physical damage to several targets, and soon the main character found the target he needed. since this weapon can recognize what is an illusion and what is reality. At first, Isaac did not even notice that the shadow of the main character slipped past him. Taking advantage of the moment, Dylan aimed his pistol at the enemy. He then fired and ordered the weapon to destroy Isaac. Ghoul was confused as he watched a huge explosive bullet fly towards him. However, he managed to set up a protective space, and the bullet was absorbed into it. The next moment, he saw that his shield was destroyed, and fragments were flying straight into his body along with the projectiles fired by the main character. They hit the target. Each of the projectiles aimed at a specific part of the ghoul's body, and explosions were heard in these places. Soon after, the monster quickly fell to the floor. When the dust settled, the main character was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. He saw that Isaac's body was lying among a pile of stones. He approached him, and then the monster sadly announced that he had never lost before. After that, Dylan pulled magical things out of space and said that he could discuss it when he got to hell. He then turned to Hayes and called her to him. He handed her his sword and said that it was time for revenge. At first, the girl hesitated a little, but soon she took the sword in her hands. She then headed straight towards Isaac, despite his best efforts to stop her. He said that he must preach the words of that very man, and if the princess let him live, he would tell her everything. However, the girl did not want to listen to this and raised her sword to strike, intending to kill the traitor, which she did. After that, she thanked Dylan for the opportunity to take revenge on the traitor. At this point, the system informed them that the boss of the dungeon had been killed, and therefore the dungeon was collapsing. After this, a portal to the outside opened, and the system reported that the exit would close in 10 minutes, asking the guys to leave it. It was reported that if the door closes, users will never be able to get out again. However, Hayes asked the hero to wait 1 second. The girl said there was a place she wanted to visit before they left. As it turned out, they headed to the library, and the girl began to look for some book, despite the fact that there were only 3 minutes left before the portal closed. When Dylan heard this, he told the girl that they didn't have much time left. However, Hayes continued to look for the book, saying that it must be here somewhere. Using her magic, she found this book and pressed her finger on it. At that moment, the illusion disappeared, and a small closet opened in front of her, containing a box. The girl said that she had found what she was looking for, and so they could leave. However, at that moment, Dylan saw something that horrified him. The ceiling began to crack right above the girl's head, and it was about to collapse. When she looked up, she saw huge stones falling on them. Meanwhile, a bright red light began to emanate from Dylan's apartment as a portal was opened in the middle of his room. Lightning began to emanate from the portal as it was already close to closing. At the last moment, Dylan managed to take the girl in his arms and carry her out of the dungeon. Right after they walked through the portal, it closed. At that moment, the guys realized that they almost died inside this dungeon. When they were safe, Dylan noticed the book in the girl's hands and asked if that was what she was looking for. Hayes said that she wanted to keep this book because there was something in it that could help Dylan. As it turned out, it was the Book of Secrets of the Kingdom. After this, the system reported that the award had been transferred from the archive. Then Dylan asked the girl if she wanted to look at the contents of the book. However, she replied that she did not want this, since the book was unlikely to be needed here, and that Dylan would be better off doing it himself, and he could call her at any time when he needed her help. After that, he sent the girl to look at the awards. In front of him lay 2 books of spells. They were also given 10 spiritual spatial stones as a reward. At this moment, the system informed Veronica and Morgan that the world's first spiritual space stone had been found. As it turned out, they can only be found in dungeons of rank A and above, and they can also be created using spiritual alchemy. Brox and Maria also received this alert. At that moment, Dylan realized that the developers, apparently, had added something new to the game. They had probably decided to introduce higher-level stones. The hero thought that it was good that he had an agreement with the management for the individual use of some dungeons, and decided that it was time to clear them. He suspected that such dungeons would have bosses of the same difficulty as the ones he had encountered before, and therefore 3 helpers might not be enough for him. He should have looked for more people. However, at this moment, he only wanted to rest after the difficult dungeon. Suddenly, he heard his phone, which was lying in the kitchen, ring. It was Sean. The next day, the main character came to the place that he and the man had agreed on. Waiting for him inside was Sean and an unfamiliar man in glasses who was extremely surprised that Dylan had actually come. Dylan asked Sean if this was the same person he wanted to introduce him to, and then the man replied that this was Ricardo, a short story writer. He was closely acquainted with Khan Garam and found out about him when he was checking the archives. The man introduced himself and said his real name was Ethan. The main character greeted him and said that he would like to ask him about Khan Garam. When they sat down at the table, Ethan said that he heard about what happened. He tried to contact Garam, but nothing worked, and so he decided to tell everything he knew. The hero thanked him for his help and asked him to tell everything he remembers about his work. The man said that even though this was not in the game, the first thing he remembers is the antagonist, a dark magician named Wendella. He turned Arkeens into a dark prince, and Hayes fled, resulting in the destruction of the Desmond Kingdom. The hero realized that this story completely coincides with what the girl told him. Ethan said that 50 years later, the great wizard Burchard decided to look into the incident. He lived on the continent, the so-called Itamanzia, where an entire legion of orcs disappeared without a trace, plundering the ruins of Desmond. The spatial wave signatures were the same as half a century ago during the Black Prince incident. Then the hero assumed that this meant that the destruction of an entire region and kingdom all happened because of Wendella. Ethan reported that this was indeed the case. He also heard that Wendella did not work alone. Someone helped him. Then the hero asked what happened next. The man replied that, unfortunately, he did not know, since at that moment he went on vacation. And after that, Garam disappeared. Dylan then thanked him again for his help, and Ethan replied that it was an honor to meet him. He said that if he found out anything else about this man, he would definitely contact him. After that, he left the office and closed the door behind him. Left alone, the main character began to think that this whole story would be something very far from the battles he was used to. He understood that he needed to become stronger. Otherwise, the world would be doomed to destruction. Meanwhile, the story returns to the dungeon that the main character and Hayes just left. Isaac's body still lay among the pile of stones, motionless. At that moment, someone entered the dungeon, using a magic sphere to determine that someone had been here recently. They felt traces of a spatial crack, and one of the strangers ordered his servants to punish the stranger, saying that he did not want to get his hands dirty. It turned out that a mysterious sectarian was monitoring what was happening in the dungeon. Using a magic ball, they discussed whether it was worth reporting it. One of the cultists said that they had no evidence, but another noted that the spatial crack was the work of that person. However, another cultist objected that this was not a significant problem. The stranger had already fled to another world, and their persecution could be endless, and they had little time. Meanwhile, the main character tried to recreate some artifacts using magic. He managed to copy a bracelet that had a normal level. This bracelet was the last item he had left to copy. At that moment, Hayes approached him and asked what he was doing. The hero replied that he was copying objects and then giving them to her. She then noticed a stack of books next to him. The hero explained that these were his new spells. He had to look through about 2,000 books to find them. However, he was sure that it was worth it, since he had learned several 3rd and 5th class spells. Suddenly, he noticed that the girl had cut her hair. She explained that this was necessary for her determination. Dylan didn't understand what she meant, so she explained that she wanted to get used to her awakened powers and improve her strengths. She said she had a plan in case she was able to move back to where she lived before. In this case, she wants to take revenge on Wendella with her own hands. The girl stated that she would do everything to become stronger despite all the difficulties, and therefore she needed Dylan's help. At that moment, they noticed that the light in their rooms suddenly went out. The girl did not understand what was happening, and Dylan said that he had recently met people who were watching his house to attack. However, they did not succeed, and apparently, they became more aggressive. At that moment, someone appeared behind the girl, looking like a half-monster, half-man. He flew through the window and rushed straight at Dylan. When he tried to hit him with his fist, the main character managed to use his shield. He then opened up a small space in his defense and used an energy missile. The blow was so powerful that the uninvited guest was thrown aside. When the smoke cleared, the main character saw that Camilla and Julia were on the lower floor. He looked at them through the open window and asked if they really decided to come visit without asking. Camilla, deciding not to react to the provocation, said that she would be brief. She said that he was wasting his abilities in this small country. Then the girl turned to him and offered to go with them. She promised that they would give him everything he wanted: strength, wealth, and power. However, Dylan categorically refused to go with them. Then Camilla said that they had no other choice. She ordered her subordinate monsters to attack him and capture him. However, the protagonist's reaction was so fast that the two monsters collided with each other and hit each other with their weapons. Taking advantage of the situation, he found himself behind the girls and prepared to attack them. He fired an acid arrow towards Camilla. When she turned around, a shield of ice suddenly appeared in front of her. When the shield disappeared, the girl froze in place, not knowing what to expect next. But she felt that the temperature in the room had dropped sharply. Her attention was distracted, so she didn't notice Dylan appearing at her side and using a fireball. The blow was so strong that the girl was thrown somewhere away. Julia watched in horror what this man was doing to her beloved. At this moment, two subordinate monsters appeared above the main character, intending to attack him. Akron and Irene decided to intervene and save their master. The main character indifferently asked the girls if they could do anything other than control puppets. Meanwhile, Camilla lay shackled in ice blocks. Half of her body and face were frozen in ice, but she could still speak and asked the guy if he really thought he could just kill her. She then kicked the ice with her free foot, and at the same moment, ice spikes sprang up all over the floor. At first, the main character was confused, not understanding what the girl was doing. When he turned his attention to his golems, he saw that they were imprisoned in ice. Meanwhile, Julia sank to the floor in front of her frozen puppets. Realizing that this skill was still very powerful, she realized that a little more, and she could freeze to death along with her puppets. Dylan's skills were much stronger than she expected, but he still couldn't survive such a blow unscathed. Meanwhile, Camilla finally rose from the ground, but half of her face was frozen and looked inhuman. The main character walked around his ice chamber, tapping the ice, testing its strength. He then turned his gaze to Camilla and asked if this was all she was capable of. When the girl realized that her skill did not work against this guy, she screamed in anger, saying that it was impossible, and released ice spikes directly at him. At that moment, her whole body seemed to be covered in ice. The icicles flew straight at the main character, but it didn't seem to bother him too much. He easily knocked off all the icicles, and when Camilla saw this, she rushed towards him with lightning speed and struck him in the chest. When she stepped back, she saw that steam began to emanate from the guy. The girl did not understand what was happening, and when she looked at her weapon, she saw that it was half melted. The hero raised his palm, shrouded in magical fire. Camilla said that he must understand that such a small flame cannot defeat him. But Dylan replied that he was not going to go with the girls, no matter how persuasion they lured him, and used a fireball. He then used the dimension gate and sent the ball straight towards it. When Camilla realized what he was going to do, she immediately screamed at Julia to get down on the floor. However, the girl was in an ice prison, so she did not hear her friend's words. At that moment, portals opened right above her, from which fireballs rushed towards her. When the girl noticed them, it was already too late. Shortly after, Dylan and Camilla heard a huge, fiery explosion occur right next to where Julia was sitting. Camilla turned around in horror, calling her beloved by name. When the smoke cleared, she saw that the girl was lying on the floor as if unconscious. Camilla immediately threw off her ice armor and ran up to the girl, begging her to wake up. At this moment, the hero announced that it was all over now. However, suddenly someone came up to him from behind and put his hand on his shoulder, saying that this would not happen. Dylan turned around in horror to see who it was. However, when he turned back, he realized that there was no one behind him. When he turned back towards his apartment, he saw a man in a black cloak with long white hair coming inside. When Camilla saw him, she immediately fell to the floor and began to cry, begging her master to forgive her. The man said that he even made a doll for her, but she still couldn't cope. At this moment, Dylan was thinking that Camilla had just called this man a master. Then the hero realized that in front of him was the master of the Manhwa Guild, Valerio, a fighter of the SSS rank. After this, Dylan turned to him menacingly, asking why he was following him. Valerio said that this should be obvious to him since he is doing this because of his skills. The man said that he is one of those who always gets what he wants. After that, he did not hesitate and immediately rushed to the attack. The main character saw that a sharp thorn almost touched his face. However, at that moment, he heard someone quickly ascending his building. As it turned out, it was Veronica. She had already taken on her combat form and, in an instant, found herself on the right floor. She pulled out her weapon and furiously rushed into Dylan's apartment, intending to fight back against Valerio. However, the man also noticed her and fired a magic projectile in her direction. But Veronica managed to dodge. At this moment, the main character noticed that a bright glow appeared in the middle of the sky. Soon, this bright glow released a bright beam, which caused a huge explosion at the impact site. When the smoke cleared, Valerio looked at Veronica defiantly. He said she arrived earlier than he expected. He turned to the girl, calling her his darling. She told the man that she was not going to play with him. She asked if he knew that the Teihua Guild was currently dealing with and managing the awakened ones. But Valerio was not aware of this. She said that now all the dolls that are at the scene are unidentifiable, and there is no way they can use them as evidence. Hearing this, the man said that in that case they would leave now. He sighed displeasedly, saying that there were already too many extra eyes here. He then waved his cloak and said they were leaving. He summoned a magical portal, with the help of which he took 2 girls from the building, and after that, the portal closed. All this time, Veronica stood in front of Dylan, protecting him from possible attacks. The main character was very angry, realizing that this man was incredibly strong. After some time, the situation in the protagonist's apartment calmed down. The man said he didn't think the branch manager would arrive so soon. Veronica responded that Dylan may have heard about this before from other people. He remembered that Morgan had told him that he was now under the protection of the department's leadership. The girl said she thought she would be late, but as it turned out, she arrived just in time. The main character understood that if she had not come, he would have lost his eye from Valerio's attack. He then turned his attention to the puppets and asked what these puppets were that the man kept talking about. The girl said that they are used by the guild to kill the awakened. All their identification marks are erased, so even if they are caught, they will not be able to find out which organization they are from. They go through a special procedure of blocking consciousness, as a result of which they lose their individuality and memories. These dolls are the main driving force behind why Teihua Guild is #1 in China. Dylan said that if Valerio had gotten to this point, he was scared to imagine what would happen next. The girl said they were also not sure if the people targeting Dylan would only be from China. She recalled that incident at the mall and said it was a target for many people. Therefore, management must try to protect him and Hayes. The next day, the story moves to Zhongshan, to the basement of the guild, namely, the training room. The man who was on the training ground was trying to fight the drones. He poured all his strength into one crushing blow. However, when he struck it, he realized that the drone was protected by an incredibly strong shield. The guy didn't understand why it was so difficult for him to defeat this drone. At that moment, a drone flew up to him from behind, which managed to free itself from under the shield and decided to launch a hidden attack. Soon after, the man fell to the floor, and then Arya said that he did well and called the next test subject. Dylan and Sonia stood behind the girl, and the hero said that they were lucky to have Arya. Sonia said they both lack teamwork, so it's important to find a third party to fill those gaps. Thanks to Arya, who has a lot of experience in teamwork, they will have to pass many different tests, so the girl thought that everything would go well. However, Sonia was worried that after the drone attack, something terrible might happen to that guy. However, the main character replied that the drone was not that strong, especially since it was created specifically for selecting the 3rd member of the team. At this moment, Arya called the main character over and said that this man says that he knows him. The hero said that the branch manager told him that he needed to get stronger, but he didn't think that much. It turned out that Lily was standing in front of him. She asked him not to worry and said that she only wanted to join this team to overcome the B-rank barrier. Therefore, she hoped that they would not arrange a special test for her. Then Arya suggested starting, and the girl agreed. She used her bow and her body began to exude magical energy. Arya and Sonia watched her carefully. They knew that Lily was a B-rank awakened, and they were wondering what skills she had. After that, the test began, and the 2 drones immediately rushed to attack. The girl decided to start with physical attacks and pulled the string of her bow. She then fired several arrows at the drones at once. Her attacks were strong enough to break through the drones' protective barriers. Then Arya said that in high-ranked dungeons, monsters are immune to physical attacks, and asked Lilia what she would do in that case. But the girl said that everything would be fine. She said that she can also perform magical attacks. At this moment, Arya noticed that her arrow was getting colder. After that, the girl fired a powerful ice arrow directly at the drones. The attack was so strong that it penetrated right through the drone, causing it to crack and fall to the floor. Sonia noted that Lily was the first to break the drone, and Dylan admitted that he did not expect this. However, this was not the end. If she fights with a bow over a long distance, then her close combat leaves much to be desired. At that moment, the surviving drones attacked Lilia from behind. However, the girl saw the attack coming towards her and took out her melee weapon. She struck the drone twice and then jumped away from it. She said she felt great even without the onion. When she turned around to look at the result of her attack, she saw that the drone had broken into 4 pieces. As it turned out, in addition to the bow, she also had 2 daggers, which she used well. The girl looked up and said that she has her own methods. After all the tests were passed, it was decided to accept Lilia into the team. She was accepted not only because she was able to destroy 2 drones, among other things. She is an awakened one who can use physical and magical attacks in the composition. Sonia and Arya were a little dissatisfied as they watched the girl act a little arrogantly. Lily behaved a little defiantly and asked the main character to take care of her. At that moment, a message came to Daniela's phone that Lily had been accepted into the team. Then the girl realized that the team had been successfully assembled. At that moment, Neela entered her office and asked if she could talk to the master for just a few seconds. The girl said that at the moment the White Lotus and Tree Soul guilds had entered into a dispute with them, Daniela asked her what this meant. The girl explained that, apparently, these 2 guilds have licenses for the dungeon near Myeongdong Station and are deliberately adding to the scheduled cleaning time. As a result, their attacking team will join late, so they will definitely fail in the clearing. Apparently, their formal complaint was also useless, since they clear the dungeon according to the laws, and if problems arise, they can simply file a complaint with management. Management follows a policy of passive intervention and aggressive forgiveness, so they are likely to trust and act on it. Then Nyla asked the master what they should do. Daniela replied that both of their opponents were wild animals. They needed to refrain from a head-on collision and avoid the greatest damage. They don't need to rush because whoever attacks first will lose. The girl said that in this case, they will do as Daniela says. Before Nyla left, the girl told her not to tell Idion about this, because she didn't want to add unnecessary trouble to him. Meanwhile, the story moves to the area near the Spire of Deus. The main character sat inside and looked at the Book of Spells. Yesterday, he received the 11th level of Alchemist, and after that, he gained new skills. Moreover, he received Desmond Palace's secret book. He only received it from Hayes today, since the killers from China attacked yesterday. The hero thought that this book has incredible effects, and it is worth trying to use it for revival. At that moment, one of the agents approached him and said that all preparations had been completed. Hearing this, the main character opened the portal, deciding that it was better not to rush to understand all the secrets of this book. To begin with, he decided to complete a rank B quest. Soon, a portal opened in the dungeon, which was located in the middle of the forest. Dylan was a little surprised that the B-rank dungeon was in the forest. He looked up and saw that mountains were rising somewhere high behind the forest. Since he had a time limit, he had to find the target as soon as possible. But the hero did not know where he needed to go. At that moment, he felt something dripping onto his head from above. As it turned out, there was a huge black lion standing right behind him. The hero was horrified when he realized that this was the same black lion that he had already met some time ago. When he turned around, he saw that the animal let out an incredibly loud roar, and a bright light began to come from its mouth. His roar was so strong that the main character was thrown aside. He found it surprising that he could feel such power just from his roar. However, Dylan knew that he too had changed since their last meeting. He used the Fire Hand skill, which caused a huge explosion in the middle of the forest. At that moment, Burkhard, flying past, felt something strange, but could not believe that this was really what he was thinking about. That magic definitely came from Dylan. However, the power of the Black Lion is so great that even 6th grade magicians cannot cope with it. So Burchard didn't even know how long Dylan could hold out. Suddenly he stopped in the middle of the forest and saw a huge fire. And then he realized that they were in approximately that place. Mac used his powers to track their location. When he simplified his gaze, he saw something that struck him very strongly. He saw the Black Lion waving its paws in anger, trying to strike its opponent. He struck one blow after another, but they seemed to miss the mark. He saw that Dylan had created copies of himself, and they were the ones taking all the hits. At this time, The hero was thinking that if this battle dragged on for a long time, he would not be able to meet the time limit. Then he realized that he urgently needed to end this and used his spells. Burkhard did not understand why he was using a spell that was clearly not enough to defeat the Black Lion. Then the old man realized that it would be bad if he did not intervene. With his magic staff, he drew a magic circle and sent it towards the battle. At this moment, Dylan and the Black Lion felt that they could not move, and it was as if an invisible, magical energy was at risk. When the main character looked to the side, he saw Burkhard approaching them, who said that it was time to end this whole farce. He smiled and said that he had not seen Dylan for a long time and invited him to talk. After that, they went to a safer place, where there was a portal to exit the dungeon. Burchard said he didn't think he and Dylan would meet this way. However, he was still wondering how the guy got here. Then the hero said that he entered here through the dimension gate. Hearing this, Burkhard was very surprised. He asked if they were still using these rifts, called dimension gates. Then the hero said that they were somewhere nearby. After 10 minutes, they arrived at a place that looked like a tavern. Then the hero told the old man that he had a time limit of 50 minutes. He said that this was displayed on his status window, and if he was even a little late, he would die. Burkhard was surprised when he heard this. He said that the rifts he was talking about were created by the essence of Deus, and not long ago one appeared in this world. It originated on the continent of Itamansia, which is a few months' sailing distance by ship south of here. The entire continent was cruel, where the Carlonian ogres once lived, but they disappeared. And now it is overrun with demons and evil creatures. The main character did not believe that there were really ogres there, and Burkhard said that he had another guess. In his opinion, there is a certain entity that used the rift to transfer all the ogres to another dimension. Dylan thought that this gate was opened by accident, but Burchard said that if this were so, then the waves would have the same length as those that appeared in the Empire 50 years ago. Besides, Ebenar, the powerful Carlin ogre, wouldn't disappear into the rift without a fight. Then the main character asked the old man if he had heard the name Ebenar correctly. The guy then said that his name is mentioned in his system. There is a skill that uses his blood and space stones. The man said that apparently it will allow him to move between worlds. In this case, the old man decided to tell him about Ebenar's weaknesses. If the records of Swordmaster Galen, who fought him, are to be believed, then he has weaknesses. The only unprotected place on his body is the back of his neck. If the matter comes up against him, then he should take a closer look at this place. After that, the old man stood up from his seat and said that they were a little distracted from the conversation. He said that spatial rifts continue to appear in this world, the wavelengths of which are the same as those of Ebenar and the Desmond Empire. Thus, Burchard had a hypothesis. He suggested that there is an entity that creates a large number of spatial rifts in order to deliberately increase the imbalance of the worlds. In this case, in order to prevent the catastrophe that will occur from this imbalance, there is another entity that has created an awakened system on Earth to make people stronger. Then the hero asked him if he really thought that this was Deus. Burchard said that since a dimensional rift connected their worlds, there must be a reason why Dylan came to this dimension. Then he said that if the guy was interested in knowing anything else, he could ask him. Then the main character took out a book from another space and said that he could not fully understand its contents. Soon after this, the system reported that the dimension gate would be opened in 15 minutes and 30 seconds. Then Burchard and the guy returned to the forest, and the old man asked him to do something. He told him to feel the flow of magic in his body. The man said that usually there is only one inner core that can be used for witchcraft, but it is possible that since Dylan is awakened and transformed correctly, he will have two of them. Therefore, just like in the previous battle, he can use two types of magic at the same time. However, Mom had to go in her own directions, but nevertheless, she got mixed up and he was not able to use his full potential. However, at this moment, the main character raised his hands and announced that he had succeeded. Then Burkhard asked if he now understood the contents of the book, and the hero replied that now everything was clear to him. The man said that he was happy to help, and stated that he wrote the book as an introduction to learning magic classes, and hoped that it would help Dylan. The main character was very happy when he received this book in his hands. After that, Burkhard suggested that he slowly move forward, and at the same time continue their conversation along the way. Soon they headed down the path. The old man said that after he heard about the book, He wanted to ask Dylan something. He was wondering how he met the last emperor and empress of the empire in hiding 50 years ago and managed to get this book. And then, 50 years later, he managed to meet him again. At this time, space continues to distort at the same time, and the next Burkhart that Dylan meets may be from another time. The hero confirmed that this is quite possible. After that, the man took off his necklace and opened it. Inside it was a portrait of a girl. After this, the man's body began to exude magical energy. He took the necklace in his hands and squeezed it, trying to get the memories from it. He then handed it to the main character and asked him to take this necklace with him. However, Dylan said that it looked very expensive and doubted that he could actually take it. However, Burchard said that this necklace was given to him by his wife, who died 10 years ago. He didn't know what else to give, so he asked to take this necklace. And if Dylan met him in another time, then that Burkhart would certainly be able to help him. Hearing this, the main character thanked the old man for his help. He then said that apparently their meeting had come to an end. And then Burchard decided that it was time to say goodbye. He said that if fate allowed them, they would see each other again. The main character said that he was very glad to meet the man. After this, the quest to complete Rank B was completed, and the main character returned back to his dimension. One of the agents met him and said that he would take him out of here. However, Dylan asked him to hold off, saying that he wanted to check his statistics. The agent replied that in that case he would go first, and the guy could stay here as long as he wanted. First of all, the main character decided to organize the statistics. Then he picked up the necklace that Sir Burchard had given him. He wondered what else Deus needed from him other than a rank increase. Dylan knew that it would be much easier if he answered him. But now he had no choice but to become a little stronger in order to prepare for what fate had in store for him. However, at that moment, a system window appeared in front of him. It was reported that one had been delivered to all those who had awakened. It said that the Carlin Ogre tribe had chosen a dimension called Earth, and the army of the Carlin Ogre Lord Ebenar would invade in 48 hours. Meanwhile, Veronica was in her office and mysteriously looked out the window. At that moment, Morgan burst into her office with urgent news. He asked if she had seen the recent report of a new outbreak. The girl said she saw him. Now all the news is buzzing because of this mega wave. She then decided to turn to Morgan as she had important business with him. She said that if a senior leader started such a panic, then everyone else would pick it up. So Morgan had to act like the second in command that he is. However, she understood that he had not come to her only to inform her about this, and asked what happened beyond that. Then the man closed the door behind him and asked if Veronica was really going to ask Dylan for help. Like that time during the last outbreak at the station. He asked the girl to think more about it, as it could improve the reputation of the department. At first, Veronica thought about what she should answer. After this, she asked what ranks and positions had to do with the current world crisis. She thought it must be a matter of how effectively they could deal with their enemies. At first, Morgan hesitated because he didn't know what to answer the girl. Meanwhile, Veronica continued by saying that Dylan is not their competition, but a talented and promising individual that management wants to have. Thus, Morgan's train of thought was correct. The man wanted to apologize to her, but Veronica said that he did not need to do this. Moreover, she had something else to tell him. The girl said that the White Lotus and Tree Soul guilds would soon attack the Jungsung guild. The fact is that these guilds know the management trends better than anyone, so they think that they will not have a better opportunity than now. Morgan said this is sad news because the global crisis that will occur due to the mega outbreak could be an opportunity for some. Veronica then said that since they were thinking the same thing, they needed to keep an eye on it. So they would use passive intervention and aggressive forgiveness. She suggested seeing how the balance between world-class awakened ones would change. Meanwhile, Daniela was in her office. While she was writing something on paper, she suddenly heard someone's voice saying that she didn't look very good. The girl immediately rose from her seat and screamed, asking who was there. Then she saw small reflections near the seats. At that moment, as if out of thin air, Dylan appeared on the chair. He asked the girl for forgiveness for scaring her. He said that his visit was secret because he had something to tell her. Daniela did not really like this action on his part, and she asked what he wanted. Then the guy said that he came here because of rumors about the White Lotus and Tree Soul guilds. He thought now was the time to make a winning move. Daniela asked him what he meant by winning move and how much he knew. Dylan replied that he knew everything up to the current unstable situation. The girl said that since this was a matter concerning the guild, She did not inform him because she did not think that he cared. Still, she was glad that all the guilds had activated their emergency systems in preparation for the mega outbreak. However, the hero asked why she found something joyful here. He said that while the awakened ones summoned by the control are actively involved in blocking the mega outbreak, the White Lotus and Tree Soul guilds will undoubtedly take advantage of the time to lift the bans, and then they will target them. At first, Daniela didn't believe his words, asking if these guilds were really using all their powers to target them. Dylan said that the person who tried to kill him was hired by the White Lotus Guild, namely Maria. It is likely that this woman will not miss this opportunity. The girl could not believe these words, but the hero continued, saying that unfortunately, it would be too late due to the method of passive intervention and aggressive forgiveness. Then Daniela asked him how, in this case, they could protect themselves from these two largest guilds. The hero grinned slyly and said that he had an idea. The story moves to the early morning of the next day to an abandoned factory near one of the stations. Several black cars arrived there. Sitting inside was the Plum Blossom Guildmaster, Lizzie, who said that she never thought they would be called at this time late at night. Moreover, 10 more leaders of the best guilds in the country were also present. Charlie said that all the guilds are here except White Lotus and Tree Soul. He assumed that they wanted to lure them to their side. And then Lizzie said that they should go and find out. Shortly after this, Daniela came out of the barn. She said that she was glad to greet everyone and thank them for their time, after which she said that she had one request. When she gathered all the guild representatives inside, she said that Jungsun was currently in open conflict with the White Lotus and Tree Soul guilds. The reason she brought everyone here is nothing other than cooperation. The guests said that everyone had heard about this, but if they got involved in a conflict, nothing could be changed. One of them also asked the question why they should interfere in such matters, because they are not management. At this point, Lizzie said that they were definitely saying the right things. Lizzie was shocked when she realized that Dylan was standing in front of her. The man said that this problem does not only concern Jungsun, since in the future they themselves may be in their place. Daniela thought that, as she had expected, Dylan knew that words alone would not solve the matter. In such matters, the master is too soft. Perhaps it is a matter of a sense of justice or conscience, but if so, then it was not very good. Some guests began to wonder why Dylan came here. Then the guy said that he would be brief, and asked if there was anyone here who could proudly say that their guild is better than Jungsun, because if the White Lotus and the Tree Soul manage to take over resources of Jungsun, they will not stop there. One of the guys said that after the fall of Jungsun, it is not a fact that the other guilds will be in the same situation, but the hero replied that if the guilds unite, then no one will get hurt. However, if another guild were to fall victim and they just sat and watched, they would all fall in an instant. Lizzie screamed that this couldn't happen because management wouldn't just watch it and do nothing. However, the hero convinced her that they would remain aloof until the very end. If they managed to establish order among those awakened under the influence of the two guilds, then this would be more than enough for them. He asked if they really thought that control would always guarantee their safety. One of the guys said that they could just all join together, excluding Jungsung. In this case, even if Jungsun is destroyed, they will not have any problems. Dylan asked him if he was sure of his words. After that, he stepped forward and said that he wanted to demonstrate something. Meanwhile, the story moves to the main building of the White Lotus Guild. Representatives of the Tree Soul Guild arrived there and reported that all their preparations were ready. They agreed that all low-ranking fighters would be located near the Deus Spire. When they asked if there was any movement from management, Maria said that there would be no problem with them, since they were now busy preparing for the mega outbreak. Connor said they also confirmed that Jungseon is also preparing for an outbreak. After this, the deputy of the Tree Soul proposed to immediately divide equally all of Jungsun's property. When Connor took out the papers necessary for this, among them he saw a photo of Daniela. After that, he pulled out a knife from his pocket and stabbed right at this photo, saying that it was time to get rid of this damn guild. Meanwhile, there were about 10 minutes left before the invasion. The story moves to a place not far from the station where the outbreak was supposed to occur. The main character has already arrived there. Realizing that everything will begin soon, he prepared everything he could. All members of his team also arrived on site, including Hayes. The most important thing was to identify where the main boss would come out. Soon the system reported that the invasion had begun. Suddenly, one of the awakened teams felt an earthquake under their feet. The next moment, the asphalt began to crack, and a dark aura began to emerge from under it. When the man looked up, he saw something terrible in front of him. It was a huge stone golem that looked at him with murderous red eyes. At that moment, his partner ordered him to get ready. Then the man realized that the golem was not going to hesitate, and he immediately attacked him. It hit right where the brooding man stood. At the last moment, the man managed to turn around, watching as a demonic hand almost slammed him to the asphalt. However, some members of his team did not have time to dodge and lay among a pile of stones. At that moment, ogres began to emerge from the ground. They were slightly smaller than this golem, but they were still huge. When the awakened ones saw this, they immediately began to attack them in various ways. They aimed arrows and charges of various types at them. Soon, a powerful explosion was heard at the place where the ogres appeared. The main character watched all this, and at that moment he was informed through an earpiece that strong activity had appeared near the Deus Spire. Then the guy said that he would arrive at the place soon. At this moment, the fighters who fought the golem waited for the dust to settle to see if they succeeded in destroying their opponents. However, when the dust settled, the leader of the ogres asked them if this was all they were capable of. After that, he raised his hand and created a fireball in it. The fighters were terrified and froze in place for some time, not knowing what to do. With every second, the fireball in his hand grew, and soon it became 10 times larger than himself. When the ball was large enough to hit all the people in its path, the ogre released it forward. The ball was so huge that it rolled along the road, sweeping away everything that was in its path. Meanwhile, the story moves to the area in front of the market, which also had a hole in space. Other ogres began to emerge from this hole. However, as soon as they came out, fists immediately flew to their faces. As it turned out, Morgan was already waiting for them at this place, and was in full swing preparing for the attack. He used his fire fist to dispatch the ogres. He then released a huge amount of fiery energy from his fist, knocking back the ogres and burning them. The monsters tried to resist him, but the fire was so strong that they simply burned alive. After that, the blast wave finally disappeared, and Morgan was able to look at the result of his attack. At this moment, Veronica was also on the battlefield, surrounded by several ogres. She decided to use her fighting form and changed back to her spider form before rushing to attack. In one swift movement, she rushed through all the ogres at once. While they were confused, she dealt them hundreds of crushing blows with her sword. Since her blows were explosive, a second later a powerful explosion was heard behind her. At that moment, Morgan ran up to her and said that they were in trouble. As it turned out, they had just been informed that a rank S boss had appeared near the station. Veronica said that Dylan was in that place, so everything should be fine there. When the guys looked up, they saw that several pairs of ominous red eyes were looking out at them from the cracks in space. At this moment, one of the ogres said that everything was just beginning. Meanwhile, the story moves to the vicinity of the station where Ebenar arrived. He ordered his warriors to move forward and attack their opponents. The ogres immediately picked up their weapons and ran into battle. Suddenly, one of them noticed a green glow in the middle of the fog on the road. He tried to look at it, but at that moment, several magical projectiles flew at him at once, as well as a poisonous arrow, and this attack crushed his head. Soon after, Dylan emerged from the fog and looked contentedly at the dead ogre. After that, he turned to the others and asked where Ebenar was now. The ogre immediately screamed, asking how he dared say the name of his great lord so casually. The monster said that he would crush this man like a pathetic insect and immediately rushed at him along with his partners. The two ogres launched a simultaneous strike with their weapons directly at Dylan's location. However, when the smoke subsided, the leader of the ogres saw that Dylan was standing in his place, and with one hand holding back the attack of 2 stone swords at once. Then the hero turned to the ogre and asked why he thought he was here alone. At that moment, Arya and Sonia appeared behind him, along with their weapons and armor. Arya told Dylan not to get into trouble, and Sonia confirmed that close combat is her job. After that, they dealt a series of crushing blows to the ogres who attacked their partner. When the monsters were finished, they landed on the asphalt in front of him. However, when the girls looked up, they were horrified. They saw that a whole hail of boulders was flying towards them. At this moment, they also saw that, in addition to the boulders, arrows, and missiles shrouded in red energy were approaching them. Each arrow and shell hit the boulders that were flying at them, causing a strong explosion, and then the stones were split into small fragments. As it turned out, it was Lily, who had been covering them from above with her bow all this time. She said they could provide support for her and do whatever they wanted. When Arya realized that it was Lily who saved them, she thanked her for her help. After this, there was an awkward silence in the group. Arya then got down to business and asked if he was fighting alone again. Then the guy said that it was he who had to defeat this ogre mage. However, Arya stopped him. She said that she would clear the way of these henchmen for him. This way, Dylan will be able to defeat that guy with ease. The story shifts to a place in front of the main Jongsan Guild building. Connor had already arrived there and said that they had confirmed that all the main forces had left Jongsan. His partners said that Veronica and Morgan were also fighting near the station. Connor replied that their team was at the main gate. The rest of their team will go through the back entrance. Thus, a team of intruders decided to infiltrate the guild and take over it. Meanwhile, the confrontation between humans and ogres continued. Arya used her weapon, which she transformed into a powerful weapon of mass destruction. Her braid burned with a red, terrifying flame, and then she rushed into battle. At that moment, the hero realized that he should do something useful and activated his spell. When Arya realized that Dylan was safe, she immediately rushed to attack. In one deft movement, she rushed through the monsters, and they did not even notice her presence. In just an instant, she was behind them. After that, the girl looked at the place where she was literally a second ago and summoned a spell called the Scythe of the God of Death. At this moment, the projection she left in the original location rushed to attack. She dealt hundreds of crushing blows to these monsters. And when she saw that they began to rapidly fall to the ground, she also landed on the road near them. The girl was pleased with her work. But since this spell was exhausting her quite a lot, she stopped for a while to rest. She did not notice how a huge ogre appeared behind her and asked her how dare she attack his subordinates, after which he swung his huge fist at her. When the girl turned around and saw the leader of the ogres behind her, she was horrified. Using his weapon, the ogre struck her with a powerful blow, his fist as if engulfed in flames. However, at that moment, the main character appeared near the girl and used the Chaos Shield on her. Arya was ready for the fact that she was about to die, however. When she opened her eyes, she saw that the monster's attack was absorbed by the shield. After this, the hero used a poison arrow and a web. The ogre laughed, asking if they thought they could hold him off with this. He shouted at them, telling them not to underestimate him. After that, he let out a strong roar and waved his arms. Arya was horrified when she realized that even with her powers, she could only delay him for a moment. She understood that if things went on like this, it would be the end for them. However, at that moment, the ogre raised his head and saw Dylan flying straight towards him. The monster did not have time to react, and so the hero dealt him a powerful blow with his fist. He had been preparing this spell for some time, so it turned out to be incredibly powerful. The fist hit the monster right in the face, and then the main character used Rocket Punch and Fireball. At that moment, a powerful explosion was heard in the place where the monster's head was located. The shockwave was so strong that Sonya had to put up her shield. At that moment, Lily appeared behind her, concerned about Dylan's safety. However, Sonya blocked her path, saying that he was fine. She said that it was dangerous to come even closer now. And then Lily asked her if she really didn't care about him. However, the girl replied that she saw the demon use skills before engaging in battle, and his resistance to fire increased to 100%, so he would not receive any damage. Besides, they were talking about Dylan, and this man can do the impossible. After some time, the system informed the main character that he had defeated the ogre mage Crudelis. He also received 2 space stones and additional damage to the Karlon ogre's attack. At this moment, the hero wondered what other guys these stones could fall from. Moreover, he absorbed the energy from Crudelis's heart and eyes, and his stamina and intelligence were enhanced. At this moment, the hero thought about how many more titles he could get. Then Arya approached him and asked if he was really not happy with the victory. But the hero said that it had not yet been completely achieved. Suddenly, Dima felt that other S-rank bosses had appeared in the area not far from here, and so they needed to rush there. Meanwhile, the story moves to the main hall of the Jongsan Guild building. The attackers had no trouble getting inside, but they soon realized something terrible. Connor reported that they were surrounded, realizing that they did not expect this at all. He didn't understand why representatives of the 10 best guilds in the country were waiting for them inside. Daniela, who leads the guild representatives, said that they are aware of all their plans, and now they will pay for throwing away their fundamental obligations to the awakened ones of this side. One of the attacking men asked if it was really her doing. However, the girl said that the trap was set by a man known as Pain in the Ass, referring to Dylan. Connor was furious when he realized that this guy had something to do with all of this. After that, he turned to the blue-haired guy who was standing behind Daniela and asked how he could do this because if they cooperated, they could destroy Jung-sun and get whatever they wanted. However, the guy asked if he really thought that he would trust bastards who could betray him at any moment. On the other side, through which Maria and her team were advancing, Lizzie appeared with her guards, saying that the attackers should surrender. He and Daniela said that their song was already sung. As it turned out, the day before the Mega Flash, the main character said that from now on he would transfer exclusive rights to all of his products to Jung-sun. He also meant bombs and identification scrolls. This time he will also add a new product called Glory Potion, which increases all stats by 7% for 2 hours. The blue-haired guy asked if he was really trying to lure them in this way. However, the hero said that this is just a survival strategy. He stated that he was giving them all a chance. He gives them a chance to get rid of 2 guilds that commit crimes at once. Lizzie then asked him if he really wanted them to cooperate during the war. Dylan said that this is what he meant. These 2 guilds will definitely ambush Jung-sun during the mega outbreak, and it will be simple self-defense. Thus, thanks to Dylan, they were able to convince all the other guilds. Daniela understood that they could gain control without major losses. Lizzie reported that they also managed to subdue Maria's team without much loss, and Daniela thanked her for her help. However, the girls said that they failed to catch Maria and Connor themselves, who were here. Daniela said that they also lost them. Perhaps they used their guild members as bait and escaped at the very beginning. Then the blue-haired guy told them to leave the search to them, and the girls said that they would count on him. Then Daniela said that now they must help fight the outbreak, since the danger has not yet completely passed. Meanwhile, the story moves to the square where the ogres were still fighting. Now the fighters had to fight a Karlon ogre general named Kazdun. He was an S-rank boss. Veronica said that before she thought that he was a simple warrior, but as it turned out, Ebenar is also a powerful magician. In addition, another lord appeared on the battlefield. The girl then offered to request help, but Morgan said that the Mega Flash was happening all over the world. Thus, it will be difficult for them to count on help from abroad. After that, he ordered the magicians who were standing next to him to attack. Ebenar saw several magical missiles flying at him, but remained standing in place. Then he put out his hand and stopped all the projectiles in one motion. After that, he sent them back, and thus they exploded in the sky above his head. Veronica was horrified when she learned that this monster was capable of such a thing. After that, she saw that the ogre once again extended his clawed paw. Then the ground suddenly shook, and all the people who were standing near him began to fall to their knees. They felt incredibly severe pain in their heads, and simply could not stand on their feet. After this, he ordered Kasdan to kill these people. When Veronica was able to raise her gaze, she felt that imminent death awaited her in the next moment. However, when she saw the ogre's leg in front of her, Akron appeared above her body and protected her from the blow. Meanwhile, behind the window, a strong blue glow appeared in the sky. After this, the power of the glow went straight to the ogre's head and hit him with all its might. The blow was so strong that the monster flew to the side right towards the place where its leader stood. At that moment, Veronica realized that Kasdan's power had weakened. Then she immediately jumped up from her seat and rushed to attack the ogres. Literally in an instant, she dealt hundreds of crushing blows with her spider legs. However, at that moment, Ebenar pointed his paw at her and asked what she was up to. Suddenly, a sudden pain pierced the girl's entire body, causing her to lose the ability to move. After that, she felt that an unknown force seemed to be pulling her towards the ogre. When the ogre realized that the girl was in his grip, he formed a dark sphere in his hand. In one deft movement, he presented his palm directly to Akron's head. At that moment, Irene came down from the sky and took Veronica, who was unable to move on her own. The robot used its wings and carried the girl away from the scene. At this moment, Ebenar used Ice Storm. The next moment, a huge ice hurricane appeared at the scene of the fight, demolishing everything in its path. Seeing this, Veronica was horrified. She could not believe that it was magic. Soon, a huge block of ice remained at the site of the hurricane, which looked like a huge ice flower. At that moment, Morgan realized that it was a combination of the power of magic and the golem. At that moment, the main character appeared behind him and apologized for being late. Seeing that Morgan was wounded, he used his healing abilities on him and said that if he was attacked by the same freak who was now in the ice, he would soon break out of there. He then asked Morgan if he could take some time. The man said with a smile that he would try to do it. At that moment, the ominous red eye of an ogre looked at him from behind the ice. At this point, the men decided to combine their efforts for maximum effectiveness. They rushed in different directions, intending to confront their opponents. At this moment, Morgan saw that the ice flower began to crack. The next moment, Ebenar burst out of there, rage on his face. After that, he pulled out his sword and swung it sharply towards Morgan. But the man was able to dodge. Taking advantage of the moment, he activated his fire gauntlet and prepared to strike. After this, he dealt a crushing blow to the leader of the ogres. The blow was so strong that at first the ogre thought that he was losing this fight. However, he was still able to stay on his feet and only moved a little to the side. This blow only provoked him more. At this point, Morgan realized that his attacks weren't working. Then Ebenar decided to use another attack and formed another dark sphere in his palms. After that, he pointed it at Morgan, and the man, just like Veronica, experienced incredibly severe pain. After that, he began to be pulled into the ogre's palm. Seeing this, the main character decided to use his abilities and use the anti-magic field. Meanwhile, 5 minutes before arriving at the battlefield, Hayes informed the protagonist that it was already late, but she wanted to tell him something. She said that if this is the same Ebenar, Lord of the Carlin Ogres, as the system says, then she knows something about him. The main character was interested in such information. Then the girl said that the fact is that in the past, Ebenar Sergarin left a deep scar on his neck, and he is also able to use secret arts to instantly attract distant targets to himself. The girl said it was very important that Dylan knew about this. Then the hero asked if this secret art was magic, and the girl replied that this was magic. Dylan thanked her for the information and said that if these arcane arts were magic, then this information would be very valuable. After this, Hayes turned to him again and asked him to be careful. The story again moves to the battlefield at the moment when the main character used the anti-magic field. At that moment, Morgan felt that the force of gravity disappeared. However, he still felt in danger since he was directly above his opponent's sword. However, at that moment, the main character appeared behind the ogre and told Morgan not to be nervous. Dylan then extended his hands and summoned lightning. He touched the exact spot on the ogre's neck and used a lightning arrow to hit its weak spot. The ogre looked at his enemy in horror, calling him a rat. After that, he swung his sword. But Dylan was no longer in that place. He moved to a safe distance and used his skills again. After this, Morgan also joined the fight, activating his fiery hand. Taking advantage of the enemy's temporary confusion, he used the stone skin skill. He then rushed at him using his second fist, which was shrouded in dark energy. In an instant, he delivered a crushing blow to the face, realizing that thanks to Dylan's help, he could safely attack him. He realized that this enemy needed to be crushed by force, and therefore began to inflict crushing blows on him one after another. Soon the ogre felt that his strength was leaving him. Then his whole body seemed to be enveloped in dark magic, and he roared loudly. Morgan absolutely did not understand what was happening and looked at his enemy in surprise. In just a few seconds, the ogre transformed into something more terrible. He became several times larger, and his entire body seemed to be permeated with magic. In an instant, he was next to Morgan and grabbed his head. After that, he dealt him a crushing blow, grinding the man into the asphalt. The man screamed heart-rendingly from incredible pain. However, when the ogre raised his head, he saw that the entire space above him was covered with poison arrows and magical projectiles that were flying at him. Soon, all the shells collided at one point, but the enemy was no longer there. Suddenly, he found himself in a completely different place, and at that moment, Dylan felt claws piercing his body. Because the ogre touched his real body, the invisibility spell disappeared. The main character was terrified, and blood began to flow from his mouth. Morgan watched everything that happened, sitting to the side. Shock was visible on his face, and he absolutely did not know what to do. Veronica and Hayes, who treated her, also watched in horror. When Hayes realized what had happened, She interrupted her spell and looked in horror towards where the ogre and Dylan were fighting. Meanwhile, the ogre was still holding Dylan, his hand pierced right through his chest. After that, he sharply pulled out his hand, which caused blood to gushing from the wound on the main character's body. After the hero fell to the floor, the enemy raised his huge sword over him. It seemed that there was absolutely no emotion on the protagonist's face. At that moment, the ogre lowered his sword and pierced the main character's body with one powerful blow. Dylan fell into a pool of his blood, and the ogre watched with pleasure. Unable to stand it, just sitting on the sidelines, Morgan jumped up from his seat and was about to strike his enemy. Ebenar said that his life thread was quite strong. However, Morgan was not so fast, and therefore the ogre was behind him in an instant. Before Morgan could think anything of it, the monster grabbed him by the legs. After that, he threw his body aside with all his strength. While Morgan was flying, the ogre pointed his palm at him, in which a magical sphere had already been formed. Because of this spell, Morgan's body stopped in midair and an incredibly strong pain shot through him. Then he began to be sucked right into the monster's palm again. Ebenar said that although this guy is tenacious, he will not be able to withstand if he breaks his head. However, at that moment, an incredibly bright pillar of energy appeared behind him. The monster turned around to see what it was. At that moment, an angel appeared over the main character's body, who gave him his blessing and activated the immortality skill for him. The angel lowered his palms to the main character's head and lightly touched it. The system informed him that all magical power and stamina had been restored, and the negative effects had been eliminated. But now the main character had become mortal again. However, the angel's blessings still affected him, so Dylan quickly rose to his feet and stood before his opponent. Seeing this, the ogre laughed, asking if this was all his strength. The system also informed the hero that for 10 minutes all characteristics were increased by 50%, and all types of damage by 100%. The ogre said that just a moment ago he thought that Dylan was a simple person who could use unusual magic. But now, he has the same power as him. However, this time he was determined to finish this man off. However, at that moment the main character took out his pistol from a nearby space. He used the mana ignition skill, and suddenly a huge spirit seemed to appear above him. The spirit's arms wrapped around the ogre's chest and shoulders. The system informed the main character that all of Ebenar's magical power had been absorbed, and now Dylan had this power. The ogre was horrified. He asked how the bastard dared to steal his power. He rushed at him with his sword, but at the same moment, Dylan activated the dimension gate. While the monster was trying to attack him, a portal opened behind him, from which magical projectiles flew straight at his back. Then the main character opened another magical portal and shot poison arrows at it. No matter how much the ogre tried to attack the main character when he appeared in the portals, Dylan endlessly continued to open more and more new dimension gates. Soon, 100 magical dimensions appeared around Ebenard, through which Dylan and his copies jumped over and over again. When the monster realized that he was starting to lose, he became furious. The main character realized that he had a chance as long as the ogre remained immobilized. Then he took out his pistol again and aimed it in his direction. At that moment, Ebenar stood up from his seat and roared loudly. His roar reverberated throughout the area and left behind explosive waves. At some point, the main character even had to cover his ears because the sound was incredibly loud. The ogre took advantage of this moment and found himself right next to his opponent. However, at that moment, Dylan used the armored skin spell and protected himself from the blow of his sword. At that moment, the ogre slammed down to the ground with force, causing the asphalt to break into many small stones. After the dust settled, he saw that his opponent was directly under his sword. Dylan's gun, meanwhile, was directly above his head and hanging in the air. Then Ebenar said that since Dylan missed his chance, he must die. However, at this moment, the main character finally reached for his sword and asked the monster if he really thought so. After that, he immediately jumped out from under his sword and ended up in the air behind him. The ogre said that even using these clones would not help him win. However, Dylan replied that this was not something he should worry about, and opened another dimension gate. After that, he showed his middle finger to his opponent and said goodbye to him. He then fired his guns straight at the dimension gate. The explosion was so strong that it looked more like the aftermath of a bomb. The ogre could only watch in horror as a huge fireball approached him. After this, An incredibly powerful explosion was heard, which blinded everyone who was in the square at that moment. Veronica, who at that time came to her senses, watched everything that was happening. When the dust settled, she saw a huge hole in the asphalt at the explosion site. She couldn't believe that they had finally won. At that moment, a portal opened behind her, and a voice from there said that it was really over. It was the main character. He carried the wounded Morgan in his arms, but declared that Ebenar was defeated. However, he stated that Morgan was having problems, so he asked to see a doctor. The wounded man said that now he leaves everything to Veronica. After that, they both collapsed on the asphalt, and the girls immediately ran towards them. Meanwhile, an active search was taking place in the area near Daniela's guild. Her subordinates tried to find the escaped Connor and Maria, but at that time the criminals were on the roof of one of the buildings and watched everything that was happening. Maria approached her boyfriend and asked what they needed to do now. The man turned to her and said that there was no point in them staying here and hiding, hoping for help from the Tree of Souls. He said that they needed help from the Chinese guild. The girl asked if they were really going to go that far. Connor replied that they had no choice. The Tehua Guild under the command of Valerio could provide them with protection. Meanwhile, the story moves to the ward where the main character lay. When he woke up, he realized that he was in the hospital. He quickly realized that this was a medical center owned by Jung Son. Suddenly, he saw a man near his bed. As it turned out, it was Sonia. She had been sitting near Dylan's bed all this time, but at the moment she was sleeping. At that moment, Daniela entered the room and asked not to wake the girl, saying that she had been looking after the guy all this time. Then the girl greeted the main character and said that they had not seen each other for a long time, and therefore she brought him fruit. Seeing this, the main character thanked her for the first-class treatment. However, he wondered how long he had been out for. Daniela replied that a lot of interesting things happened during that moment while he was sleeping, and she would tell him about everything in order. Firstly, Ebenar was defeated. Now his body was taken away by management. Morgan, who fought alongside Dylan, was alive and well and also in the hospital. Currently, China and Japan are facing the same situation. Even now, they are in the midst of a large-scale battle in China. As there have been many outbreaks throughout the country, the damage is said to be quite severe. The surprise attack on the White Lotus and Tree Soul guilds was successful, and ended with both guilds being defeated, after which they fled. The Tree of Souls is now in Mokpo, and the White Lotus has fled to China. The girl said that all this happened in 3 days. Hearing this, the hero said that he was sorry that he could not catch all the leaders. At that moment, Sonia woke up and began rubbing her eyes. She was very surprised when she saw that Dylan had come to his senses. As soon as she saw his face, tears immediately appeared in her eyes. She rushed into the guy's arms, despite the fact that he did not expect this at all. She was shaking and said that all this time she was very worried about him. The girl admitted that she thought something had gone wrong and Dylan had died. Hearing this, the hero patted her on the head and thanked her for her concern. At this moment, Daniela, who had been standing next to them all this time, cleared her throat, attracting attention to herself. Sonia didn't even notice that the girl was in the room and immediately stepped aside, asking when she managed to return. To which the hero replied that she had been standing here for quite a long time. Daniela just laughed, saying that the management representatives wanted to meet with Dylan, but since he was busy, she could kick them all out. However, the hero said that everything was fine with him, and he was ready to receive guests. Meanwhile, the story moves to a secret apartment in one of the provinces of China. As it turned out, upon arrival in China, Maria and Connor were tied up and taken to this apartment in this form. They threw them on the floor, preventing them from moving. When the girl looked up, she saw a man sitting on a throne in front of them. Seeing his guests, he greeted them. The white-haired man asked if they knew who he was with a smile on his face. In response to this, Maria screamed, asking him who he was to treat them like that. She asked if he really thought he could get away with all this, and then said that they were under Valerio's protection. She said that she was talking about Guildmaster Tehua. Hearing this, the man laughed and asked if they didn't understand anything. He said that the one who chose this place as their temporary base and the one who forced them to investigate was Valerio. When the girl heard this, she was shocked and at first couldn't even believe what was happening. Then the man with a gloomy look explained to them that they had been deceived. The girl said that Valerio had no reason to betray them. Soon after, The man stood up from his seat and said that she could think what she wanted. He stated that he simply had to do his job. He then walked up to Connor and cast a spell on him. He placed his hand on his forehead and squeezed it tightly. At that moment, Connor felt incredibly intense pain and screamed in horror. As it turned out, the man wanted to get his memories of Dylan in this way, but realized that he didn't have so many of them. After that, with one movement of his hand, he split his head, saying that he was just a non-entity. Seeing this, Maria screamed in horror. Then the man turned his attention to her, deciding to check what he could find interesting in her head. When Dylan woke up in the hospital, many issues had been resolved. After the department examined Ebenard's corpse, it was handed over to him. Soon, he managed to obtain his blood and also create a spatial shard of legendary rank. After his full recovery, he began to study all the skills that Sean had found for him. At the same time, he checked the trophies that he got from the battle with Ebenar. Among them, there were 12 spatial fragments. He also received and absorbed life force. His heart thus improved, and he also received the title of Dimensional Guardian. Meanwhile, the story moves to the Deus Market. The man who stood on the stage announced that they had presented to the guests what they had been waiting for so long. They announced that they were going to sell magnificent goods today, and then they removed the screen and invited the guests to look at them. As it turned out, under the screen were 5 unique weapons that Dylan put up for auction. All the guests were delighted when they saw the weapon. And then the host announced that the starting price was 80 billion won. Meanwhile, the main character watched the auction from the corner. At that moment, Lily approached him and said that Dylan had not been here for a long time. The hero said that during the last outbreak he acquired several things that he now wants to get rid of. The girl said that his level is growing every day. The main character said that the starting price for this class usually starts at 100 billion. So most likely the girl was right. Although he made this weapon with the help of the water book on magic circles that he received from Berhard and the spatial stones that he received from Ebenar. Then the girl said that there was someone in this room who showed great interest in the hero's things. She told Dylan to look at the man sitting in the corner of the 3rd row from the left. Then the hero turned his attention to the man, who seemed to be the only one who was not so actively participating in the auction. The rest of the guests offered different amounts, including 110 billion. Then the host asked who could offer more. At that moment, the mysterious man raised his hand and said that he would give 650 billion won for all these weapons. When he said this, silence immediately fell in the hall. Then the hero asked Lily if she really meant this man. The girl asked him what he thought about it. Dylan said that this person is on a completely different level than the other awakened ones present here. As it turned out, he was right. It was Jurian, an SS rank awakened from Germany. At this point, the host asked the other guests who was willing to give more than 650 billion won. However, none of the guests dared to offer a large sum, and then the auction was declared closed. The girl asked the hero if he was really leaving now, and asked when the next time they could meet for a drink and talk together. Dylan said that until the serious clearing of the dungeon began, he could find time for this. Then the girl said that in this case she needed to get herself in order, so she would go. At that moment, Urian approached them and greeted the main character. He asked if they could talk for a while and have coffee. After that, he offered him a bottle of drink and asked Dylan if he knew how the whole world treated him. The hero replied that he knew that he was treated as a promising awakened one. He said that he became famous thanks to his scrolls. Then Urian decided to tell him about the reason why he came to Korea. The man said he came here to warn him as a representative of the FBI. He then handed him a phone with a photograph on it and asked if he recognized the face. It turned out that the photo was of a mutilated Connor, the head of the White Lotus Guild. The man said that his body was found a few hours ago. He said Ghost Ant did it, and it looks like he put Dylan's name on his list. The main character realized that Urian had arrived to warn him about this. Jurian said Dylan needed to be careful. He then handed Dylan the device and said that with its help, he could contact him. If the ant ghost found him, then he should report it. After that, Urian thanked Dylan for the conversation and headed towards the exit of the hall. Soon after this, the main character went to the parking lot and stood next to his car. However, at that moment, he heard a strange sound. Behind him, someone shouted that they were ready to attack. And at that moment, a bright glow appeared. When the main character opened his eyes, he saw that several shells were flying at him at once. All these shells were aimed at him and his car. When enough smoke rose, One of the mercenaries in a bulletproof vest jumped at Dylan, about to stab him. At first, the hero was terrified because he did not expect an attack in the parking lot. He saw that the shell was almost a millimeter from his face. However, he quickly pulled himself together and dodged the attack. Thus, the mercenary's blow hit his car and not his face. When the hero saw another shell flying at him, he jumped, and the shell landed on his car, breaking it into pieces. In an instant, he found himself directly above the head of his offender. Then the mercenary shouted to his partner that now Dylan could not just evade, so they needed to attack him. The rest of the mercenaries, located on opposite sides of the parking lot, fired another portion of shells at him. Some of them began to rush at him with melee weapons. Soon the hero realized that several mercenaries were flying towards him with knives in their hands. At this moment, he decided to use the infravision skill. If we count those who were hidden, then there were 13 attackers in total. After this, the main character used the dimension gate. The mercenaries, horrified, decided that Dylan had simply disappeared. However, at that moment, he found himself behind one of them and prepared to attack. He grabbed the man by the neck and started hitting him with his magical attacks. He used disintegration skills that disintegrated one of his opponents. In an instant, the man he was holding by the neck simply disappeared into thin air. The other mercenaries were horrified to see their partner killed in such a manner. They did not even understand what kind of spell it was. At that moment, another person appeared behind them. He ordered them to stop panicking, saying that he would not be able to constantly use any spells and just wanted to intimidate them. Dylan recognized the stranger by his voice and realized that standing in front of him was a man from the Tree Soul Guild. Kim. The man took off his mask, called Dylan a bastard, and said that he had suffered a lot because of him. The main character asked why Kim came to him personally and said that he would only spare him if he calmed down. Then Kim said that because of Dylan, he became the most wanted criminal, and now he is going through hell. He was lucky that he met Dylan at the auction. Now he intends to kill him for violating all their plans. After this, he ordered his mercenaries to rush into battle. Dylan shouted that they only had themselves to blame because they decided to attack another guild during a dangerous mega outbreak. However, seeing that Kim was not going to back down, he told him that he asked for it. After this, the main character rushed to attack, using a fire arrow on his opponents. Soon, a powerful explosion was heard at each attacker's location, causing their bodies to explode. He then used the mirror image skill and sent copies of himself directly towards Kim. The man was terrified, as nothing was visible because of the smoke. At this moment, the main character decided to use the infravision skill. He realized that his opponent was very close to him. Before Kim could realize anything, a huge, bright flash appeared behind him. When Kim turned around, he was horrified, finding Dylan's actions impossible. He realized that when Dylan jumped the first time, he found out the location of everyone who had awakened. After that, they realized that this freak knew all their positions, and Kim ordered his partners to fight, covering each other. Meanwhile, the main character watched the movement of these guys. He noted that they cost the way he wanted. At this moment, he used his grappling skill and rushed at them. When one of the mercenaries turned in his direction, he realized that Dylan had cast a spell that would trap all enemies within a 5-meter radius for 20 seconds. Then they saw the enemy running straight towards them. They tried to attack him with magical projectiles, but Dylan deftly dodged everything. Literally in an instant, he ran past all the opponents and attacked them with his hand, on which a fire spell was active. He then turned around to deliver a crushing blow. He used the firewall skill, and after that a huge pillar of flames soared into the sky. He then used his shield when he realized that 2 mercenaries were trying to attack him from behind. He was so strong that he threw each of them away with one hand. When he looked up, he saw Kim trying to attack him from the sky. The man gave him a strong, fiery blow with his weapon, hoping that it would kill Dylan. However, at this moment, the main character used the reflection skill. Thus, he directed the full force of the blow back at Kim. The man was horrified when he was doused with his own fiery energy. After that, he fell on the asphalt and bounced far from the battle site. The blow was so strong that he could not move, and his sword was also broken. With his last breath, he asked Dylan if he thought it would all end when he died. However, the hero said that he understands that in the future everything will only get worse. The more friends, the more enemies. Kim stated that this was just the beginning, and that the time would come when he would join Dylan in hell. After that, the main character walked up to his body and looked at it gloomily. He said threateningly that everything would happen exactly like this. Kim died soon after. Seeing this, the main character turned to the remaining mercenaries. He asked them if anyone wanted to continue. At this moment, the mercenaries looked at each other, coming to a common decision. Then they threw down their weapons and raised their hands, saying they surrendered. At that moment, Lily ran up behind the main character. Dylan turned to her and said that he would leave the cleaning of the place to her. Meanwhile, the story moves to the next day at the management branch in Seoul. Morgan reported all the information about the battle that took place yesterday. Veronica asked if Kim and his subordinates were really dead. Morgan confirmed her words and said that the two survivors were arrested by his men. He checked the CCTV cameras at the scene and found that the awakened rank of Ah Kim could not do anything against Dylan at all. Veronica also reviewed the surveillance footage and asked if Morgan saw Dylan able to withstand Kim's punch. Morgan said Kim's attack was initially successful, but then it seemed to come back to haunt him. After this, Veronica turned to her deputy. She asked him to keep information about Dylan's skills a secret, saying that nothing good would come of it if everyone knew how his spells worked. However, Morgan didn't understand how they could do something like that. After all, if Dylan decides to leave the country, then all their merits will go to someone else. At this moment, doubts about Veronica began to appear in Morgan's head. He asked if she was hiding something from him. The girl asked gloomily if he didn't trust her. Veronica said that if this is the case, then he needs to focus on finding criminals from the White Lotus and Tree Soul guilds, and she will keep Dylan for herself. Morgan had no choice but to agree. When he left the office, Veronica looked after him gloomily. Meanwhile, the story moves to one of the amusement parks. The main character arrived at the meeting place as they were going to meet here with Sonia. He never would have thought that the girl would be the first to bring up this topic. As it turned out, while he was in the hospital, the girl asked if he was free this week. When she found out that Dylan would not be busy, she said that if he had time, she would like to go somewhere with him. Meanwhile, Sonia arrived at the appointed place. When the main character looked up and saw the girl, he was delighted with her appearance. She was wearing a white dress and a pink blouse. Moreover, her hair had already grown quite a lot, and she looked completely different. She quietly asked Dylan what she looked like. The main character replied on his face that she looked great. If he had known how she would come, he would also have dressed better. But Sonia said that he also looked great. After that, he invited the girl to go inside the park. However, at that moment, Sonia took his hand and stopped him. She awkwardly asked if she could hold his hand. The main character smiled widely and agreed, tightly taking her hand. He said that in the future, their schedule will become more and more busy. So today, they need to have a lot of fun. The girl was very happy when she heard this, so they spent the whole day going on various rides. Then they stopped at a cafe to rest a little. The hero asked the girl if she was feeling well. Sonia replied that she really likes to spend time leisurely. And then the main character said that today they only went on those rides that he liked, and asked the girl if she wanted anything. Sonia began to turn her head to the side, thinking about what she wanted. Then she suddenly said that she wanted to go to the Ferris wheel. Soon they went there and occupied one of the cabins. The girl looked thoughtfully out the window while they rode silently in the cab. She noticed that Dylan was also fascinated by the view from the window. The girl nervously clutched the hem of her dress and decided that now she should do what she had wanted for so long. She then turned to Dylan, her cheeks turning red. However, at that moment, they saw that the light in their cabin had gone out. The couple began to frantically look around, not understanding what was happening. When they looked out the window, they saw that the light in the entire park had also disappeared. Then the main character suggested waiting until everything was turned on and not panic, since this was a completely common occurrence. However, when he turned his attention to Sonia, he saw that she was covering her face with her hands. He asked her what happened, but the girl said that she was fine. In fact, her face was incredibly red, and she tried to close herself in shame, not understanding why the light turned off at that very moment. However, when she looked up, she saw that something in front of her began to glow. She removed her hands from her face and saw that Dylan had used a spell to illuminate their cabin a little. Then he turned to Sonia, asking if she felt better. But the girl pretended that she did not understand what he was talking about. Dylan explained that she had her head down after the lights were turned off, and he thought she was afraid of the dark. But the girl turned her head and said she was fine. Nevertheless, the main character did not stop and continued to ask her what happened. However, at that moment, the light bulb above their heads lit up, and the light in the entire park appeared again. A voice over the speakers apologized for the brief blackout and stoppage of attractions, and said that visitors could now continue to have a good time. After that, their cabin began to slowly go down, and the main character noticed that Sonia had a very sad expression on her face. He asked her what happened, but the girl continued to say that she was fine, and that he should not pay attention to it. After some time, the hero remembered the moment when Veronica saved him from the attack of the killers. They had to move to a place with better security so that he and Hayes could train. There was also a large training room intended just for them, and when the main character entered there, he was wondering if the girl was training now. He opened a large bunker-like door and called the girl's name. When Rukini heard this, he immediately jumped on the guy. It landed right on his face, just like last time. The main character caught the kitten and asked him what happened. Then the kitten poked its paw somewhere forward, indicating that the guy should go there. As it turned out, Hayes was lying not far from them, hugging her wolf, apparently. The girl was overtired and fell asleep. There were small wounds on her face, as well as several bandages. When the main character saw the girl, he smiled tenderly and brought her a blanket because she might be cold. Since he had leveled up as a mechanic, he needed to improve it while there was still time. And so, when he headed back to the training hall, he summoned Akron and Irene. The next moment, robots appeared in front of him. Dylan said he needed to use the leftover ingredients properly. After that, he summoned a virtual computer and began typing something on it, intending to upgrade his robots. He knew he needed to fix Akron first, as he had been badly injured in the previous boss battle. Soon, the system informed him that the golem had risen to the rank of battle golem. Then the main character decided that it would also do well for the drone to raise its rank. Thus, the drone rose to the rank of combat drone. All this upgrading took a lot of energy and caused some explosions, and one of them was so strong that it caused a huge pillar of energy. Hayes woke up from this sound. She stood up from her seat and looked around sleepily, not understanding what was happening. She soon discovered that she had been lying on her wolf all this time. After that, she stood up from her seat and walked towards the training hall to look inside. When she entered, she saw that the main character was standing in front of something that was smoking very heavily. She asked Dylan if he still hadn't gone to bed. The main character was pleasantly surprised when he saw that the girl had woken up. He said that the effect of the relic allowed him to stay awake. Then the girl asked him what he had been doing all night. The main character did not particularly want to say that he spent the night in an amusement park with Sonia. But Akron, who appeared at that moment from the fog, saved him from this unwanted conversation. As it turned out, Akron was much larger than it was, and now it looked much more impressive. Irene also increased in size and gained the rank of battle golem. After this, Dylan summoned his 2 drones. He turned to Hayes and asked what she thought about all this. The girl touched the golems and said that now they look much stronger and cooler than before. Then the hero said that apparently the girl trained hard, and her magical power had definitely increased. Hayes said she didn't even have time to rest because she was training so hard to get revenge on her offenders. Dylan said that after the last battle, including Desmond's Rank B dungeon, several places have been revitalized, and they will be heading out soon, so they need to prepare. Moreover, they did not know whether they would be able to get at least something in the last dungeon. Then the girl said that she would train more. At that moment, the main character's phone rang. As it turned out, it was Veronica. When the guy answered the phone, he asked her why she was calling him in the middle of the night. However, he was very surprised by what the girl answered him. At this moment, he noticed that Hayes, who was standing next to him, was a little embarrassed and felt out of place. However, when she heard that Dylan would contact Veronica as soon as he decided, she immediately looked up at him, realizing that their conversation would now end. When he hung up, the girl asked him what happened. Dylan said that he had just received an order from management to clear the dungeon. After that, he looked closely at Hayes and asked if she wanted to join him. The girl was very happy when she heard this proposal and said that she agreed. However, she suggested that if they personally asked Dylan as a high-class awakened, then the dungeon should be quite difficult. The hero replied that it was an imbalanced dungeon on Jeju Island. However, the girl did not understand what an unbalanced dungeon meant. The hero explained that unlike a normal dungeon, it had quite strict requirements. The number of participants was limited. Participants had to meet rank requirements, and there was also a rank limit. Also, no more than 5 people with SS rank and above could enter this dungeon. Then the girl said that she would be well prepared for going to this dungeon, to which the hero replied that she would have a week. Until then, he invited her to train together, focusing on their teamwork. The girl was very happy and said that she would try her best. Meanwhile, Sonia went to her home, but she could not sleep and decided to call her friend Arya. Arya was surprised that the girl was calling her at midnight, but Sonia said that she simply could not sleep. Arya supposed that judging by the fact that she was still awake, her date must not have gone too well. Then Sonia told her friend, who was in London at that moment, everything that happened on their date. However, even though Arya understood that this was a rather sad situation, she decided to support her friend. She said that Sonia shouldn't be upset about it and that she shouldn't worry so much about things like the atmosphere or the venue. She should just do what she likes. Arya added that all is not lost for Sonia and that she needs to stay strong. Arya then said that she had a fight soon, so she had to say goodbye to Sonia. She promised to expect good news from her, and Sonia thanked her for her support and said goodbye. Left alone, Sonia thought that Arya's words were true. Sonia firmly decided that she had to stop complicating everything. At that moment, the main character wrote to her and asked if she was busy now. When Sonia saw this message, her face immediately turned red. A week passed, and the day came when the main character and Hayes had to go to the dungeon. Hayes watched in delight at the views that opened before her from the window of the helicopter as they flew to the island. For the first time in her life, she saw the sea and could not contain her cries of delight. She told Dylan that she had only seen the sea in pictures before, and now she realized how beautiful it really was. However, she soon realized that she was acting too excited and suddenly fell silent. She apologized, saying that when she lived in the Empire, she couldn't travel too far. So now she was a little worried. Dylan said that she shouldn't worry about it. He added that if it weren't for the dungeon, he would also have gone to see the other attractions. At this moment, the pilot reported that they had almost arrived at the scene. Soon, they saw a helicopter pad that belonged to the branch office on Jeju Island. They got off the helicopter to meet with representatives of this branch. A girl in a suit immediately came out to them and greeted them. She introduced herself as Layla, an employee of the management department of this island, and said that she would accompany them today. Layla also added that the rest of the group had already arrived, at which point Dylan thought they were late. However, Layla said that there were still 30 minutes before the start of the meeting, and the main character breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Sonia and Lily were already inside the building. Lily told Sonia that she had just been informed that Dylan would be arriving soon. However, she noticed that Sonia looks strange, especially when it comes to Dylan. Then Lily approached Sonia and asked if everything was okay with her. Sonia laughed it off, saying that everything was fine with her. Lily noted that since the imbalanced dungeon is more difficult than usual, her physical condition is very important. If Sonia is not feeling well, they can start tomorrow. However, Sonia assured that she was fine, and just as she was about to explain the reason for her strange condition, the office doors opened. Layla and Dylan came in. When Dylan asked Sonia how long she had been waiting, the girl hiccuped in surprise. Dylan noted that Sonia looked somehow different than last time. Hearing this, Sonia looked away and said that at that time she just had her hair extensions and put on beautiful clothes. At that moment, Lily realized the reason for Sonia's strange behavior and chuckled quietly. Lily then stood up from her seat as everyone was gathered. She suggested introducing themselves to each other. She then pointed to the man sitting at the end of the table, saying that his name was Jacob and he would fight alongside them. Jacob, an awakened rank B, stood up and greeted the rest of the team. He looked very impressive. His body was literally made of muscle. The main character looked with delight at the new team member and said that he was glad to meet you. He noted that Jacob was quite tall, but Jacob did not laugh and said that he was 2 meters tall. Lily added that Jacob is 39 years old and uses 2 battle axes in battle. Just like Lily, he can deal physical and magical damage at the same time. Then the main character said that since Jacob is older than him, he can address him without formalities. After that, they all headed towards the dungeon together. The main character looked forward and saw a dense forest and incredibly high mountains in front of him. Jacob also said that this was the first time he had seen something so spacious, to which the hero noted that the size and terrain of the dungeon changes depending on his rank. Then the main character opened portals from otherworldly space and summoned his 2 drones. He sent them to scout the area. Jacob said that if he had one of these things, it would be easier to fight, because he doesn't know how much longer he can carry his body. Then Dylan assured him that he is still at the peak of his capabilities. He soon reported that, based on the results of the drone search, they would not be able to rest inside the canyon. Therefore, he suggested that his team stop here and prepare. After that, he used a barrier spell on them. Jacob was pleasantly surprised when he felt Dylan's boost. It felt like he had risen a whole rank. The hero then turned to Hayes and said that as a summoner, she needed to look after the rear and protect them. After that, they went deep into the forest, protected by a barrier. The main character asked Lily to watch the sky so that they could not be attacked from the air. However, suddenly Dylan abruptly stopped his team, feeling something strange. Jacob also said that he smelled some strange smell. The hero thought that this smell seemed familiar to him. Jacob and Sonia prepared for a possible attack. At that moment, Sonia heard something strange and turned towards the sound. When she turned her head, she saw a whole crowd of monsters with red holes instead of eyes running towards them. These monsters were exhausted A-rank renegades. At this moment, someone called out to the main character from behind. It was Hayes. She reported that monsters were also attacking them from behind. Then he said that he and Hayes would clear the rear, and Jacob and Sonia would have to hold out a little and repel the attack. Hearing this, Sonia put up a shield in front of her to protect herself from the monsters flying towards her. Their blows were quite strong, and she had to put in a lot of effort to prevent them from breaking through her defenses. At this moment, Jacob dealt a crushing blow with his two-handed axe. His blows were so strong that they caused a shockwave that threw away all nearby monsters. However, he noticed that there were more and more monsters every moment. Then he decided to use ranged weapons and began throwing magic discs at them. On the fly, these discs turned into something like a wide, sweeping blow that demolished several monsters at once. When Jacob realized that he had managed to thin out the old formation a little, he prepared for close combat. However, he soon heard something huge appear behind them. It was an incredibly ugly monster of enormous size with massive legs, between which there was a toothy mouth. Soon this mouth opened, and a dark liquid began to flow from there, emitting gloomy energy. Then the heads of those monsters with whom the guys had been fighting all this time began to appear from it. Jacob watched everything that was happening in surprise, not understanding what to do with this creature. As the monsters rushed at him, he began to think about the strategy he needed to use to win. Meanwhile, a renewed Akron arrived on the battlefield. He immediately put his hands in front of him, preparing to use his flame strike. He then directed his fire towards the crowd of monsters in front of him. Along with him also arrived Irene, who was flying from the air at high speed. When she was a few centimeters off the ground near the main monster, she abruptly changed direction and rose into the air again. As the smoke from the attack cleared, she could finally see the monster they were about to fight. The golem then used the projectiles to unleash hundreds of magical strikes on the monster. Soon, all the shells hit the target, and a powerful explosion was heard in the middle of the forest. The monster minions watched in horror as hundreds of projectiles flew at them. Jacob assumed that after such an attack, the number of monsters should decrease. However, when he opened his eyes, he saw that the big monster did not care about their attacks at all. It seemed that half of his body had been torn off, but inside he could see something like a red crystal. The man then realized that this red object was his real body, and that he was recovering very quickly. Sonia suggested that this red object was its weak point, but Jacob said that he believed that this object was resistant to magical damage. Then Sonia suggested using golems to open the way, and Jacob would have to destroy this thing. After that, she rushed to attack, saying that she would use the provocation skill, and the man would have to attack immediately. Jacob then ordered the golems to protect Sonia while she used taunt. The girl immediately rushed to attack, but a crowd of monsters immediately attacked her. However, she was protected by golems who cleared the way for her, so she was able to reach the boss without hindrance. The girl realized that the moment when she needed to use the skill had come. She raised her shield and imbued it with magical energy, summoning the taunt skill. At that moment, the eyes of all the monsters lit up red, and they immediately rushed at the girl. Sonia was determined and ready to hold off their attacks. Meanwhile, Jacob stood up and ran straight towards the monster. However, while he was running, Monster's hands began to emerge from the ground and grab his legs, preventing him from moving. The man was horrified to realize that the monster had decided to attack him from underground. Sonia was already carrying out her part of the plan, but Jacob could not move. Then Irene came to his aid. She appeared in the sky, quickly descended to the man and grabbed him by the shoulder. Then she blew up the hands of the monsters that were holding the man's legs with projectiles, after which she picked him up and flew with him to the target. When they were close enough, Jacob ordered Irene to let him go. Irene released the man and he flew straight towards his target, holding axes in his hands. He imbued them with magic, causing the axes to fuse together, forming one huge axe, and headed straight towards the monster, aiming for the red core in its body. After that, he dealt a crushing blow, from which the monster's body was split in two. The impact caused such a strong shockwave that the monster's entire body, including its powerful legs, was divided into two parts. At this moment, the story is transferred to a strange temple, in the middle of which there was a bowl from which a green, magical flame was blazing. The man in the cloak approached this bowl and looked at it thoughtfully. When he looked into the flame, he saw that same red core, split into hundreds of small particles. Then he thought to himself that the toy he had created was broken. At that moment, another person entered the hall and addressed the man as Sir Odium, saying that they had problems. He said that uninvited guests have appeared and are destroying their renegades stationed in the canyon. He said that Sir should see this, but the man said that he already knew everything. He then turned to his subordinate, asking if he was taking on too much. In an instant, Odium was next to the man and grabbed his face, asking if he had lost all his fear. He stated that he did not need such cowardly and weak subordinates. After that, he sent a spell directly to his head, due to which the veins on the man's face protruded and turned purple. But Odium said that he would allow him to be reborn again. After this, the man's lifeless body fell to the floor. Odium then cast a resurrection spell, and arcane magical energy began to pulsate around him. It was so strong that it caused cracks in the floor from which ugly monsters began to appear, with half of their bodies or limbs missing. Then Odium ordered them to block all exits and eliminate the intruders, saying that he would soon deal with them. Meanwhile, the story moves to the cave in which the main character was hiding. He didn't expect it to rain in the dungeon, but it was for the best, since they could rest a little and leave the canyon. However, they did not have much food, so they could not stay here for long. Sonia was sitting next to him, who was drying her hair with a towel. When their bodies accidentally touched each other, she turned to the guy. The girl quietly asked him if she could talk to him. Dylan was surprised that the girl had not yet gone to bed, but Sonia stated that she could not sleep. The guy said that in today's battle she tried and suffered the most, so she should rest a little. However, the girl said that it was not because of fatigue. She moved even closer to Dylan and quietly whispered his name. Then she said that she wanted to talk about what she wanted to say back then on the Ferris wheel. Gathering all her will into a fist, Sonia invited Dylan to start dating. She looked at him firmly and asked if he wanted to go on a date with her. After she said these words, her face turned very red, but Dylan's face was no less surprised. However, at that moment Lily entered the cave, saying that now it was their turn to stand guard. However, she soon realized that she had come at a completely bad moment. The next morning, when it became light, the rain miraculously stopped and the wind died down. As the teamwork of the main character and the others improved, the speed of clearing the dungeon also increased. Later, they were shocked that they were attacked by the dead bodies of the awakened ones who were here before them. However, they calmly got rid of them. Thus, in the end, they still came to some temple. They did not understand why there was an entrance to some kind of altar at the top of the mountain. When they looked at their feet, they saw a green liquid flowing from the steps of the temple, which emitted steam and bubble. Soon the heroes saw that monsters were emerging from this slurry. They were ugly, ghoul-like monsters. They said that they could not allow them to enter in the name of their master, Odium. At that moment, they noticed that one of the monsters was different from the others, and unlike the others, it spoke to them. The hero thought that he heard the name of Odium that time when he cleared the dungeon to obtain rank D. Then Odium was the main priest of the temple. But after he was defeated and now he is Wendella's subordinate, the main character could not even imagine that he would be the main boss of this dungeon. Seeing the guy's thoughtful face, Sonia asked him what happened. Then the hero said that he was surprised that the renegade could speak, but he did not think that he could say anything valuable, so he said they should just finish him off. After this, the guys rushed to the attack, intending to kill all the monsters that blocked their path to the temple. They struck one blow after another, and these monsters could do nothing to oppose them. Meanwhile, Lily and Dylan covered their tanks from behind. Soon, there was a powerful explosion that killed all the evil spirits that were in front of the castle. At that moment, Odium, who was inside, heard a strong roar. He chuckled, saying that even he couldn't stop them. When the main character entered and met with Odium, the ghostly man asked if Dylan was going to kill him too. He said that until now, everyone who was looking for him came for his life. And of course, they all went to hell since there was no salvation for them. But the main character said that this time, everything will be different. Odium said that this guy was different from those he had seen before. Then he asked if he killed Isaac, and the hero said that it was he who did it. Odium realized that Dylan was the same intruder who had penetrated all the spatial rifts. Then he asked who was helping him, because with his power, this should be impossible. Dylan said that the name of his assistant is Deus. This is a creature that will prevent all his opponents from doing evil in the world. Then Odium said that for all these creatures, they are just pawns, and when they are no longer needed, they will simply get rid of them. He said that after he was left alone in this world, he came up with a great idea. He stated that this was all a test because he did not trust Mr. Wendella from the very beginning. Then Odium rushed into one of the passages of the hall. After that, he again appeared before the main character, absorbing all the energy that was contained in this temple. He stated that if he destroyed them, he could return to his homeworld. After that, he extended his hand upward and began to spread his dark energy. Then he unleashed his spell called Tears of Despair on the main character. Tears of Despair had a negative effect, as a result of which stamina was reduced by 100 units. If the target's stamina was less than 100 units, then the encroachment effect was activated, in which all points were transferred to Odium. Dylan then turned to his team, telling them to proceed as planned. Hearing this, Sonia immediately rushed away from Dylan, holding her shield in her hands. Odium then said that he did not yet know what Dylan was up to. After that, he suddenly dissolved and disappeared. The next moment he appeared in front of Sonia, saying that in any case he would not be able to escape. He then put his palm out in front of him, intending to kill the girl. Sonia was confused because she did not expect the monster to switch to her. She watched in horror as the magical sphere that was in Odium's palm flew straight towards her. Odium soon released his blow, which was so strong that it knocked back everyone who was in its path. At that moment, the main character ran up to Sonia and tried to bring her to her senses, since the blow was very strong and she was on the verge of passing out. However, soon the girl screamed, saying that more poisonous arrows were flying at them. Then the main character threw the girl aside so that she would not get hit. The next moment, the arrows reached their target, and a powerful explosion was heard at the place where the main character stood. As it turned out, Odium transformed his arrows into something like tentacles that emanated from the magic circle that was on his back. After he hit the main character with them, he turned his attention to Sonia, who was running back to her shield. She was very worried about Dylan's condition, but he told her not to worry about him and just run away from here. With tears in her eyes, the girl obeyed, picked up her shield, and ran away. However, when Odium saw this, he sent his tentacles after her, saying that he would not allow her to escape. When the tentacles were literally a centimeter from the girl's body, he used the absorption skill. However, soon after this, his tentacles turned purple and seemed to stop in place, causing the girl to run forward unhindered. Odium was in disbelief, not understanding why his attack had stopped. As it turned out, at that moment the main character rose to his feet and used a spell that stopped the tentacles. Odium was surprised that this guy could even block his spell. Dylan then stated that as long as he was alive, Odium would not be able to touch anyone. Meanwhile, the story shifts to a few minutes before the boss fight and into the inner corridors of the temple. As the group moved along the corridor, Dylan saw one strange passage ahead. He asked Sonia and the rest of the team to stop for a moment, saying that he wanted to say something before the boss battle. He stated that he had some explanations about the battle with Odium. Jacob was perplexed, not understanding how the hero knew the boss of the dungeon. But Dylan said that he understood that they had many questions, but would answer them later. The guy said that there are 4 rooms inside this temple. They need to destroy the magic stones in the 3 rooms surrounding the boss so they can defeat him. He said that Hayes and Lily would take a different path. Once they reach the designated location, they will encounter a magic stone. This stone contains magical powers, and it will also be protected by stone statues, and each statue has its own characteristic pattern. In the case of Hayes and Lily, it is a pattern of rage. Sonia will have a statue with a speed pattern. Jacob will meet the statue with defensive might. Finally, if the stone is filled with magical energy, what will happen is that all living things within the temple will be destroyed. Therefore, they need to eliminate all these stones to prevent this from happening. Then the story moves again to the hall, where the battle between the main character and Odium took place. The ghost once again used its tentacles to attack the guy, but he easily dodged them. Taking advantage of the moment, he used his power shot skill and aimed his projectiles directly at Odium. However, the ghost's body was covered with a shield, and therefore the projectiles did not cause any damage to it. He turned to Dylan and asked how long he planned to run, stating that this stigma was also incurable. At first, the main character did not understand what the boss was talking about, but he noticed the pain on his cheek. It turned out that there was a brand on his cheek called Death Healing. This brand remains on the victim until Odium dies, and any stamina restoration effect is replaced by a stamina drain effect. Taking advantage of the protagonist's confusion, Odium teleported directly to him, saying that he was very careless. He then stabbed him with his tentacle, causing blood to gushing out of Dylan's shoulder. The ghost then violently grabbed the guy by the shoulder, asking him if he felt pain. Odium stated that he felt everything because of his weak human body. At this moment, Dylan remained calm and used the stone skin skill. Therefore, when the projectiles that Odium fired touched him, they simply bounced off to the side. Then Odium said that he wanted to see how much longer Dylan could hold on. At this moment, the main character was thinking that his team had better hurry with the statues. At that moment, he heard strange sounds, and when he turned around, he saw that the magic ring behind his back began to crack. He didn't understand why his magic suddenly began to disappear. He began to guess what was happening, but could not believe it, since the stone statues were not so easy to defeat. Dylan responded that Odium had no idea how long he had been fighting him in the game. However, Odium had no idea what he was talking about. Dylan said he knows when the time comes that his magic starts to fade. After that, he grabbed the monster by the hand and said that he had been waiting for this moment for a very long time. He then used the Blazing Sun skill directly on his opponent. Meanwhile, Lily and Hayes were in the room they were sent to according to the plan. Magical stone balls were flying throughout the room. The girls said that now that they had split so many stone statues, each of them had lost most of their power. And now approaching the magic stone should be easy. Lily said that in this case she would attack and leave support to Hayes. After that, she ran away, thereby provoking the magic stones, which apparently served as observers. They immediately turned towards the girl, and their aura lit up red. However, the girl was fast enough and ran between the spheres without any problems. After this, the spheres began to shoot lasers at her, but the girl deftly dodged each attack. Soon, she found herself near a place that looked like a huge red portal. At this point, Hayes ordered the hand to use her shield. Thus, her shield blocked Lily from the portal's attack. After that, she quickly shot up into the air, drew her bow and aimed it straight at the magic stone that was in the middle of the room. She used her magic arrow, aiming straight at the target. When she fired, the arrow released a large circle of magical energy and then flew straight into the stone, causing it to crack into hundreds of small particles. At that moment, Sonia was in a dungeon, in which she also needed to destroy the stone. She remembered Dylan's words that the statues she had to fight were fast, but they had extremely weak defense. Also, their attacks are predetermined, so Sonia just needs to know the trajectory of their movement, and then she can destroy them with one attack, even as a tank. While the girl was thinking about this, the statue decided to stab her in the back. However, the girl foresaw this, and at the moment when the arrow almost flew up to her at a distance of several centimeters, she turned around sharply. She then held out her sword and it absorbed the entire blow. This attack was strong enough that the girl had to make a lot of effort to block it. When a statue resembling a jaguar jumped at her, the girl was ready for it and put out her sword right at the moment when the statue flew past her, sawing it in two. When the statue was broken, it exploded right behind Sonia. Meanwhile, Jacob was also fighting the statue in the other room. He knew that the statue he would fight with had high defense, so it would be difficult to destroy it. However, if you attack her with combinations of physical and magical attacks, then defeating her is quite possible. Therefore, Jacob followed the protagonist's advice and began to hit her with physical and magical attacks alternately. Soon he saw that a huge crack had appeared on the body of the statue. The man then struck with 2 of his axes. This blow was so strong that the statue literally fell apart into stones. Meanwhile, the main character continued to fight with the ghost. A fiery hurricane swirled around them, which was a consequence of the main character's skill. Odium asked him why he continued this useless struggle, but the hero was not going to give him an explanation. After that, he used the intelligence enhancement skill. In his opponent's hand, he used an area damage boost. Dylan knew that with this boost, he would be able to move his arm again. He gathered all his power and put it into his wounded arm so that it could move. When everything worked out, he grabbed Odium right by the head. At the same moment, he used his fireball skill and shot incredibly strong fire straight at him. The blow was so strong that Odium's body flew into the opposite wall and smashed it into stones. When the smoke subsided, the hero looked towards his opponent. He saw that under the cloak was hiding an ordinary monster, practically no different in appearance from those they had met near the entrance to the temple. However, Odium still did not die. This attack only angered him more, and he angrily asked Dylan how he dared do this to him. Then he rose to his feet, raised his hands, and began to call upon magic. Then the hero realized that he needed to get rid of him as quickly as possible, before he did anything else. He then put his hands in front of him and used a force fireball. This powerful attack went straight to the place where Odium was sitting, who still could not fully recover. However, at the moment when the fireball was about to touch him, a wall suddenly appeared in front of him. Then a huge stone hand seemed to crawl out of a pile of stones. Odium was then surrounded by thorns and said that he wanted to enjoy watching Dylan suffer. However, he decided that now was the time to end it all. After this, something similar to an unopened flower appeared from a pile of stones, but its petals were incredibly sharp and covered with mucus. Then the monster that Odium had summoned began to emerge from the ground. Then the hero realized that this monster was similar to the apostates he had seen earlier. However, when he looked up, he saw thousands of skulls that adorned the body of this monster. This monster was not like anything the protagonist had already seen. This huge monster was not the same renegade he had seen before. When the monster saw his opponent, he immediately stuck out his fist and said that Dylan needed to prepare to die. After that, he slammed his fist down onto the ground with all his might, causing the floor to crack. At this moment, Lily and Hayes felt a strange feeling, as if they were right in the middle of an earthquake. Lily then assumed that it was most likely a powerful release of magic in the center, and therefore they needed to hurry. Sonia and Jacob also sensed this and rushed to Dylan's aid. When the dust from the impact subsided, the monster saw that there was no guy in the place where he hit. Then he assumed that he was trying to hide from him in this smoke. As it turned out, at that moment, the main character used his clones to divert the enemy's attention. At this moment, the monster again began to call upon energy from somewhere in the temple. After that, he rained down spikes on Dylan's clones, saying that in any case he would not be able to avoid his attacks. The monster declared that he would die a miserable death for simply angering him. However, when he looked down, he saw that his spikes were not piercing a real person, but only copies of him. Meanwhile, the main character took advantage of the moment and found himself right behind the monster. When he was close enough, he used a light projectile and a power projectile. He then delivered a crushing blow straight to the monster's back. However, when he got a little closer, he was extremely surprised. The monster was enveloped in a bright green shield, and when Dylan flew towards it, dozens of monstrous arms immediately rushed at him. The monster stated that with such a level of magic, the guy would not even be able to break through his defense. He then struck him hard, slamming Dylan into the ground. The main character could not escape the strong grip of his hands, and all he could do was endure and count on his allies. The system told him that his stamina had dropped to less than 10% due to the bleeding. And then Dylan knew he couldn't put it off any longer. At that moment, Jacob appeared in the hall. He immediately rushed to save Dylan, cutting off those vile hands with his axes. The monster laughed and said that he did not even expect them to appear so quickly. At this moment, Sonia used a shield strike on one of the enemy's legs. The blow was very strong, so the monster fell to one knee. Sonia then turned to Dylan and told him to get started. At first, the main character did not understand what she was talking about. But soon her plan dawned on him. In an instant, he rose to his feet and, like lightning, rushed along the monster's wounded leg. Using all the strength he had left, he jumped onto his arm and headed straight for his head. As he ran, he saw demonic claws flying towards him. However, when he turned around, he saw that each claw had been blasted with arrows. As it turned out, Lily, riding the haze wolf, was covering him from the sky. As she got closer, she pulled back the string of her bow and took another shot. However, the monster declared that no matter how much they fought, they had no chance of overcoming his barrier. At that moment, Sonia called the main character and threw her sword in his direction. Dylan deftly caught the weapon and continued to run towards the enemy's head. He then used his enchanted weapon skill and raised his sword to strike. He hit the monster's barrier, causing cracks to appear in it. However, since the barrier was incredibly strong, Sonia's sword also cracked into pieces. The next moment, he saw that the monster's barrier was crumbling into small fragments. After that, he took out his pistol from the otherworldly space. When he was close enough to the monster, he pointed the barrel of the gun directly at its large eye. He then firmly told the monster that it was all over now. After this, the hero fired a shot, which resulted in a huge, destructive blow. After the monster was defeated, Dylan sank to the ground and approached its corpse. He knew this was quite dangerous as the system told him that his stamina had dropped to less than 5% due to the bleeding. At that moment, his teammates came up behind him and praised him for his good work. Dylan said that if they had arrived a little later, the consequences would have been dire. Jacob noted that they were lucky. He came running immediately after the destruction of the statues. However, Dylan didn't expect the guys to finish so quickly. Lily reported that it was all thanks to him telling them how to fight those statues. Jacob said that Dylan had previously said that he would tell them how he was able to find out a way to defeat them. At that moment, Sonia approached him and said that Dylan had done a great job. The hero turned to the girl and said that she also fulfilled her part of the plan perfectly. She threw the sword at him at the most opportune moment, even though there were fragments of it left after that very attack. However, the girl said that she acted this way because she knew that the monsters in the canyon were strong against magic. Suddenly, she noticed that the mark on the protagonist's cheek lit up again. She was surprised because she thought that after Odium's death, it should disappear. The hero was also surprised, not understanding why the brand was still on his cheek. When Sonia looked down, she saw bright green magic beginning to glow from the cracks in the floor. Then she suddenly shouted to everyone present to be careful. After that, she rushed towards Dylan and pushed him away from the cracks with her shield. The main character did not expect this and fell to the ground in a place where there were no cracks. When he looked up, he noticed that the spikes that appeared from under the floor pierced Sonia's body. The guy was terrified and immediately shouted the girl's name, running towards her to save her. At that moment, Sonia felt her eyes begin to close. Soon after this, Sonia was taken to the city hospital. It took some time for her to recover, and she spent almost all of her time in a hospital bed. One day, she opened her eyes because she heard the sound of birds singing. At first, the girl did not understand why she was in the hospital and did not even know how long she had been there. At that moment, Dylan, sitting next to her bed, said that she had been here for 3 days. When the girl turned her head and saw the main character next to the bed, she was a little surprised. Then she suddenly remembered that she had been injured by those thorns that suddenly appeared from the ground in that dungeon. Then she jumped out of bed and asked Dylan what happened after that moment. But the guy said that she shouldn't be so nervous because she had just woken up. He said that the attack that hit her was the last blow of that boss, after which they immediately destroyed him. Then they took all the loot and left, so the girl didn't have to worry. She just needed to rest after being wounded. The girl took a piece of apple that the main character had peeled for her and thanked him for his concern. While she was eating, Dylan decided to address her. He remembered the day he was hospitalized after fainting. He also remembered the day when she protected him in the dungeon. He stated that all he does is cause trouble for the girl. However, Sonia was in no hurry to refute his words and said that in this case, she had a proposal. She said that since he owed her, she wanted him to answer that very question. At first, Dylan didn't understand what she was talking about. However, then he suddenly remembered that in the cave she asked him if he wanted to become her boyfriend and go on a date with her. The main character was also a little embarrassed by this situation, so he did not immediately give his answer. However, he suddenly apologized to the girl, saying that he had no idea how she felt about him. Then he reached out his hands and wrapped his hands around hers. He said that he really liked Sonia and asked her to become his girlfriend. When the girl heard this, a blush appeared on her face and she smiled sweetly, saying that she would be very happy to become his girlfriend. Meanwhile, the story moves to the port of Mokpo. The ghost ant stood on the ship and thought that a long time had passed since he came to Korea. At that moment, a person appeared behind him. Her legs were wrapped in bandages. The ant turned to her, saying that if it were not for her, a wanted criminal, then everything would be much easier. He asked Maria what it was like to return to her homeland after so many years. When the girl looked up at him, he saw that one of her eyes was glowing red. Soon after the events in the dungeon, the main character returned home. He used the internet to find the price of the materials he needed, and soon realized that the materials alone were worth almost $1 trillion. He had no idea that the production of the Deus relic would require so many materials. After clearing the dungeon, he obtained a spatial stone of legendary quality. He was also given a famous blueprint for drones. Moreover, he received the legendary ring of odium, which increased charisma, magical power, and intelligence, and also granted him abilities called Holy Healing, Attractiveness, Fate of Heretics, and Healing Death. However, this was not the most important thing. When the main character put on the ring, lightning began to sparkle from his hand. All the spatial stones he had combined into an unknown class spatial token. Immediately after Sonia collapsed on the floor, this strange synthesis worked. However, they were busy running away, so he did not pay attention to it. Dylan could not even imagine that he would be allowed to produce Deus-class equipment. However, the biggest problem right now was one of the materials. The heart of Ikazela was the most important of these, as the requirement to obtain it was to land a killing blow to the dungeon boss. To obtain it, he must go to a dungeon in Alaska, which is currently owned by the American Freedom Guild. Since he had no idea how to do this, he decided to contact the guild. Meanwhile, the story moves to the American Liberty Guild. Brox was informed that Dylan was talking about many important things. He said that either they would give him the right to clear the dungeon, or he would join one of their attack teams. The man replied that the Ikazela dungeon was where they sent all their best warriors, and even then there were many casualties. He believed that the dungeon was insurmountable, and he wondered why Dylan wanted to go there so badly. Then the man was informed that he needed the heart of Ikazela. This was very strange, since it is known that this item gives its owner an increase in stamina by 1,000 units. But the catch was that Dylan is a spellcaster. Brock suggested that if he was a spellcaster, then he should be interested in the Asura dungeon, which is located in China. Carla agreed with the man, saying that, nevertheless, Dylan was quite cunning and did not tell her anything more. At that moment, the man stood up from his seat and looked towards his books. He thought it would be a good idea to take this opportunity to see Dylan's skills. It was no secret that he was interested in him not only as a potential member, but also as an awakened one. Then he informed Carla that they would assemble an attack group and go with Dylan, but only under 2 conditions. Brock said that the rent for the rights to the Ikazela dungeon will be set at 300 billion won for each team member. Secondly, before the attack, all team members will be evaluated and must be accepted unanimously. If Dylan fulfills these conditions, then Brox will take full responsibility and guarantee him the heart of Ikazela. However, he asked me to tell him that he had absolutely no intention of cleaning up after him. Carla understood that this was his way of telling Dylan to expect that he would have to survive on his own. But she agreed and said that she would convey his message. After that, the man hung up and smiled slyly. He assumed it would be quite fun. While the main character was thinking that he should rest a little, since the guild said that they would announce their decision tomorrow, suddenly a notification from the system appeared in the middle of the room. The main character realized that the translation had already been completed. He noted that recently he had been at a fairly constant level, so he had already stopped paying attention to it. He doubted whether he should even check this translation to find out whether it was a victory or a defeat. However, he still decided to check the translation, and the system informed him that this book was created to enhance spatial energy. In order to enhance spatial energy, it contains formulas in the language of the gods that cannot be understood by humans if the correct procedures are followed. And remove the sealed energy of the book in the specified location, then the user will be able to use it for its intended purpose. However, when Dylan opened the book, he realized that the pages were blank. So the system asked him to proceed to the top of the nearby Deus Spire and open the first page. The system said that if the reward in each dungeon increases, then each awakened person will also have an increased growth efficiency. so she asked to take this book with her to the specified place in order to prepare for the appearance of the Dimension Gate. The protagonist thought that this most likely meant that another wave would soon appear, as was the case with Ebenar, and since the nearest spire was mentioned here, then he only had one place in mind. Meanwhile, the story moves to the sole office of the management branch. The main character arrived there, which greatly surprised Veronica. She said that she did not think that he would ever decide to climb to the top of the spire. But the guy did not answer that he had a personal matter there. Veronica said that although management was on his side, to gain access to the top of the spire, they would need permission from the director of the Korean branch. Since, by a happy coincidence, the director is in their real life today, she prepared a meeting with him for Dylan. Then the hero asked her if this would really be a one-on-one meeting. The girl answered in the affirmative, saying that if they want to be polite, then it cannot be ruled out that this will be an interrogation. After that, they walked together along the corridor to the desired office. When they reached one of the doors, Veronica said that the director was waiting for Dylan inside this room. Before the guy entered there, the girl asked him to cooperate with the director and not say anything unnecessary. The guy assured her that he would do everything right. He said that he would only give him the necessary information. After that, Veronica opened the office door and informed the director that she had brought Dylan. The man stood with his back to them and looked out the window. Hearing the girl's words, he thanked her for her work. At this moment, the hero began to realize that in front of him was really the director of the Korean branch. The man, without turning around, said that he had heard a lot about Dylan. He then turned around and said his name was Lewis, and he was the director of the Korean branch. After that, he looked at the guy a little conspiratorially and asked him to sit down. Dylan and Veronica sat on one side of the table. Lewis sat opposite them. When he looked at the information that the main character provided to him, he said that what he said was based on books that he obtained on his own. He asked if all the awakened ones could increase their effectiveness through clearing dungeons. Dylan said that this is indeed true. Not only he can do this, but all the awakened ones can do it. He then stated that he needed to climb to the top of the Deus Spire. Then the director asked him if he thought it was a little strange. He asked why all these things were happening to Dylan, to which the hero replied that he could only say that he learned about it when he identified the books found in the dungeon. When Lewis heard this, he said that he also wished he had such amazing identification ability. Then he suggested ending this conversation and returning to the conversation about the Spire of Deus. He said that you can only get to the top with the S code. There are only 5 such people in Korea, 2 of which are himself and Veronica. He then stated that there is nothing good in this place, and if you provoke Deus's anger, you can even say goodbye to your life. Therefore, he stated that he should check the book that the main character is talking about. He extended his hand, saying that since Dylan was now a national figure, he should do it. In this way, he can prevent future dangers that may happen to him. The hero smiled, saying that this book can only be used by those who identified it. Then Lewis said that this was the first time he had heard about it. Veronica said that this was a rather strange situation, and that it also happened to them for the first time. She said that legendary-level spatial stones had appeared not long ago, and many other things had happened before the 20th anniversary of the first wave. Then Lewis suggested looking at the power of this spatial amplifier. He said that there was no reason not to do this, since the effectiveness of all awakened ones was increasing. After that, he suggested heading towards the spire. Once they were inside the Deus Spire, the man said they were there. They found themselves in front of a huge door, and the man said it was the entrance to the top floor of the spire. He said Dylan could go and he and the branch manager would wait downstairs. After that, the main character thanked the man for his help and then opened the doors and went inside. When he was inside, it seemed to him that he was in a completely empty space. He didn't understand why he couldn't see anything around him. However, then, in the middle of the empty space, a strange glow appeared, emanating from a round sphere. As it turned out, the road along which the main character walked led to a pedestal on which the sphere was located. Some details seemed to be circling around it. As he got closer, the system asked him to open the first chapter of Spatial Enhancement. The main character took out his book, and as soon as he opened it, letters began to crawl out of its pages, which formed something similar to tentacles. Soon these tentacles began to swirl and form a small whirlpool. And then the system reported that the spatial enhancement seal had been lifted. After this, the signs went straight to that sphere and began to be absorbed into it. The system reported that there were 5 minutes left before the full power of spatial enhancement was activated. At that moment, the main character heard a voice that said that someone seemed to be able to find the key. Dylan looked up in surprise, asking who was talking to him. Then the voice said that he is the Alpha and Omega, and the awakens systems. He is a creature called to start all over again. People also call him Deus. He said that he would let Dylan ask one question since he had found one of the hidden keys. After thinking a little, the hero decided to ask a question. He asked if he had chosen the right path, considering everything that he had done up to that moment. Then the voice told him that he was right and superior to everyone else. Hearing this, the hero was delighted. He clenched his fist with joy, repeating in a whisper the words that Deus told him. He realized that he still had a long way to go, so he had to become stronger. Soon, the system informed him that the spatial enhancement power had been fully activated. She also reported that this power was spread throughout the world. After that, a huge beam of energy burst out from the sphere that was in front of Dylan and headed somewhere upward. After this, he saw that the book he handed over seemed to begin to take on a more down-to-earth appearance. The system then reported that the spatial enhancer had been converted into an 8th grade spell book called Iron Skin. Then the book fell into the hands of the main character, who did not at all expect that something like this would happen to him. The system said that with the help of spatial enhancement, a new Pathfinder class was unlocked, and Dylan also received the Pathfinder's blessing and the Pioneer's enlightenment. Now, in each country, a golden gate has been created at the top of the Deus Spire. Information about the golden gate will be distributed among all awakened people within 5 days. At the moment, the golden gate has been sealed. Soon after this, the main character left the spire, thinking that since he was near the office, he needed to pick up the books that Sean had found for him. He thought it would be nice if there was a high-level spell book among them. However, when he went to the office, he saw something strange there. As it turned out, someone was sitting behind the manager's chair. The main character opened the door wide and asked who was there. Soon, he saw that the stranger's body began to be enveloped in strange energy. At first, Dylan couldn't believe his eyes. However, when the girl turned to face him, he realized that Maria was indeed in front of him. But now, she looked a little different than before. The hero did not understand what she was doing here, because he remembered that she had fled to China. However, the girl did not answer anything to this. She just got up from her seat and continued to look out the window. Then the hero shouted, asking how she ended up here. At this moment, Maria turned sharply and shot at the main character several times. However, Dylan managed to use his shield and block himself from the attack. He knew that Maria was a C-rank awakened, and therefore he could not let his guard down. Meanwhile, the girl created several copies of herself and began to shoot the guy from all sides. Soon his shield could not stand it and began to crack. When the girl saw that Dylan was trying to escape, she put out her hand, which began to transform into a weapon. She flew right behind him, and her hand gradually turned into a long-range, powerful weapon. At this moment, the main character turned around and decided to use his skill to attack the girl back. However, when he looked at her, he saw that her right hand had turned into a bazooka. After that, she fired a powerful energy shot that was more like an explosion. At that moment, Dylan realized that this was an unusual trajectory, a mixture of spells and the natural laws of physics. He knew that it would be very dangerous if he were hit by this shot, so he quickly opened the dimension gate and jumped into it. Realizing that the shot was almost upon him, he quickly extended his hand to touch the portal. For his final destination, he chose a place not far from here, which was also destroyed by a powerful explosion. A portal appeared in the middle of the ruins. Soon, the main character jumped out of it, fleeing the attack. He realized that he was in a place where there was no floor, and therefore, he was now floating in the air. So Dylan decided to use a flight spell to avoid falling and crashing. As he flew past the place where Maria was originally, he saw several magic bullets flying towards him from there. In an instant, they found their target and headed straight for him. However, the main character managed to cover himself with a shield right in flight. At that moment, Maria flew out of the building and found herself directly above the main character's head. Her eyes were filled with rage. And then she brought both her hands together, summoning an even more powerful weapon. Her hands turned into a huge scythe, and she dealt a crushing blow to the protagonist's shield, causing it to shatter into several pieces. Dylan watched in horror as his shield fell and shattered into pieces. When his defenses finally fell, he saw that the girl had summoned 2 pistols and aimed at him. At that moment, he summoned a power missile and aimed it at the girl, who had already started shooting at him. Thus, they tried to shoot each other while dodging enemy attacks. At this moment, the main character realized that he was not afraid of all these attacks that were falling on him. Apparently, last time he lost his ego with these guys. Therefore, now the only thing he could do was immobilize Maria. Therefore, the main character decided to use a power rocket and also mix it with an ice storm. After that, he directed this attack directly towards Maria. The next moment, he saw that the girl's body was frozen. Literally in 1 second, a huge block of ice appeared in front of him, which restrained the girl's movement. He said that since she was not even human now, there was no point in bothering her, and he decided to leave her to manage. Meanwhile, the ghost ant, who was nearby, watched everything that was happening and noted that this guy really has great strength. However, knowing what Maria was now, he knew that this was not enough. The hero thought to himself that he couldn't believe that he was trying to stop a former awakened S rank, who was also modified. At that moment, Maria used all her strength to escape from the icy shackles. She transformed her right hand into a bazooka again and aimed it at the protagonist. The ghost ant understood that this girl was driven by vanity, which made her feel superior to her opponent. At this moment, Maria flew close enough to the main character and put the weapon directly to his chest. However, Ghost Ant knew that this vanity would lead to her death. After that, the girl shot Dylan in the chest and he quickly began to fall down. She just watched him fall indifferently. Soon, the main character landed on the asphalt with a very loud sound. After this, Maria went down to him to see what happened to her opponent. When the smoke cleared, she saw the large crater that had been created by Dylan's fall. When she came closer, she saw that the guy was lying in the middle of the crater, unconscious. Then she summoned a demonic sword and stood over his body. She took the sword with both hands and raised it over Dylan's body, intending to strike him. After that, she took a shot. At that moment, an ominous red portal appeared nearby. Ghost Ant came out from there to evaluate the work of his puppet. When he looked at the crater, he thought he might have overestimated Dylan. He didn't expect Maria to be able to defeat him at all. However, when he turned to the girl, he realized that she did not react. Suddenly, in the middle of the dust, the man saw someone's eye that shone with a blue flame. When the smoke cleared a little, he saw that Dylan was still alive and half of his body was frozen. He couldn't believe that he had withstood Maria's final attack with this spell. As it turned out, it was an iron skin spell that would negate all physical damage. After this, the main character drew attention to the white-haired stranger and asked who he was. The man answered with a smile that he was a ghost ant, although he himself did not understand why he was given such a nickname. When the main character realized that the same ghost ant was really standing in front of him, he shouted at him, asking what he needed. The man said that first they should choose another place to talk, since there were a lot of unnecessary eyes here. Then the hero indignantly asked him why he thought that he would calmly follow him. The ghost ant extended its hand and summoned a red orb. He said that Dylan's opinion was not taken into account in this matter. In just an instant, the sphere expanded to the incredible proportions of Ghost Ant and Dylan. Then the sphere collapsed, leaving behind only a small glare, and the men disappeared. When the main character opened his eyes, he discovered that he was in a place completely unknown to him. At that moment, a white-haired man approached him and said that this was a secret place that he had created using a barrier spell. However, he asked Dylan not to worry so much. He stated that he was here to talk to him. He then asked Dylan how much he knew that could be obtained in the game, but the hero did not understand what he was talking about. The ant asked him why he was so surprised, because there was nothing special in this question. However, the hero realized that he had never previously mentioned that he had experience in the game, and therefore asked the man what exactly he needed and how much he knew about it. The man said that he knew that Deus chose him to awaken the world from that game, because all the skills and even the spells that he used against Maria were obtained thanks to the game. However, Ant thought that this was not all he was capable of. He was very interested in what else Deus had given Dylan. This question tormented him so much that he began to use a spell to squeeze the truth out of the guy. However, the hero said that he was not going to tell him this. At that moment, a man appeared behind him and asked him to think carefully. Dylan had absolutely no idea when he managed to move behind him. The white-haired guy said that he sees how the hero looks at him, and apparently, he is not yet ready to talk with him. He assumed he was too early and then walked past Dylan. After that, He grinned and said that for his sake he would remove one of those who were watching him. The hero asked him who he was talking about, but the man said that he would find out for himself when he turned on the Awakens news tomorrow. Afterwards, he stated that the world does not revolve around Dylan. He is just one of many cogs in a huge system. However, the hero said that he had no such assumption in his mind. However, Ghost Ant said that he was wrong and asked the guy not to be so vain. He stated that Dylan is not the only chosen one in this world, and he needs to always remember this. After that, he tore the space and told Dylan to think carefully about who he is, what his destiny is, and how awakened he has become. After that, he said goodbye to him and said that they would meet again. At that moment, the main character saw that the space they were in began to collapse, and he again found himself in the same place from where the man took him. When all the fragments of space finally collapsed, he found himself standing in the same crater into which he had fallen after Maria's attack. In the morning, the main character decided to follow the advice of the Ghost Ant and turn on the news. The reporter reported that yesterday at about 10 p.m., there was an explosion in one of the buildings. Fortunately, no one was injured since the building was empty. The reporter reported that a huge column of ice was discovered after the explosion. It was also reported that the department is already investigating this incident. At this moment, the hero thought that he was glad that there were no civilian casualties. The news anchors then said they should move on to the next news. He said that at 3 a.m. today, Julian, a known awakener of one of the organizations, was found dead at the Eden Hotel in Gangnam, and the department was already investigating. The main character couldn't believe that the SS rank awakened one was dead. It was reported that CCTV cameras showed no signs of forced entry from outside or inside the room. At this moment, the hero could not believe that this really happened. He remembered the ant's words that for Dylan's sake he would remove one of those who were watching him. The hero understood that the SS rank was far from an ordinary awakened one, but the ant killed him so easily. At that moment, Daniela came into the room where he was, saying that Dylan had arrived early enough. Then the hero asked the girl what she was doing here. Moreover, he was wondering who the two men were behind her back. Then the girl said that after seeing the news, her father assigned her several bodyguards. However, she still doubted that an S-rank fighter needed security. Then the main character stood up from his seat and said that this was the first time he would work with her. Daniela said that she was looking forward to going into this dungeon with Dylan. However, he was worried whether he would be able to complete the Ikazela dungeon challenge with his team. Then the girl said that he definitely shouldn't worry about it, since the skills of his teammates would definitely satisfy him. Before leaving the office, she said that they were now heading to Alaska. Meanwhile, the story moves to the Freedom Guild, or more precisely, to its base in Alaska. Tests took place at the underground training base, in which Brox participated. In front of him stood a large magical stone that he needed to destroy. The man summoned all his strength and put it into his attack. After that, he rushed to the stone and struck it with a powerful blow with his fist. However, he saw that his blow did not leave a scratch on the stone. And then the man realized that his strength was still not enough. At that moment, two men approached him and asked if Brox was warming up, to which the man said that he did not expect them to come so quickly. The man with long hair and purple eyes was Yang, an S+ rank fighter. He said that he couldn't be late for such fun when Brox invited him to clear the SS rank dungeon. Next to him stood another man named Arseny. He was an SS rank fighter. He said that he heard that their teammate had unique abilities, and he just wanted to look at his strength. Then Brox came up to them and said that he had already voted for this guy. He didn't think Dylan would perform so well in an S-rank dungeon. He then told the men that they had done a great job coming this far and tried to hug them, but Ian asked him not to, saying it was disgusting. Then he asked the man, if he received this power-up, would he be able to break this stone? However, Brox said that this is a measuring device for them, so it is unlikely that he will succeed. However, he promised that the men could count on Dylan's support because he lived up to his rank. At that moment, Daniela entered the training room with Dylan. The hero noted that it was a rather unusual place. After that, Daniela went to the men, saying that she had not seen her uncles for a long time. Brox smiled when he saw her, saying that she had matured a lot. Ian said that he was not too old to call him uncle. Then the hero asked the girl if she really knew these people. Daniela replied that she met them in her youth, when she lived with her father in America, and they still keep in touch. Brox then noticed that Riley had also arrived with them. Then he said that everything was finally assembled. He said, as he had previously reported, they needed the consent of 5 people besides Dylan to join, and hoped that the guys had already made a decision. Daniela said she's seen the skills with her own eyes, so she agrees. Riley said she didn't think ratings mattered during the last attack, so she agreed too. Thus, there are 2 more agreements left. However, Arseny said that he must test Dylan's skills. Without waiting for his consent, he stuck out his hand and rushed through the main character, striking him with his claws. However, when he turned around, he saw that the main character was wearing iron skin. Dylan laughed and asked if that was all he was going to check. Then Arseny said that in this case, he would not hold back. He used a spell that caused magical threads to bind the main character's body. Arseny then used his hands to tighten these threads more tightly. Riley thought about how they didn't have such a rule last time, and wondered how strong Dylan had become since then. When Arseny was convinced that his skills could not break through this guy, he said that his skill that changes his body is simply amazing. Thus, he was more than satisfied with his abilities and agreed that Dylan would join them. They then shook hands and Arseny introduced himself, saying that he was looking forward to their cooperation. Then the hero realized that the last consent remained, which Ian had to give. Meanwhile, the man had already prepared for battle. Half of his body was engulfed in fire, and he asked the main character to take care of him. Dylan turned to him and asked if he really wanted to fight him. The guy said that he wanted to make sure of his abilities, but at that moment, Brox intervened in their conversation and asked Ian to wait. He said that even though it was just a test, it was too dangerous to fight an S+ ranked fighter. Instead, he suggested testing Dylan's enhancement on this stone. However, Ian doubted that this was exactly what he wanted. Then Brox turned to the main character and asked him to strengthen Ian. But the man asked them to wait. He said that he would first try to break the stone himself. The man then unleashed his power and summoned a huge firestorm. It was so strong that even the main character felt this powerful fiery inferno. However, when the fire disappeared, they saw that there was no trace left on the stone. Then Brox laughed and asked Ian if he really thought he would succeed. After that, he turned to the main character again and said that he could begin. Dylan then used multiple buffs and eventually used a massive buff. The fire on Ian's body flared up even more. He also saw a notification from the system that all of his indicators had been increased many times over. In just 1 second, the fire on his body flared up to incredible proportions, something he had never seen before. After that, he completely turned into a huge, fiery monster and immediately rushed to attack. Its impact was so strong that it caused an earthquake underneath the training hall, causing the workers there to be terrified. The main character was surprised at how strong a boost he gave to this guy, which is why he knocked out the wall of the training hall with his blow. The girls who were in the room were also horrified by what was happening. The blow was so powerful that it simply burned the wall and created a huge tunnel leading outside. After that, the whole team went to prepare for the raid. Brox said that he was surprised that Ian broke through the reinforced wall. Then the main character apologized for overdoing it with the reinforcement. However, the man said that he did not need to apologize, because all this happened because Yang was drunk on his power and could not control himself. After that, the man put his palm to the scanner to open the door to the dungeon. The main character noted that there are a lot of guards in this place. Brox said that the reason is that while they are inside, they do not know what will happen outside. He then turned to the team and asked them to pay attention to his words. The man asked everyone to remember that it was Dylan who must deal the final blow to Ikazel. After all the team members confirmed that they understood the plan, they went inside the dungeon. As soon as they were inside, the main character first sent his drones to reconnaissance. It was very foggy here, making it difficult for them to see anything. So everyone had to stay alert. Soon the guys came across monsters that looked like huge snakes with human hands. The monsters turned to the people, asking how they dared to trample their dirty feet on the temple. However, Brox did not want to listen to this and immediately rushed into battle, striking one of the snakes with his strong fist. The blow was so strong that the monster flew somewhere deep into the forest. However, the man intended to finish off the monster, and quickly jumping away from the trees, rushed after him. He then dealt a crushing blow to his arm, which served as his main weapon. He then delivered another blow to the snake's chin, knocking it back. After this, it was Arseny's turn, who used his magical threads to immobilize the enemy. He used the skill of complete containment. At this point, Brox asked him why he was acting so slowly. Arseny replied that containing such a number of monsters takes a lot of time. After that, it was Yang's turn, who had already assumed his battle form. He snapped his fingers and declared that it was all over. After this, Arseny's threads, which encircled all the monsters, caught fire and began to burn the bodies of the opponents. With a snap of the fingers, the threads exploded, and then the guys were able to move further through the dungeon without hindrance. At that moment, the main character realized how good the skills of the awakened ones of the SS rank were. Then the man said that they needed to move even further. Thus, the guys spent 2 whole days in the dungeon, and at one point, Riley informed them that monsters were once again attacking them. When the guys looked up, they saw more snakes flying at them at great speed. They used their huge arms to attack people. However, Daniela was a very strong fighter, so she was able to easily evade their attacks. Taking advantage of the moment, she quickly dealt a crushing blow to one of the snakes with her weapon, and blood gushed from the monster's body. The girl's eyes burned with a murderous fire, confirming that she would fight in this dungeon to the last. However, she soon saw that a whole horde of monsters was advancing on her. Suddenly, the monsters opened their mouths, and bright green energy began to glow from there. The girl did not understand at what point there were so many of these monsters. She understood that first of all, she needed to avoid the attack that they were spewing from their mouths. However, this time the girl was unable to dodge, and one of the monsters grabbed her with its tail. As it turned out, this was the monster she had recently stabbed. However, Daniela did not understand how he was still alive. Brox was horrified when he saw that the girl had been captured by the monster. But it was at that moment that the main character immediately rushed forward, saying that he would take care of it. Meanwhile, 3 other monsters prepared their attack and sent it straight towards the girl, who at that moment was immobilized. However, at the last moment, the main character appeared in front of her and used the reflection skill. Daniela was scared, but at the same time glad that the guy appeared in front of her at the right moment. When his skill absorbed all the opponent's skills, he was ready to send them back to them. He opened a portal and shot poisonous energy back at the snakes, causing them to die. Meanwhile, the story moves to a hotel somewhere in China. In one of the rooms was Julia, who was beside herself with rage. She screamed that she would never forgive Dylan for what he did to her. At that moment, Camilla appeared in front of her, half of whose body was shrouded in armor. She drew attention to the terrible condition of her beloved. She remembered the day when they were defeated and their master came to them. Then Camilla asked if he was really going to leave Julia without treatment. Valerio said that with her current skills, she would never be able to defeat Dylan, so there was no point in treating her. So until she draws out all her inner strength, they need to leave her anger towards Dylan as it is. Moreover, half of her face was damaged in the fight with that guy, and now this ugly face will always remind her of this. Thus, he asked Camilla to rekindle this anger in her. Julia was incredibly furious and seemed ready to kill everyone around her. She screamed at Camilla, saying that she did not protect her. Then Camilla said that they were on the battlefield, and Julia couldn't allow herself to think that she would have dealt with Dylan if Camilla hadn't protected her. She stated that Julia was too weak, and the only right choice was to just run away. The girl also said that it would be nice if Julia could just continue to live with this ugly face. At that moment, Julia began to roar, telling Camilla not to dare say that to her. She asked if Camilla thought she would stop there. She was going to tear Dylan apart with her own hands. Meanwhile, the 3rd day of the protagonist's group's stay in the dungeon began. At one point, Brock stopped them and said that they had entered a danger zone. The hero asked him what this place was, and the man said that this was Dylan's first time here, so it would be faster. At that moment, they saw powerful energy flying at them from behind the trees. Soon, A-rank monsters called Katina came out from there, and they looked like fish with human limbs, and also had armor and huge weapons. Brox then explained that they had entered the Kaiten colony. In the past, at this stage, there were not so many of these creatures. Then Arseny said that it was a long time ago, so it is quite logical that since then there have been more of them. At this moment, to the surprise of everyone present, the main character suggested that they should just break through them. Brox asked him in surprise how he was going to do it. Then the guy asked if he could ask the rest of the team not to make any noise around the monsters, and the guys said they could do it. In that case, Dylan said he had an idea. As it turned out, He used the skill of permanent invisibility on all members of the squad. Arseny and the others were delighted when they saw the power of this guy's spells. The main characters said that this spell would be able to protect them, and now they can only hope that the monsters do not have the ability to detect. Thus, the guys, protected by complete invisibility, headed straight into the monster's lair. They calmly walked past them, and the monsters did not notice them at all. As they walked into the safe zone, the spell began to fade away. Arseny said that at first he thought Dylan's spells were just window dressing, but his abilities exceeded his expectations. The main character smiled and said that he was very glad that the guys liked everything. Then Brock said that they had passed the danger zone, so now they need to speed up a little. He said that they had so little time left to reach the boss area, they needed to rest and continue tomorrow. After that, they lit a fire and decided to rest, sitting on the broken columns. Brox thought that he would have a hard time recruiting Dylan because of Daniela. His abilities are too good to be distrusted. At the very least, he decided that it was better to think about the Jongsan Guild, and then about the Freedom Guild. At that moment, the main character approached him. However, he did not intend to stay here and quickly took off and flew somewhere to the side. The fact is that thanks to the limitless ring, he didn't feel like sleeping at all. He was thinking about Ikazel, an SS rank boss monster. The hero understood that they were moving out tomorrow, but he needed to look around just in case. He wondered why the monsters called this place a temple, but now he saw that they were right. Suddenly, a spatial token appeared in his hand. When he looked up, he saw lightning flaring up in the sky above him. Then the system informed him that the dimensional token that Dylan possessed created a unique power and resonance emanating from the Temple of Despair, and the system put the user into a resonant state. However, Dylan did not understand what this resonant state meant. When he opened his eyes, he realized that he was in a completely different place. At some point, suspicions crept into his head that all this was a trap. The system then informed him that the resonance had caused the dimensional body of the fake Ikazella to cease functioning. Then the system warned about the awakening of Ikazella, who was located directly behind the main character. When Dylan turned around, he saw that inside the monster's chest was an organ similar to a human heart. Soon he saw that a human silhouette began to appear in front of him. It began to form in parts, and soon a human face appeared before him. After this, the monster rose to his feet and said that he had been waiting for this moment for many years. This monster turned out to be a man with a human face. He had long blonde hair and black horns. He smiled and said that his name was Ikazella. He said that while traveling through dimensions, God blessed him to be reborn in this place to protect him. After that, the monster got to its feet and went straight to the main character, saying that it had been waiting for him. Dylan was extremely surprised, but he understood that he could get out of here if he wasn't caught. After this, the monster said that he lost his eyes in the battle. However, the eyes of the void will allow him to see much more. He then took out his sword and pointed it towards Dylan, telling him to stop hiding and come out to him. Then the hero asked him if he could really see him. Hearing this, Ikazella laughed, praising the guy for doing everything right. Then he smiled and said that now the real battle will begin. The monster said that if Dylan wins, he can take whatever he wants from him. Then the hero asked him why he was waiting for him. The monster replied that Dylan resonated with his power, and therefore, his power could free him. This information was given to him by his god, and so the monster looked forward to this day. However, he got tired of wagging his tongue, and he decided to start a fight. When he raised his sword, an incredibly strong wind seemed to swirl around him, causing the main character to be thrown to the side. Then Ikazella looked at him menacingly and said that he was finished. After that, he rushed straight in the direction where Dylan was. The hero was horrified because it was the first time he had seen such a terrifying attack. However, before the monster could hit him, he used his flying skill and flew away from its attack. He knew that he needed to deal with the monster's attack first, so while in the air, he used his fire skill. He released a fireball at the monster. However, it seemed that Ikazella did not care at all about his spell. He did not even move. He just said that it was a very pleasant warmth, and then delivered his blow, which flew literally a centimeter from the protagonist's face. When Dylan opened his eyes, he saw that the monster's blow had cut his fireball in two. However, this blow still managed to wound Dylan, and blood gushed out of his body. Taking advantage of the moment, The monster rose into the air and was about to attack the main character from above. He raised his sword to deliver an incredibly powerful blow. However, just when he thought it was over, he saw that Dylan had used the Iron Skin skill, and therefore the blow did absolutely no damage to him. As it turned out, the blow hit him in the shoulder, but the sword seemed to freeze in place and did not cause him any harm. After this, the main character took advantage of the moment, rose to his feet and threw the enemy away from him. Dylan thought to himself that he was a fool when he asked the SS rank boss for a quest. He now realized that he should have given it his all from the very beginning. Dylan then used the Ice Storm skill to hit his opponent and reduce their ability to move. Ikazella soon found himself encased in ice, but he could still speak and said it looked great. However, he did not intend to stay in the ice prison for too long and began to deal crushing blows with his sword from the inside. After that, the ice cracked and he freed himself, saying that he had been waiting for such a fight for a very long time. After that, he rushed at the main character, who at that moment used the healing hymn on himself. After that, he decided to use the enhancement. Then the main character fired fiery arrows at the enemy. Their number was amazing. It seemed to the monster that 1,000 arrows were flying at him at once. However, he fought them all off with one blow of his incredibly powerful sword. His sword took on the shape of a scythe and deflected every arrow that flew at him. When the main character realized that the scythe was now approaching him, he immediately dodged the attack. Once in a safe place, he stuck out his fist, intending to cast another spell. He aimed another batch of arrows at the monster, being behind his back. At that moment, the arrows reached their target and a powerful explosion erupted. The shockwave was so strong that the main character had to cover himself with his hands to avoid going blind. When the dust subsided, he saw that Ikazella had fallen to the ground and was on one knee. The monster was surprised that they could bring him down. He realized that the guy used a consistent increase in strength, as well as all kinds of magic. When he looked up, he saw several copies of Dylan flying towards him at once. However, the monster did not intend to give up and stood on its feet, intending to defend itself. At that moment, the real Dylan attacked him from behind. However, the monster said that, as he had been told before, he has the eyes of the abyss, and therefore he sees much more. So as soon as Dylan got close enough to him, he hit him with his sword. However, the protagonist had foreseen this and used the spatial gate. So the attack came straight to them. Literally in an instant, he opened another spatial gate near his enemy. Thereby, Ikazella struck a blow to himself. The monster was horrified when he realized that, despite all his abilities, he had been fooled. He continued to attack Dylan, but the guy dodged all his blows. Soon, he was behind him and summoned a lightning spell. After that, he summoned a chain of lightning and sent it straight at the monster. The blow was so strong that Ikazella flew into the opposite wall and slammed into it. When the lightning disappeared, his body still continued to sparkle with electricity, and he left a deep dent in the wall. When Dylan approached him, the monster said that he had never seen such different and fast magic. However, it was great fun for him. After that, he rose to his feet and laughed quietly. He said that he now intended to show him all the power he had accumulated here. At this moment, the main character noticed that Ikazella's magic opens the entire sky. He realized that the monster was currently absorbing all the magic that was present here. Soon, a huge energy column appeared in the middle of the arena, which pulled the monster's body into itself. When he came out of there, he took on a completely different shade. Now there was nothing human in him. He was just a huge monster. It seemed that his body and hair were made of flame. The main character understood that now he had shown his true strength. However, his body is unable to withstand the magic and gradually breaks down as he is enraged and enters the second large-scale phase, so his health decreases by a certain percentage every second. Therefore, the monster did not hesitate and took out his demonic sword, which seemed even larger. After that, he quickly swung several times, and the blows flew straight towards the main character. Dylan saw the attacks coming at him and prepared to dodge them. He once again used his spatial gate skill and jumped into it. He transported himself to a place that the monster had not yet reached. But he did not even notice that Ikazella at that moment was right above him and raised his sword to strike. After that, he hit the main character and slammed him into the ground with all his might. From such a strong blow, the protagonist's shield broke and he flew to the side, and fire geysers began to appear along the entire perimeter of the arena. Dylan watched in horror what was happening, not knowing that the monster was capable of such a thing. Soon, a bright pillar of light pierced the entire arena. At that moment, Brox felt some strange magic that he had never encountered before. Then Daniela ran up to him, looking extremely worried. She reported that Dylan was missing. His tent was empty. She hoped that he didn't go into that dungeon first, to which Brox replied that that couldn't be the case since he wouldn't attack an SS-ranked boss alone. However, at that moment, Akron intervened in their conversation and said that his master was already in the temple. He said that he would protect them according to his master's orders. At this moment, Brox remembered his words that even if the team members were confident in their skills, they still could not know what could happen inside the dungeon. Brox couldn't believe that the main character was risking his own life for the sake of some kind of excitement. Then Daniela turned to the golem and asked him where Dylan was now. But Akron replied that his task was to protect them from danger. He said that he could not take them to the dangerous place where the master was now. Brox then said that in that case, there was nothing they could do. However, he asked that the others be prepared as soon as possible and follow him. Despite the fact that the golem said that it was dangerous, Brox rushed from his place towards the temple. At that moment, Irene appeared on the site, saying that she would follow the master's orders in order to protect the team members. After that, she flew after Brox. At this moment, the fight between the main character and Ikazella continued. The monster said that he thinks he still has his energy, and if you look at what he has managed to accumulate so far, there may be a limit to this power. However, the main character was also not going to give up and used a power rocket. Thus, the two spells collided with each other. After this, Dylan touched one of the stones into which the arena where they fought had disintegrated. Then, with quick movements, he began to jump between the islands, flying in the air. However, wherever he went, a monster appeared next to him. He attacked those parts of the land where the main character was, and so Dylan had to use acceleration. He then used the spatial gate to confuse the enemy as much as possible. Moving between portals, he used a spell. Once he was behind the monster, he placed a death mark on it. At that moment, Ikazella realized that Dylan got this skill from Odium, which Dylan also figured out. Then he wrapped his tail around his hand, saying that he would take revenge on him for this. After that, he turned around and began to strike him with his sword, one after another. Since the main character was immobilized, he could not dodge these blows and saw scratches appear on his body. The monster then told him that his resistance was pointless, seeing that the guy was about to use the healing skill. However, the main character directed his skill not at himself, but at Ikazella. The monster didn't understand what was happening as it used healing towards it, and then he realized that he was marked for death, causing the effect of increasing the target's health to decrease. At that moment, a wild pain pierced him, and he relaxed his grip, releasing the main character. His body seemed to be burning with fire, and the monster could barely breathe. Taking advantage of the moment, the main character jumped away from him and used a spell, summoning magic nails. He aimed them straight at the monster, and each nail dug into its limbs. As it turned out, it was a containment spell. After that, Dylan raised his hand up to cast another spell. Several magic rings appeared around his palm. He used a spell called Eternal Bonds, and each of the rings headed towards one of the large islands that were around it. He connected the other ends of these bonds with nails that were in the monster's body. After that, he clenched his fist, and Ikazella saw several islands flying towards him at once, tied to him with magical threads. The main character watched as several huge stone cliffs fell on the monster at once. At this point, he also took out his pistol, preparing for the fact that he would still have to fight. As it turned out, he was right, because just a few moments later, the stones began to glow with bright red energy, indicating that the monster was about to shatter them. After this, there was a powerful explosion that threw all the stones away from where they fell. Then Ikazella flew out from there with lightning speed and immediately rushed at the enemy with his sword. His eyes were blazing with rage, and he clearly had no intention of losing. He continued to press on the main character with his sword. At that moment, Dylan noticed that energy clots that belonged to the monster were approaching them. However, he was not at a loss and used magical portals in all the places where these clots were. At that moment, One drone flew out of each portal. They then used the reflect skill, and every magical attack was reflected back from the main character and his shield. The monster had no idea why his attacks were useless against this guy. Then Dylan laughed and said that it was just the power of science. However, he understood that the spell would not last long this way. At that moment, the monster struck him with a strong blow with his sword, throwing him aside. Thus, the main character flew out of his shield, breaking through it with his body. After this, the monster was again able to direct its magic arrows at him. However, Dylan was still conscious and managed to use a fireball to fend off the attack. Thus, their spells clashed once again. Once relatively safe, Dylan pulled out his pistol and prepared to attack with it. However, he knew that the battle would not end if he continued like this. Therefore, he will have to kill the monster with one blow. After that, both opponents used all their power, and their bodies seemed to spin in energy hurricanes. Ikazela was enraged, and his entire body seemed to be oozing energy. At this moment, the main character used a large power rocket. In response, the monster fired a huge energy projectile. However, the main character was not going to give up and fired a projectile of the same size towards the monster. Thus, their attacks collided in one place, causing a large explosion. Then Dylan put all his power into firing the gun. The shot was so strong that it caused an incredibly powerful and bright explosion. He was so dazzling that at one point Dylan thought he would go blind. After this, energy waves seemed to begin swirling around the explosion. Meanwhile, the temple they were in began to collapse under the force of this explosion. The walls began to crumble, breaking into many small fragments. Soon, the entire space in which the main characters and Ikazela were located collapsed. Thus, the hero left the arena, finally winning. But this battle exhausted him so much that he could only kneel. Ikazela lay next to him, having reverted to his human form, his leg and arm having been blown off due to the massive explosion. He said it all seemed crazy and he never thought Dylan would beat him. The hero said that he also received many wounds from him, so he did not yet know who exactly won in this fight. The monster said that when he put the death brand on him, he realized that his friend Odium had died at the hands of Dylan. His plan was to absorb all of Dylan's power and then get out of this dimension with this guy. But he lost. The monster understood that he was now in danger of death at the hands of the guy, and the main character did not deny this. Ikazela said that there are many more beings who are also fighting in their own dimensions, but compared to them, the case is not so strong. The monster then used its remaining hand and opened a portal. From there, a golem appeared, which the main character saw at the entrance to the temple. Then the monster told him to take his transcendental case and leave, to which the golem replied that the last time he saw it, it was of a different size. The monster said that it changed in accordance with his soul and magical power, but if a person appeared who did not match his size, the body would change to suit him. The hero thanked him for this and said that he would use it wisely. The monster then handed him his sword Ecates and asked him to kill him with this weapon. He said he wanted to rest in the warmth before his body cooled down. Dylan obediently took the sword and said that he would fulfill his request. After this, Ikazela asked the name of his great adversary. The hero told him his name. Before he died, the monster said that his last battle with Dylan was wonderful. After the main character killed the monster, the system informed him that he had cleared the dungeon. After defeating Ikazela, the others arrived and helped the main character get out of the dungeon. After receiving intensive care, he woke up in a recovery room. Dylan knew that now he needed to check what he got from the fight with the monster. The system told him that he had raised 3 levels, and a special skill had promoted him to A rank. At the moment, his mana limit was around 3,000. But to deal with monsters that would be more powerful than Ikazela, he needed more. Even in the battle with Ikazela, he took 75% of his health. Thus, he needed to use higher grades of transcendental magic. This spell would double his total mana. Moreover, after the battle with the boss, he received a relic from him: bracelets, earrings, and a sword. But most importantly, he also received his heart, and thus fulfilled all the conditions for receiving the Deus Ring. The hero understood that he worked very hard for this. He then asked the system to start creating the ring, and it immediately went to work. The protagonist looked at the glowing sphere that appeared in front of him and thought about whether this was normal when creating a high-grade Deus Ring. Suddenly, he noticed that the color of the sphere changed and it became dark, and lightning began to emanate from it. The system reported that to create the Deus ring, it is necessary to use spatial rifts. She also reported that spatial energy began to be released, and then the hero saw that the space around him began to crack. Instead of a sphere, something similar to a black hole suddenly appeared in the middle of the room. Then the system reported that in the Planus measurement, it was possible to determine the source of the crack and the spatial imbalance. The system also reported that a message was sent through the crack, saying that someone had found the source that drove them into the depths of destruction, and asked to investigate. The Earth dimension was chosen as the destination. After this, the system reported that the signal was interrupted. Then the sphere appeared in front of the main character again. But this time, it was again bright and glowing. Daniela was in the same hospital and noticed that paint was starting to fall off her ceiling. She also sensed a large accumulation of magic nearby. Therefore, the girl got up from her seat, quickly got dressed, and went to investigate. Meanwhile, the system informed the main character that the creation of the ring was completed. She also reported that Deus was very pleased with the achievement and assigned him a new status. The system reported that the protagonist's realization status is now F, as well as his enlightenment skill. The human language notation is automatically hidden, and upon reaching the SSS rank, Dylan can be eligible to increase his status. After that, the Deus ring appeared before him, which was a relic of a unique class. It granted him many new spells. The main character was delighted, not understanding why this ring gives so many effects. At that moment, he heard someone knocking on the door of his room. But he did not know who could come to him at such a late hour. It turned out that it was Daniela. She said that she felt some kind of magical energy from this room and came here to check if Dylan was okay. The main character said that this was most likely due to the experiment he had just conducted, and the girl assumed that it was all because of this ring. The main character wanted to show the girl the ring, but it suddenly began to exude dark magical energy that looked like lightning. Soon the energy became so powerful that it began to crack the space around Dylan. After that, someone's black, inhuman paws appeared from a hole in space. Soon, an entity appeared from there that was unlike anything the guy had seen before. When the entity noticed Dylan, it began muttering something in an incomprehensible language.